Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for a historic match between the All Blacks and the Springboks, the Rugby World Cup 2023 final. It will go down in the history books, like I mentioned. These two sides, such a rivalry, such a rich history, and now someone will walk away with their fourth Rugby World Cup title. We have got plenty of build-up planned for this contest. The game not too far from kicking off, but we will look through at the starting lineups and reserves for these two sides. We will start with the All Blacks. They have made minimal changes in their starting lineup compared to what we did see in their semi-final match up against the Argentines. Ethan de Groot, number 1, Cody Taylor 2, and Tyrell Lomax at number 3. Now, I should mention de Groot. He has had a suspension throughout this Rugby World Cup. Lomax, he was injured at the start of the Rugby World Cup. That was actually from that game up against the Springboks. Got a sprig straight through the kneecap, sliced him open like he was a fresh bit of meat, but he is back, rearing to go, and that combination for the All Blacks is going to be so important, seeing as the scrum dominance that we've seen from the Springboks throughout the World Cup. Thus far, Cody Taylor, he's an accurate man when it comes to line-out time, and we'll need to make sure he uses every bit of that accuracy here. The All Blacks do not want to give loose ball away to the box, as we do know how dangerous the counter-attack can be. Brodie Retallick makes his way into the starting lineup. He will be at number 4 to replace Sam Whitelock, who instead will come off the bench, similar to what he did in that game up against the Irish in the quarterfinals. And Scott Barrett, he is at number 5. Now, he actually got a red card in the last time that these two sides met, when the Springboks were able to win it by the record winning margin. He got himself 2 yellows. The clinicalness, or I guess the discipline of Scott Barrett will be so crucial, as he did actually get a yellow card in the last game. So we'll wait and see what he does here. Shannon Frizzell at number 6, coming off 2 tries in his last contest up against the Argentines. Sam Cane, number 7, he has had a fantastic Rugby World Cup. Like him or hate him, you have to admit he's been a workhorse throughout this World Cup for the ABs. He's going to be a tackler machine in this contest, and going to be so important to muscle up against what is a 7-1 split off the bench for the Springboks. Alongside that, a huge loose forward trio to start this contest in Sia Khaleesi, Dwayne Vermeulen, and Peter Steph. The Toi Arisavia nomination for Player of the Year. You can understand why when you see what that man has been able to do for the All Blacks, not just throughout this World Cup, but throughout 2023. Aaron Smith at number 9 with Richie Mo'unga at 10. So no changes there for the All Blacks in the 9-10 combination, going with what has worked and going with the combo that they feel is strongest for the way the Boks play. Geordie Barrett at number 12. Now, he did not get to play in the earlier stages of this Rugby World Cup due to an injury, but he is back now and looking very good since coming back. And Rieko Ioane on his outside has started to find form, which was important for the All Blacks to have that pivotal role in the centres working and firing the way that it normally would be. Mark Talia out on the left wing after 14 defenders beaten in the last contest, gets himself the spot in the starting lineup. Will Jordan, the leading try scorer in the competition, looking to make history tonight by scoring the most tries that any player ever has in a Rugby World Cup competition. And Beauden Barrett at number 15. I believe in 2019, he was playing a little bit more of 10. He also was covering that 15, but for this game, he is firmly cemented as the fullback in this matchup. Looking through at the chat, we have got there good morning from Rotorua. Everyone says, Aaron, welcome in. Hello, mate. All the best to your team for this match, says Brennan. And also we've got there Hamish from Kazzy in there as well. And hello, Hamish. We are enemies tonight, but I'm still grateful for you, says Candace. At the end of the day, like, we know no matter what happens in this game, both sides are going to go out there and put on absolutely everything that they can onto the park. Now, I should mention the weather report did not look too flash for this game throughout the week. There is a moderate wind warning in St. Denis, but the rain for now is staying away. Now, that was something that a lot of people felt the Springbok selection was based off, the fact that it was going to be a wet game, that it was going to be rough conditions. But if the rain stays away, I think there's that little bit of an advantage to the All Blacks, seeing as the Springboks, they don't have Mani Libok. They don't have Kobus Reinach, 2 of the best attacking threats that they have had throughout this Rugby World Cup competition. De Groot and Lomax are good in the scrum, says Jordan, and Jordan runs past everyone. Well, everywhere, says Grumpus. Patrick says hi. Welcome in, mate. I hope you're doing well. And I got the feeling this game is not going to be an exciting as the press is making it, says Mike Wood. And Scott Barrett is a bonehead, says Jordan. in there as well. He is one of those players that could end up costing New Zealand a penalty or two throughout this fixture, but if he can keep himself disciplined, we saw what he did in that game of the Bledisloe Cup up against Australia. He can put in some big hits, and when he wants to, he can really show off that gas tank that he's got. But when he does get that little bit scrappy in the breakdown, which I feel like Ebenezebeth will try and bring out of him, he'll try and get Scott Barrett fired up to see if he can make him crack under the pressure. And speaking of Ebenezebeth, let's look through at the Springboks side. Stephen Kitsoff at number 1, Bongio Manambi slotting in at 2, and Franz Malharba at 3. So Kitsoff and Malharba, the consistency has been there for the Springboks throughout this Rugby World Cup. Manambi, this is a massive game for him because it was talked about ever since that injury of Malcolm Marks, who was going to be that next hooker that stepped up. They've got Manambi in the starting lineup. They've got Dion Forey to come off the bench, and we may even see Dion Forey actually slot in as one of the 3 in the loose forward trio later on. And the contest, even Etzebeth at number 4, I always call him the enforcer, and he certainly acts like it when he's out there on the field. He is a hard man to stop when he gets momentum flowing, actually scoring himself a try in the last contest. He's a brilliant player, Eben Etzebeth, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here. Franco Mostert at 5, for me, was the man of the match in the last contest. I believe they gave it to Andre Pollard, but Mostert making 18 tackles, which was 10 more than any other Springbok player. Also with those steals in the line out, if he can put the pressure on New Zealand, put the pressure on Cody Taylor, could be a long day. At the opposite, Khaleesi at number 6, Peter Steftotoy, number 7, and Dwayne Vermeulen keeping his spot in the starting lineup at number 8. Now, it was that question of whether or not they would switch to Jasper Vesa. They have not, but they have got Vesa in the lineup somewhere, which we will get to in a very short moment. 2 changes at 9-10. That is Faf de Klerk and Andre Pollard. Last week, it was Kobus Reinach and Mani Lebok, but they were expected to play the kicking game rather than that attacking threat rugby that we saw in their game up against France when they scored 3 quick tries. And some of the other matches throughout the group stages where Mani Lebok has been lighting the competition on fire, they have instead gone with the experience and given it to Andre Pollard here. Damien Dielendi at number 12 with Jesse Creel on the outside at 13. Cheslin Colby out on the left wing, hardly touched the ball in the last contest up against the English. Will certainly be wanting it more and perhaps even wanting to recreate that highlight reel try that he got up against England in last Rugby World Cup final. Kutle Adensa out on the right wing, and then Damien Willemse keeps a spot in the starting lineup. Probably one of the more almost surprising selections, I guess you could say, seeing as they did go with experience at 9-10. Maybe some people thought that Willie Larue might get the nod at 15, but I believe because of that attacking threat that Damien Willemse does offer, it gives you a little bit more off the back for a bit of an attack. But those are the starting lineups. Ladies and gentlemen, we will try our best to read as much of the chat as we can, but it is already absolutely flying by. Morena, worst sleep ever. Handshaking, holding a coffee, stressful, says Marika. And there you go, I'll be honest, that wasn't the best night's sleep I've had either. I think everyone is nervous for this match to see how it does end up going. Kia ora. Same as me, no sleep, says Ian Foster. And also, both teams have had a bad history with this ref, right, says Nix. Exactly right. So I feel like the fact that both sides won't feel completely comfortable with the ref is kind of a good thing, because that kind of leaves the technicality of either side blaming the ref out of it. Because at the end of the day, we've seen throughout this Rugby World Cup, yes, we haven't had consistency for some of the refereeing, but you've got long enough in the game to be able to make those adjustments to still be able to win the contest. And good morning from Miami, says Kerr. Welcome in. Hope you are doing extremely well. And I'm from Cape Town, but I support the All Blacks, says Ronald. And also we have got there, good evening from in Natal, says Brennan. And I should mention the Sharks actually playing at the moment up against Leinster in the URC. 50 minutes in, score sitting 15 points to 6 in favour of Leinster. I'll give you the spirit to win box, says Germano. And also very good news that you are leaning ABs with your prediction track record. Go the box, says Neil Harvey. And also we have got there, Obed, if the rain stays away then we lose, says Charles. So yeah, the last time I saw the weather report, it said that there was supposed to be 100% chance of rain in St. Denis. It says that it's a very light rain at the moment, moderate wind warning. But yeah, if that rain does not fall the way that it is expected to, It will be very interesting to see how this game plays out, whether or not we do still see the Springboks go for that kicking game in behind, or whether we see them running the ball a little bit more. And that brings the question, can Handré Pollard do what Mani Libbok can on attack? And it's going to be very intriguing. See how it goes, 1995 all over again. Only thing that has changed is the players. See, here's Irvin, and also we have got Morena Hamish. Hopefully the ABs can restore some national pride once again after watching the Black Caps and the Kiwis go down to the Australians. Says John, yeah, it hasn't been a great day for New Zealand sport. Overall, of course, the Black Caps not starting the way that they would have liked to up against the Aussies, giving away a huge amount of runs throughout the early stages. And then also alongside that, we saw in the league, not quite the performance the Kiwis were after. And also Hamish, old chap, it's pronounced Malharba, says Charles, and also we have got the when are you starting? Says Rudy, I have started. Rudy, if that's the question. And also we have got there, South Africa will win, and the Box will win, supporting from Central Indonesia, says Lindsay. And the chat as well, I talk too much, I have to desert you and actually watch the game, says Charles. And also, hi Hamish and team, thanks for the excellent work, says Brian in there. So we will try our best to keep up with the chat all throughout this live stream, but of course it will be absolutely flying by throughout this live stream. So yeah, it is greatly appreciated you all being here nice and early for this build up. We have still got quite a bit of time before the match does kick off, but that is why we started so early, so we could have a decent chat to you guys before we get into the match, because I know it's going to be hectic throughout that one. And please know the Brawns are such small margins will take up all my medical aid, says Brennan, and 90% chance of rain, boys, says Boomer Core. So yeah, it is supposed to be wet. It's just more of that question currently, how much rain are we going to see for this Rugby World Cup final, and how similar are the tactics going to be from the semi-finals? Of course, New Zealand in their game up against Argentina, they managed to get themselves quite a hefty win in that last contest, winning it. In fact, we'll bring it up right now. The All Blacks winning that game 44 points to 6, a much better winning margin than they would have anticipated going into that game, but they did look clinical. Argentina just not quite looking up for the challenge, and after seeing the way that Argentina played up against England, you have to wonder, was it an off day for the Pumas, or was it just that the All Blacks at the moment are playing some fantastic rugby? They got themselves the win over Ireland in the quarterfinals, 28 points to 24. That was a last-minute thriller that could have gone either way, but New Zealand managed to get themselves the victory after 30-plus phases of defence. Sam Whitelock, the man who locked himself over the ball, pun intended, and got turnover for the ABs throughout their group stage. They had their 73-0 win over the Uruguayans, 96 points to 17 over Italy. That was the highest scoring game of the Rugby World Cup thus far. And then 71 points to 3, the score over the Namibians. Now, I was very unlucky, because in that game, before it had taken place at the start of the Rugby World Cup, I actually predicted 72 points to 3. It didn't quite happen, but that is as close as we have been, I believe, for a Rugby World Cup prediction being correct. So hopefully we don't do too badly throughout this live stream as well. But before that, they had their loss to France in the opening fixture of the Rugby World Cup. It was not the start that they wanted, but perhaps the little bit of a loss that they needed to fire them up to that next level and make them perform and get themselves all the way to the Rugby World Cup final for the South Africans. They have had a few gritty, grindy performances in their quarters and semi-finals. The 1-point victory over the English, Handré Pollard, one of the standout stars from that fixture. Their game up against France, 29 points to 28. Mani Libbok, one of the standout players for them in that contest with his early work, getting the Springboks on attack. He is not there for this contest, though. He is one of the players who did end up missing out. 49 points to 18, the win over Tonga. Also, they did have their loss to Ireland. And that means for the first time ever, we are seeing two sides make their way to a Rugby World Cup final with a loss. So someone who is not undefeated in this Rugby World Cup will be walking away with the victory. Now, we've seen the Springboks in the last World Cup. They lost a group stage match. They still went on to become world champs, but I believe this is the first time that we have seen both sides coming off a loss heading into a Rugby World Cup final. But I should also mention the Springboks have never lost a Rugby World Cup final. They are 3 from 3 wins. Could history be made here? And will it be in favour of the Boks, or will it be in favour of the ABs? Their next game was up against the Romanians, or their earlier game, 76 points to 0. And then the other game that they did have at the start of the Rugby World Cup, it was 18 points to 3 in favour of South Africa. So they are currently sitting with the 5 of the last 6 wins. Same can be said about the All Blacks as well. In the chat, we have got there the 10 gifted subs from Kerr. So thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it at the start of this live stream. I should mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Kerr has been an extremely generous individual all throughout these Rugby World Cup live streams, so you might get a chance of a gifted membership in there. As I'll keep up with the chat, you're right, Amish. There'll be 10k people in here easily, says Ian Foster, and it'll all come down to the place kicks after extra time. Says Eldon, and great job throughout the cup, Amish. I'm leaving to watch the ABs take out some Springbok, says Andre. And there, did you dream a new dream, says Tuta? Well, the original dream that we talked about yesterday was, of course, the result of this game. Now, I haven't actually mentioned what the scoreline was in that one, but I will mention it was heavily in favour of the Springboks, although I don't see that as a possible scoreline for this contest, which is why I haven't said it. It's not like an all outlandish score, I guess you could say, but it is just a little bit more one-sided than you would be expecting. Evening, Hamish. Enjoy the game. And go like my friend says, Joss and Kiwi Lads is the best commentator of rugby. Says Ivan Do Killer. Thank you very much, mate. Hi from Dunedin. Says Matthias, so welcome in again, mate. And also, we have got there, this is the channel you want to be on, says Robert. And I should mention anyone who is new, or even the regulars as well. We have now got a merch store, believe it or not. It is in the pinned comment. It is that one, the second link, and you can check out some Kiwi Lads merch if you want to get yourself some exclusive stuff from this Rugby World Cup. Be sure to check that out. We're going to miss you. You're really great. Appreciate the whole World Cup. Really appreciate it, says Gamblers Express. And of course, we are going to be continuing the rugby live streams. We are going to be doing the URC. We have then got the 7 circuit coming back, Super Rugby, Six Nations, and all international rugby. Barbarians versus Wales. We will be covering that game next week. Still don't know how this one will go, literally 50-50. And I think that's the thing that makes this so exciting, is because no matter how close we get to kickoff, some people still can't decide what side they believe have the advantage. And I honestly feel like there isn't really a side with the advantage in this Rugby World Cup final. Yes, we saw a bigger winning margin for the All Blacks in their semi-final, but the Springboks are one of those sides that they have shown that even when they've got their back up against the wall, they are able to dig deep, they are able to fight through it, and they are able to get themselves victories when it is needed. No need to miss, Hamish. We have the URC starting up in the Super Rugby's, the Six Nations for the Lions tour next summer, says Kerr. And there, the World Cup commentary has been great, man, says Eldon. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. And has there been any changes in the AB starting lineup? So just the 2 changes, which was Brodie Retallick, and then also alongside that, in fact, no, that might be the lone change. I think everyone else has stayed the way that they were. They've made a few changes off the bench, the All Blacks, and same with the Springboks, ladies and gentlemen. The 7-1 split returns. Now, last time that the Springboks went with the 7-1 split up against New Zealand, they were able to win by that record margin just before the Rugby World Cup did get underway. But the Springboks, they have gone to that 7-1 split twice throughout their Rugby World Cup and the pre-Rugby World Cup career. Only a 50% winning rate with that 7-1 split. The other time that they tried it was up against Ireland, but they hadn't worn Ireland down enough for that bench to really have the impact. And that is why I am a little bit curious to see how this game does end up going, because we've seen the Springboks in that game up against England. They were opting for a much more prominent kicking game. Up against the All Blacks, I don't think that will tire out the forwards. So they need to make sure they're running the ball as well, crashing it up at the line and trying to wear down on that All Blacks defence. Because if they can't wear down that All Blacks defence, I don't think this bench will be as effective as they want it to be. So they have to make sure they put in the hard yards early. I think this first half side will be told, go out there, empty the gas tank. We want you not able to walk at halftime because we've got replacements for you, but we want you to try and push the All Blacks into deep water. And the bench will be hoping to do just that. Samasoni Takiaho, Tamaiti Williams and Nepo Lolala, the front row replacements for the All Blacks. So the lone change there is Nepo Lolala back into the starting or back into the bench for this match rather than Fletcher Null. So going with that little bit more experience of Lolala for this contest. Sam Whitelock at number 19. I mentioned that crucial turnover that he got for himself in the last contest up against the Irish in the quarterfinals. He also had a solid game up against Argentina. So he will be hoping to continue that momentum. Now there is history on the line for that man as well. And he is the lone player who can create, I guess, the most, what would you call it, the most prominent individual Rugby World Cup record And he's going to be a player, if he is able to do that, that will have that record for a very long time. And that is a player to win 3 Rugby World Cups. No player has been able to do it. There's been a few who have had 2, but if he is somehow able to win this 3rd Rugby World Cup with the All Blacks, that is such a massive accomplishment for that man. And it's a little bit surprising when you hear the fact that no one else has been able to do that as of yet. And of course, the All Blacks, they have got the 2 World Cups, 2011, 2015. Sam Whitelock there for both of them. The only man left in the squad who was doing just that. Dalton Papali'i at number 20. Finlay Christie, number 21, hasn't had a huge amount of minutes throughout this Rugby World Cup, mainly because he's been out of form, but they do keep on selecting him ahead of the inform. Cam Roigard, who was actually the lone try scorer in that Rugby World Cup warm-up game up against the Springboks. Damien McKenzie at number 22. He is another player that we're not too sure how much time Ian Foster will be wanting to give him here. Could be late in the contest. We see McKenzie could be a little bit earlier in that second half. And then Anton Leonard-Brown at number 23 to close out New Zealand's starting lineup and reserves. He's been a good player off the bench for them. We'll be hoping for that in this Rugby World Cup final. For South Africa, it is Dion Fourie, Oxnard Shea, and Trevor Nakanye as the front row. Now, Oxnard Shea, he has also got a little bit of history that he will be able to make for this Rugby World Cup. He is a lone player who will be able to play every game of the Rugby World Cup competition. That is, of course, trying not to jinx him with any sort of pre-match injury. But he is the only South African to play 7 from 7 games in this Rugby World Cup comp. Dion Fourie, I mentioned that he could end up slotting into that loose forward trio perhaps rather than that 16 jersey, depending on how Umbanambi is going throughout the 80 minutes. Trevor Nakanye at number 18, he comes in for Vincent Koch, who was there for last week. Jean Klein at number 19 hasn't had a huge amount of game time over the last couple of weeks. RG Snyman at number 20, he was a real impact player in last week's contest. Didn't have the best quarterfinal, I would say. I believe it was in that game up against France that we didn't really see him as prominent, but then from there, his game last week, he was a lot better. RG Snyman, he was relied on a lot earlier than he probably anticipated to be making his way onto the field. Kwaka Smith, he is a super sub and a half, and he will be there for the full time that he's out there on the park. He is able to get turnovers. He is able to make tackles. He's also got the ability to score himself a try or two. Jasper Visser, another player who we haven't seen for probably about 3 or 4 weeks now in this Rugby World Cup competition. And then the lone back, although you can count Kwaka Smith as a back replacement as well, of course, but it is Willie Leroux there at number 23 to close out what is an extremely strong Springboks lineup. This game's going to be good, but I should mention Springboks actually coming in as underdogs for this match. $2.25, although now they have actually closed the gap. Oh no, it's back up to $2.25. I was sure before that I saw that was $2.15, so a little bit of late money going on to the All Blacks here as we get closer to the kickoff. Okay, so they're just saying that at the moment at St. Denis there is no rain, ladies and gents. We have got the gifted memberships from Kirigiv. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. I've got $100 on Richard Lowe. Getting a red card, says Fluffy. Well, someone's ripped you off because he's not playing in this contest. We have got Retallica starting, says MTS. He certainly is, with Whitelock coming off the bench. And where is the match? When will the match start, says Aya Balela. So we are still a little way away. We're around 90 minutes away from kickoff, which does sound like a long time. But for the last time in this Rugby World Cup, we felt like we needed a significant build-up. Oh no, it's raining a little bit heavier at the ground than outside of the ground by the looks of it. John Kerwin, big smile on his face. He'll be nervous. Of course, winning that Rugby World Cup in 1987. He knows what it's like to be in that pressure situation. And this is going to be a massive, massive occasion, to say the least. The rain, 24 kilometres of wind, so the wind hasn't really picked up to the extent that it was supposed to. There's a moderate wind warning for a little bit later on in the night. Hello, says Tian, welcome in. And Yoba Kerr, says Ian Foster. And there as well. Take it home, guys. Good luck and go the box, says Berenice. And you're welcome all, says Kerr. And the match will start in Paris, says John. Very true. And hi, Hamish Bro, says Michelle. Welcome in. And Andre Pollard is our hero, says Zeller. Of course, his work off the tee helped them get themselves over the try line, or get themselves over the line in their game up against the English. Kiwi Lads, your prediction is wrong, says Tim. Well, normally my predictions are. So at the start of this Rugby World Cup, I predicted the Springboks to win this final up against the All Blacks. So somehow I actually got both sides correct to make their way through to to the Rugby World Cup final. Alongside that, my preview more recently, I did switch in favour of the All Blacks, mainly because I feel like the Springboks, they have had a lot more hard-hitting contests over the last couple of weeks, and perhaps that will be starting to fatigue their Bok forwards. Maybe that is why they have gone with that 7-1 split, but they'll also have that big fire off the bench. And hi Hamish, any idea what the weather is like? Currently is raining. By the looks of it, looks relatively damp. The weather is supposed to stay bad for throughout the game, although there is supposed to be 90% chance of rain at 9 p.m. local time rather than the 100% that we see throughout the rest of the time. So it may lighten up as we get towards that second half of this contest. Springboks will win 45 points to 0, says T in there. And Oxnashea is so overrated, says Jordan. I mean, if you look at that game last week, though, in the scrums, he was a game changer for the Springboks. I think he single-handedly won them so many important penalties, which then put them in a position of being able to go on and win that contest. Luckily, got the ferry on time to watch the final on time. Go on the box, says Rugby Itch there. And also we have got there, can people in New Zealand watch for free, says Toby. I don't know about for free here in New Zealand, but if you have got a VPN, you can set yourself to Australia, and they have got it available on Sky. Nine now is actually the free-to-air broadcaster in Australia. We have got there, Hamish, no shade to your country, but New Zealand are losing 2 World Cup games today, says Denzel. And there, I mean, there is a chance at the end of the day, rugby is an unpredictable game, and it takes this 80 minutes. That is coming up very soon. And at the end of the day, whoever walks away with the victory, I think will more than deserve it. And I just hope it's a good game, because at the end of the day, both of these sides have worked hard. Springboks, they've had some gritty, grindy wins in the last little while. New Zealand, they weren't expected to make it past the quarterfinals, but they beat the Irish, the number 1 team in the world, on a massive winning streak. And since then, New Zealand have added 5 wins back to back to back, and they are hoping to continue it. Yeah, I think the Boks got this, says Kawasi, and wait, Hamish has the build-up started, says Jordan. It has on the actual coverage that they have got here in New Zealand. They did start it at 6:15 a.m, so we're currently sitting 6:27. Rain, no rain, lights, no lights. For the All Blacks, not a problem, says Tuta. Well, that's the thing. Both of these sides have already played a game in the wet throughout this Rugby World Cup. South Africa getting themselves to win over Romania in pouring conditions, 76 points to 0. New Zealand getting themselves to win over Namibia in dire conditions, 71 points to 3. So both of these two sides have shown that they can score tries when the weather is wet, when the weather isn't ideal. But at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to what they can do throughout this 80 minutes. With the rain, how do they play this contest? I still do not see New Zealand playing that kicking game, whereas I could see South Africa thinking it worked at times up against England, but they still had their least running meters that we have seen from them throughout about 3 or 4 years, unfortunately. And you have the perfect voice and knowledge for a perfect commentator. Please give yourself a shout out. Says Ronald there. And also we have got there, I honestly thought it would be a France versus Boks final. And it's raining cats and dogs here in Durban as well. Good luck, Bok, says Ruan. And Ox is not overrated. Man has 2 drives, scrum and eat cake. And he does that brilliantly, says Ian Foster. And yeah, I mentioned it on the podcast. I think he's got himself a free subscription to like cake somewhere in South Africa, if I'm not wrong. Windy suits fast box kicking, says Jimbo. So currently 24 kilometres of wind. So not actually as much as we have seen in the last couple of contests. So I'll be curious to see whether or not that wind does build up as we get a little bit closer towards the start of this match. Good morning. Thanks for your commentary and energy during the competition. Go the All Blacks, says Mark Crisp. And also we have got there and their lovely commentary, says JJ. And the stage is set for the ultimate final, says Mustafa. It certainly is. And both of these sides know exactly what they need to do. Well, that's the thing. The Springboks, they have got that advantage because they've been there, done that. For the All Blacks, they've had a couple of the players who were there in 2015, but not a huge amount. Dane Cole's one of the players who were not playing in this matchup. So it's intriguing to see how the young players step up on this occasion. We've got to remember, South Africa, quite a few changes in terms of some of those younger guys getting their first World Cup opportunity. One in particular I'm looking at is Kutli Arendse. He hasn't been in a World Cup scenario before and now has got the opportunity to possibly score the try that helps win them the game. Getting ready to support the Boks at a local pub. You're looking sharp, Hamish. Do your best. My score prediction is by 10 points, says J9 there. And also it's do or die final, says Michael. And also we have got there, will it be a Hamishian Impossible, I think that is, for the AB, says Joseph. Well, it's interesting. They come in as favourites for this matchup, but I honestly feel like you could say that both of these sides are split 50-50, and not many people would argue, because it's just one of those games that easily has the potential of going either way. I can see either of these sides winning by 1 point, or I can see either of these sides being able to find their momentum and winning it by 10 points. So it makes it so hard to predict, of course. So ladies and gentlemen, do let me know in the chat, which prediction are you going with? Who do you think will win it? Hamish love it. We speak foreign, says Dylan there. And also we have good there, New Zealand will win it on place kicks after extra time, I feel. And tonight, our war pays tribute to rugby, says Nella's Yacht. And the chat as well. I love that these two teams and their fans have huge respect for each other, says Blue Raptor. Yeah, at this stage, I don't think I've seen a bad word said about either side throughout this live stream. And hopefully that is the way it does stay throughout this live stream. At the end of the day, like we mentioned, it's a rivalry built on respect. They've played each other 106 times now, I believe. One moment, we will just sneeze. And we are back, ready to go. And my name is actually Elaine. Win or lose, we all love the rugby. We all win with rugby. And also, all we need is 1 point, Hamish, says Dylan. And they are definitely 50-50. And Colby, for your man tonight, says J9. Well, that's the thing. Cheslin and Colby last match. We're actually going to look at some of the stats that we saw from the last fixture. How many members are we at now? We should have 43k subs by the end of the game. I should have a members goal too. Says Kurt, I believe we're currently sitting at around that 200 member mark. And that is all down to you guys being very generous, having a whole heap of those gifted memberships. I think you've already gifted 15 on this live stream, if I'm not wrong. Boggy should score the first try, says Jack. They're my favourite two teams, says Thomas. And I think that is the case for a lot of people. Now, of course, two Southern Hemisphere sides in this Rugby World Cup final. They wanted to have a Northern versus Southern final, but the All Blacks and the Springboks, they were winning the games when it mattered most. And I think that's why this game is also so hard to call, because both of these sides know how to win, and they both have the potential of winning. But South Africa versus England, we're going to look at this game quickly in terms of the stats, because Cheslin Colby, he just did not have that ball anywhere near as much as we were hoping that he would. He played 80 minutes throughout that game. I believe he made 18 metres from his running. And on attack, in terms of the amount of carries that he had, you have to scroll right down to find the man, unfortunately. That is because of the lack of ball he was getting. He had one carry in the contest and also got a clean break alongside it. And that was actually, I believe, that cross kick that we saw from Andre Pollard. So he has got a little bit of that Marnie Libok attacking flair that we have seen. And we'll draw the man of the match is Sam Wilson. And also good hookers like Derek Ruala and Akafunda Merva. I was robbed because of Umanumbi, says a renegade. And also we have good there. I see you South Africans saying it's raining in your provinces. Hopefully it works out for the box anyway. And I mean, that's the thing. Even if it's raining, I'm sure there'll be plenty of braais taking place during this game, after this game. Hamish hasn't worked out. He's allergic to that suit, says Matt. And also Cheslin for that try, says Dylan. And there as well. And always exciting when the two tight end teams face off, says Aniki. And I actually saw the head-to-head record earlier on in the week. We will be looking through at that, of course, as well in the build-up for this Rugby World Cup, ladies and gentlemen. But I will mention, if you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is less than 90 minutes until the start of this contest between the two juggernauts. One of these sides will be walking away with their 4th ever Rugby World Cup victory in a final. It's going to be a good one. That is for sure. It's just very, very tricky to be able to predict what way this result is going to be going. Springbok go. And also All Blacks 25 to the Springboks 31. And they should pass to Colby Moore. Says Zayla, I agree. I feel like the Springboks, that game up against England, if they had, let's say, an extra 100 running metres, I feel the score could have been completely different and they would have been under a lot less pressure, because we have seen when they are on attack, they are such a dangerous side, the Springboks. There's a reason they were the most clinical team throughout 2022-2023 season, and that was because they weren't taking those risks, willing to go through the hands in their back line. They've got Jesse Creel at 13, who touched the ball once in their last contest, but he has been in some of the best form we have seen from Jesse Creel. And actually, to bring a guitar, it is sitting off to the side. I'm a man of my word. If South Africa win the World Cup final, I will play their national anthem, hopefully well, on the guitar. Unfortunately for New Zealand, though, their national anthem is a lot harder to play so I haven't been able to learn that one in time. We have got hello from Sabir as well. Welcome in, mate. And also the 5 gifted memberships there from Kerr as well. Thank you very much, mate. Greatly appreciated. Once more, RG Sneyman used to play for Munster. Come on, RG Sneyman. Says Patrick, he did indeed. And the man of the match is Rugby. Says Ronald there. And also we have got South Africa probably have one of the hardest paths to the final. That might not many teams can pull off. Exactly right. When you look at the teams that they've beaten, like they've beaten England, who at one stage were in the top 5. They beat France, who was sitting world number 2 at the start of this Rugby World Cup. They had a tough game up against Ireland, but they are the side that have made their way through to the next stage, the South Africans. So, of course, that is where the last laugh really comes in for them. And thanks, Gary, says Dylan. And also, Kiwi fans, where are your Hamish faces? Says Ian Foster. And there, and of course, you will have the Hamish emojis in the chat if you guys do want to use that. And also, if you do want to help support us, we have got that merchandise that I mentioned. Recently launched that store in time for the Rugby World Cup, including the Chick Chick Band collection. So be sure to check out that second link in the pinned comment and have a look over on there. Is bacon even real today? Says Tutor. That's a great question. I feel like there's a lot of people for this contest here in New Zealand that were sleepless last night, trying to get as many hours as they could, but it was just such a nervous time. They don't know that what we know, says Dylan. And also we have got there, what's the time in New Zealand right now? So we are currently sitting 6:36 a.m. here in New Zealand. So the game will be kicking off at a nice 8 a.m. So not too bad overall. But for you guys in South Africa, it is a 9 p.m. kickoff. We will be doing the match commentary all throughout. And also we have got there, hey, Hamish from Charles, welcome in. And also we've got their merchandise and kilo packages. And also we have got there the passion to win outweighs fatigue, says George. Well, that will be the big question and the big talking point of this contest. At what stage does fatigue really set in? Because I have to say we saw some changes early on in that last game for the South Africans that you wouldn't have expected to see. The likes of even Etzebeth not playing the full 80 minutes or not even playing half the game really. It was very early that we saw RG Sneyman making his way out there. What excuse do the All Blacks have lined up this time against the Springboks? Says Albert. I think that both of these sides, they know that it's either team's contest. And I mean, some Kiwis would say the same thing about South Africa. It's just one of those rivalries that you're always going to get a few bad eggs in any bunch, unfortunately. But overall, I think this rivalry is built on respect. It's built on just the love of rugby and both nations knowing that anytime their two sides step onto the field, it's going to be a show and a half. It's going to be 80 minutes of thrilling, hard-hitting, fast-paced rugby. Either team can win today, says Peter. Exactly right. And also we have got the All Blacks versus All Box, says Ronald. And also 3 p.m. kickoff in New York City, says MTS. And also the Bok. And also hi from Indiana, USA. I'm really looking forward to this match, says Jason. Yeah, it's certainly going to be a pretty awesome one, ladies and gentlemen, as we get closer to the kickoff of this contest. I'm watching from Libya, says Nikki there in the chat as well. And thanks, Sky TV, for putting game live on free TV, says Dan Moore. But yeah, it's one of those games that the whole nation, or two nations, are going to be getting behind their teams. From a neutral perspective, I feel like this is still going to be a very entertaining game to watch for anyone tuning in from whether that's Ireland, France, England, Scotland, Wales, Argentina, Fiji, Samoa, wherever you are in the world. It's going to be an epic one to be able to witness. But looking through at the starting lineup, for anyone who hasn't seen it already, New Zealand, I thought their starting lineup in this match. Ethan de Groot at number 1. He has come back from that early suspension that he did receive throughout the Rugby World Cup competition and has looked strong ever since in the scrums. And that is what he's going to need because he's going head-to-head with Franz Maharba. And I should mention, with the slippery conditions, it means that scrums could be a little bit 50-50 because if there are feet slipping out from underneath players, it will mean that there is a little bit of more instability at the scrum time throughout this final. Cody Taylor at number 2. He's been a very good line-out man when it comes to the All Blacks and also making a lot of tackles throughout this Rugby World Cup competition, actually making 14 from 14 in the game. Up against the Irish, Tyrell Lomax at number 3, looking to bring a lot of presence into that scrum. He has got a little bit of a revenge story, I guess you could say, up against the Springboks. It was Damien Willem's boot that sliced his kneecap open, and he wants to try and make it right, get himself the win here in a World Cup final. Brodie Retallick at number 4. He is the lone change in the starting lineup for the All Blacks. He is coming into the starting side rather than Sam Whitelock, who does find himself coming Off the bench, Scott Barrett at number 5. And then in the loose forward trio, Shannon Frizzell number 6, Sam Cane number 7, and Adi Savia to slot in as the number 8. 3 men who are in some very good form. Frizzell scoring twice in that last contest up against the Argentines. Sam Cane making a lot of tackles throughout this competition. Same with Adi Savia. One moment, we're about to sneeze. We are good. Aaron Smith and Richie Mo'unga. They will be the 9-10 combination for this matchup. A prominent pairing for the All Blacks throughout this Rugby World Cup. Geordie Barrett and Rieko Ioane. Ever since that combination has returned for the All Blacks, the backline has found a lot more stability, a lot more composure. And I feel like that is because of Geordie Barrett. He had a man-of-the-match performance in that last contest and is certainly one to watch throughout. This one going head-to-head with Damien Dialendi. That is a lot of crash ball and a lot of excitement for a World Cup final. Mark Talia out on the left wing after his brilliant performance up against Argentina, getting 100 metres carried, beating 14 defenders. He got the nod ahead of Lester Whainaunuku, who is nowhere to be seen for this Rugby World Cup final. Will Jordan out on the right wing. He has been a prominent try scorer for the All Blacks all throughout the early stages of this Rugby World Cup. He had 3 tries up against Argentina last week. He has equalled the record for the most tries scored throughout a Rugby World Cup campaign, and he still has this game to try and get that little bit more up in the history books. And Beauden Barrett at number 15, a man who has been there and done that. Who can forget that Rugby World Cup 2015 when he scored that breakaway try? The commentators were behind him. Can Barrett create that magic again in St. Denis? But looking through, first of all, at the chat, then we will be looking at the Springboks starting lineup. We've got a bit of a donation from Kerr. A big shout out to Hamish for his massive efforts and commitment. Like and subscribe, says Kerr as well. Thank you very much, mate. You are too generous for your own good. You've already gifted memberships on this live stream. Now you made me almost forget how to speak. But yeah, thank you very much, Kerr. It is greatly appreciated. How long before it starts in South Africa? So it is starting in around 78 minutes. So it's still a little while, but we've got plenty of build-up still planned. Looking through at these two sides, looking through its stats, who have been the main performers for these two sides all throughout the Rugby World Cup. I do see that Mills Miliaina on the commentary. 2011 Rugby World Cup champions. So a lot of these guys who are over there, whether that's John Kerwin, whether that's Mills Miliaina, they've been there, done that in terms of winning a World Cup, and perhaps even some of those players, you know, Richie McCaw, Conrad Smith, those boys are all over in France. They're probably trying to be the steadying factor for the All Blacks camp as they make their way a little bit closer to kickoff. And I from Namibia, can't wait for the kickoff. Going to be the match of all matches, says Helen. And also we've got the what bloody happened France, come on, says Porta Porta, and 2 a.m. kickoff here in Central Java. And the whole rugby world will be watching this epic match. And also I'm so looking forward to this Kerr. Well over personal disappointment. And the South African fans are spamming the poll. Says Luke, I know that there is the advantage at the moment in favour of the Springboks in terms of who will be able to walk away with the victory. Currently sitting with it being about that 65% in favour of the South Africans. But I should mention anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that like button. We're currently sitting on 187. Let's see if we can push that towards 300 as we have got almost 1,000 people watching. Have you got your biltong ready, Hamish? Says Dylan, I have not, no, but I'll probably have to find some if South Africa walk away with the Rugby World Cup win. Can you speak about the ref, says Ronald? I mean, we've mentioned it earlier on, but both of these sides don't seem too confident in this referee, which pretty much means it should be a relatively even game. At the end of the day, we've talked about it on this Rugby World Cup competition, and we have also seen it in action. The referees, yes, they might have a couple big decisions, but that will not shape the game. The handling will. Both of these sides, they have been known to have a few handling errors in the wet conditions, just like most teams. But if they are able to get themselves over the try line multiple times or get themselves plenty of three-pointers, the referee shouldn't even be really a factor in this in this competition. And like your merch hoodie, says J9. So anyone who does want to check out that merch as well, it is the pinned comment in the chat, so be sure to give that one a look. And what a great guy Kerr, says Mikhail, he certainly is. And thanks for bringing this to us in the USA. And I need a Bok win. And just pulling your hair, says Tuta. And also best World Cup ever, says Rudy. Yeah, we haven't had a huge amount of the upsets overall for this Rugby World Cup, to be honest. A lot of the wins from upset teams have been only very marginal in terms of the betting odds. The biggest upset was, of course, Portugal getting themselves their first ever win in this Rugby World Cup over the Fijians. And then alongside that, we saw the Fijians get themselves their first historic win over the Australians for 69 years. So that is a long time. How's Hamish Tisdale? Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing extremely well. And also, as the weather bad says Turbo, it's not great at the moment. There is a bit of rain, but the wind isn't as strong as it was supposed to be. So I honestly feel like at the moment, it's probably not sitting too bad weather-wise for this contest. And as long as the wind stays away, I feel like both of these sides, like I mentioned, they have played in rain throughout this Rugby World Cup. And it's just more of that factor of as soon as that rain starts getting a lot more heavy, that makes it a bit more tricky when they're handling. Colby will get 2 tries. Says Turbo, he didn't even touch the ball twice last week though. So I feel like the Springboks definitely need to add more attack into their game this week. Although I feel like with those rainy conditions, we may see quite a bit more kicking. So Zealand Colby, he will have to chase that ball hard all day long and tell us the story about the Chick Chick Bang brand merch. Says Ian Foster. So pretty much in the game between France and I believe it was Italy, we ended up celebrating a try. Well, not even celebrating. It's just what rolled off the tongue. And it was Chick Chick Bang for Damien Pinot. And then from there, people started saying it more. And it kind of just became a bit of a trend on the channel overall. When are they starting to play? Says Sienna, it's still just over the hour mark. So we've got a bit of time, but we are going to be looking through it. Plenty more stats. Looking through at the lineups multiple times in this build-up. Working out who the key players are and everything along those lines. Speaking of sneezing, I am going to be sneezing again. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. And that is one thing I'm looking forward to for the 2027 Rugby World Cup. Because it is in Australia, it means they will be evening games, which means hay fever will not be a thing for me, as it is only in the early mornings that I do end up getting it. And the All Blacks, the Chick Chick Bang the box tonight, says Ian Foster. And yes, Fuss, box kicking will be crucial for the box success. Lucky for us, the ABs ain't that good under the high ball, says Gamblers Express. It depends on who you aim at, though. I think that Mark Talia will be a real target. And I said it all throughout the earlier stages of the build-up this week. I said if they go with Leicester and Arnuku, they've got that little bit more stability under the high ball. Whereas if they do go with the other option of Mark Talia, that is where the Springboks get that little bit more of an edge. I would say sneezing for good luck. And also we have got there, Hamish, listen to me. South Africa to win by 7. Heed my words. Says Semo, and also my guys, my father is saying that the All Blacks is going to win. And also we have their quick nose beer, says Simon. I don't know whether that would help the hay fever. That would probably make it a lot worse, wouldn't it? And watching from Wellington and Cape Town, South Africa. Quite a crowd here. Most of us box supporters, says Bruce. That's the thing. There's going to be atmospheres all around the world, which is absolutely awesome because whether that's the local pub or sitting on a couch with a few mates watching this game, the rugby world is going to be brought together tonight. And I feel like that is one of the most important and one of the most awesome factors about this final. Like these two sides, we know that they're great teams and we know that they're going to be able to put on a show. But the fact that so many people from all around the world are going to be able to watch this game together and be pretty much one big rugby nation, it's quite awesome when you think about it. Thank you very much, Agent Monkey, for your donation. And there as well. I must say, All Blacks look way more serious and focused during their last training sessions, says Jack. And also the game hasn't started and I blame the ref, says Jonesy there. And also we have got there, my dad isn't watching because he said he is too nervous. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of Kiwis, they are going to be either watching the replay of this contest or watching it live, sitting there with their hands in their heads, or they're, just watching like that. Because in those final moments of Ireland versus New Zealand, I don't know what the heart attack stat was, but it would have been right up there in terms of the New Zealanders. And the same could be said about South Africa and their final moments up against England and their final moments up against France. The fact that they've had 2 wins that they've won by the 1 point, they know how to win when it's a close game. And that is so important in this contest because at the end of the day, if they are able to stop the momentum of the All Blacks early and they are able to find their own running rugby, we will get to see some pretty awesome stuff throughout this contest, I have a feeling. But if they do go with that more prominent kicking game, I think that will kick straight into the hands of the New Zealanders because they will try and run it back at the South Africans. At least they should because if they don't, this scoreline could be a possibility. 35 points to 7. Of course, it was the Rugby World Cup warm-up game between the Springboks and the All Blacks. A massive win for the Boks, a record-setting win for the Springboks there. But the key players and the key stars in that contest, Marnie Libok had an absolutely brilliant game. Kanan Moody had a brilliant game. He's another one who is not going to be playing in this game. Andre Esterhazen. He is a player that unfortunately, throughout the later stages of this Rugby World Cup, they have gone back to experience of Damien Dialendi, and that does mean that we don't get to see Andre Esterhazen and Kanan Moody, a couple young guys. I actually thought Moody might have had a decent shot of getting that spot on the right wing for this match, if I'm being honest, but they did stick with Kutley Arinsa, of course, scoring himself that try in the first game up against Scotland. The other try being scored by Peter Steftotoya, who is still in the starting lineup, but this game here, 76 points to 0 over the Romanians. That was played in extreme rain, not a lot of wind for that contest, and I feel like I'd say the conditions for that one pretty similar to what we will see in this contest between the two in the World Cup final. We have got there in the chat as well, Hamish Bro, emotional night tonight. If the All Blacks win the World Cup, says Michelle, we can actually watch this, but better for the nerves to watch Hamish. Says, cool story, bro. And also, apparently, Fuff is out with split hairs. Says, Obi, the AB's inspiration song is terrible. Says, Ian Foster, Hamish, your prediction for this final. Which team are you supporting? Well, we are going to be calling it straight down the middle. We're going to be neutral for this matchup. And I know a lot of people are going to be probably saying that we won't be able to. But throughout the rest of the live streams, we have been able to do just that. So that is the way. And while we stick in, I hope you're going to concentrate more on the game than talking too much stuff from the chat. Everyone can read it. You get lost on the chat and forget to broadcast the game. So everyone wins, says Jakes. Well, luckily at this stage, we're still 70 minutes till the kickoff of this contest. So if I wasn't reading the chat, there'd be a lot of awkward silences, because at the moment, I can only describe what's happening in the weather. I can tell you what's happening with Israel Dag's hairline. It's looking a lot better than it used to at the moment. We have Kadir, got to go. Sorry, I can't stay. Says Rudy, and let Richie and Carter play. Says Turbin. Of course, they are both going to be in attendance for this matchup. Richie McCoy's been watching on eagerly throughout this Rugby World Cup. Dan Carter actually bringing the World Cup out, I believe, for the last contest, if I'm not wrong, and he will probably end up doing it again. Although you would think for a World Cup final they'd have some, they'd go Brian Habana, wouldn't they? As a option for bringing out that Rugby World Cup. And bless you again. And also we have got there Yester Bok. And also we have there Go Boca and Go the All Blacks. Says Valerie there. And also we have got there Africa, yeah, babe, back to back. And I should mention, this is going to be a massive one, because whoever wins this gets themselves that 4th Rugby World Cup title. And that will be a record that sticks around for a little while. Theoretically, a side out of these two will be able to even that. For the next one, do you use cue cards? Tell us about you. That would be awesome to know. Says Ronald, I do not have cue cards. No, I just try and memorize everything throughout the week and then hope it all sticks in the brain. Similar to what I did for exams. Pretty much just hope that it all sticks in there for when the time comes. It's time for Africa. Says Sabia, poor French team. And an English team out of their depth. How will South Africa go against a good side? Says Stephen, although will South Africa's tactics in this contest be able to make New Zealand not look like a good side? That's the thing. New Zealand in their game up against France, the reason that they struggled was because they tried to play that kicking game with the French. I think South Africa will try and lure New Zealand into that kicking game here, definitely with the weak conditions. Brian Habana, aka Head and Shoulders, says the Marshmallow of Doom. And also we've got their greens from Cape Town, says Kaz. And there as well. But yeah, I think that if South Africa can get their kicking game right in the wet conditions, New Zealand will struggle. But if New Zealand are able to counter that kicking game with a lot of running rugby, this is going to be pretty awesome. We have got there, not much stuck then. This is your current job, says Leslie, although I also work as a builder throughout the week, fun fact. So, yeah, pretty much work and building full time. This isn't actually my job. This is just a hobby that I do have. And yeah, the building pays the bills for myself. This game is for a nation, for a country, our South Africa, for all the marbles. We can do this. God believes in us. And greetings from us out in Finland, says Gerbrand. And I just popping in to say hello for It Gets Crazy. Well done on the last 7 weeks. You've been A1, says Yvonne. And also Go South Africa, says Gloria. And also we have got their New Zealand label favourites. That plays into the box hand, says Roger. And yeah, both of these two sides came into the quarterfinal fixtures as underdogs. In fact, 3 out of the 4 underdogs throughout the Rugby World Cup quarterfinals were able to pull off the victories. The only side to miss out there was Fiji. Any idea what the weather is at the moment? There is rain at this stage. It looked relatively heavy when they showed the ground before, but the wind is nowhere near as strong as they first anticipated. There were actually heavy wind warnings, or moderate wind warnings, but at the moment only 24 kilometres of wind, which isn't actually too bad. I think they'll enjoy that. What fund working towards for today's donations? Says Kerr. It's a great question. Should we say the standing desk? I feel like a standing desk was the next one on the list, I believe, for upgrades of the setup. So yeah, probably that one, I would say. Thank you for streaming, says Alicia. And also we have got there the reason, I reckon them fatties will eat the ball. Interesting. And also we got the South Africa, says Donovan, and Fiji did really well, says Jack Reynolds. They did. They were the biggest underdogs of the weekend, and they just didn't quite get themselves that win over England, 30 points to 26. So England's last 3 games have all been decided by less than the 7 points. Fiji's games all throughout their Rugby World Cup were all decided by less than 7. As well, 1 hour, 5 minutes to throw in love and respect from the Ireland Epic Final, says Starlight Sky. And Go the Box, says Joe. And also, I was up at 6:15 to watch the game, but wasn't on as it started in the papers, or as it stated in the papers and the TV guides. Good morning, Hamish, says Kevin. And a Hurricane Springbok, says Derek. And there as well, but I will look through, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the benches. This was a big talking point for the Springboks all throughout the week, as it is the 7-1 split that they have gone with. Now, Rassie Erasmus, he teased a few changes that the Springboks might be making. Of course, he did make the change of Faf de Klerk and Andre Pollard into the starting lineup. Those were the only 2 changes that we saw for the Boks. But off the bench, that 7-1 split, no Kobus Reinach, who is the leading try scorer for South Africa throughout this Rugby World Cup. No Mani Lebok, who I believe has close to the most assists for the Springboks throughout this Rugby World Cup competition as well. Leaving both of those 2 men out, it will either be the risk that leads to reward, or it will be the risk that could hurt the Springboks later on in this matchup. But other than that, on their bench, Dion Fourie, option a hooker, or maybe even in the loose forward trio for Khaleesi later on in the contest, if they do decide to make that change. Oxner Shea at 17. He will be playing every game of this Rugby World Cup. I am about to sneeze again. One moment, ladies and gents. We are back. We do love a sneeze. Trevor Nakanye back into the starting lineup, back to the bench after missing the last 2 weeks. That was because Vincent Koch had that spot. Jean Klein at number 19 with RG Snyman at 20. So both locking replacements, and more than likely we'll see Eben Etzebeth and Mostert make their way from the field at some point. So that makes me think, from the performance we saw from Mostert in that quarterfinal up against France, he was able to empty his gas tank as quickly and proficiently as he needed to, making a whole heap of tackles, running around all over the park. I believe that the starting lineup of the Springboks will be told, make it as quick and make it as scrappy as you can to try and wear down on this All Black side, so that these men who make their way off the bench can find success with all the space. Kwaka Smith, sensational player, and I think he is probably, out of all the players off the South African bench, he will be the one that the All Blacks will be most cautious of because of his work over the ball, getting the turnovers, also having the try-scoring ability that we have seen throughout 2023. Jasper Visser at number 22. We weren't sure whether or not his World Cup was over after Vermeulen was selected week in, week out for the last few games, but Visser does get that chance at number 22 to show what he can do for the Springboks here. And Villy Leroux to close out the bench for the Springboks. He is the lone back, although Kwaka Smith, of course, from his 7 days, can still have a little bit of that cover for New Zealand. It is Samisoni Taukei'aho, Tamaiti Williams and Nepo Lolala as the starting front row, or the replacement front row. So Nepo Lolala coming in for Fletcher Null, opting to go with that little bit more experience, but giving the big man Tamaiti Williams the chance to go head-to-head with Trevor Nakanye. That is certainly going to be a mouth-watering scrum battle there. Samisoni Taukei'aho getting the nod over Dane Coles. So the All Blacks actually opting to go with less experience there. But the All Blacks and their Rugby World Cup, they are just showing Sam Cane He's made 47 tackles throughout this Rugby World Cup. He's won 5 turnovers. He's also got a tackle success of 94%. He is the man who has been criticised the most out of all of New Zealand's side, alongside Ian Foster. But now both of those men trying to get themselves the Rugby World Cup to take home to pretty much prove a lot of people wrong. And as this Stade de France stadium starts filling up, we tick over to less than 1 hour now, ladies and gentlemen, before the start of this match. Anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to leave a like on this live stream. It is greatly appreciated you all being here for this fixture for New Zealand. The rest of their replacements, Sam Whitelock, the veteran, looking to have his 3rd Rugby World Cup title. And the significance of that is there are not many players ever who will get that opportunity. And now Sam Whitelock as one of the few. Dalton Papali'i at 20, Finlay Christie at number 21. So 2 Blues boys there. But Finlay Christie, not a lot of minutes given to him throughout this Rugby World Cup, mainly because Ian Foster, he said that he backs Finlay Christie's defence, but in the games that it matters and in the moments that it matters, he doesn't put him on the field. So we'll have to see how many minutes he ends up getting for himself. Damien McKenzie at number 22 and Anton Leonard-Brown, the other Chiefs teammate, to close out the All Blacks bench for this match. In the chat, we have got a lot of messages, so I will try my best to read at least some of them. We have got there, morning, brother Hamish, let's go All Blacks. Says Flanders, South Africa 16 to the 11 of New Zealand. So that's one of the lowest scores that I have seen there. And thank you for the Rugby Guru. To the Rugby Guru for recommending the Kiwi lad, says Kaz. And there as well, yeah, we have done quite a bit with Johan in the past. He was actually our first ever YouTube collaboration. And we have got a plan to have him on the podcast in the near future, the Rugby Recap, for anyone who hasn't seen that. Update on the weather, any change? By the looks of it, the rain is still falling. It might not quite be as heavy as it was before, but it does still seem like it is dampening, to say the least. So I would say we're still going to see quite a wet, slippery ball for this match. And Oxlade underrated, says Timon. I think that his impact off the bench has been absolutely sensational throughout this Rugby World Cup. People underestimate how much a prop can do throughout the closing moments of a game to help a side. And I think that game up against England was the perfect example. And what the flip-flop, says Dylan. And there as well, thank you, says Ronald, and the rain will suit the box, says CH. It certainly will. But the less wind probably, I would say, suits the All Blacks a little bit, because we will still see that kicking game from South Africa, of course. They will be putting the ball up and they will be going for those up and unders. But if New Zealand don't have to also compete with the rain to be able to take that ball, I see New Zealand, their best bet here is to go with that running game of rugby. And I think that for South Africa, their key to success will be to incorporate their running game of rugby, but alongside that, still playing the territory game. Jacques, the neighbour, he is enjoying a sandwich. That looks like that's just bread. Has he got any filling in that thing? He's got the coffee and 2 slices of bread. I think there might have been something in it, but it looked very slim for a sandwich pre-match. And do you think it'll be a clean match or fist flying to settle the nerves in the beginning? I think that we'll see a bit of scrappiness. But for me, it's hard to know which New Zealander will be the one who engages. Because, South Africa straight away, Eben Etzebeth, he'll be told he's got to try and fire up the All Blacks early on in this match. So I would say if anyone was going to get into the argy-bargy with Etzebeth, it's probably Shannon Frizzell or maybe Scott Barrett. One of those two might end up doing a bit of push and shove. I haven't updated on the weather, thanks. It is still raining, but the weather is actually, it's changed a little bit. The 90% chance of rain has actually dropped to 10 p.m. now local time, so that will be after the game. Eben will provoke, says Ronald. It's going to be hard to play the running game when the rain is coming down. Avies would have preferred a dry service. All Blacks need to dig deep and front up, says CH. Although their game up against Namibia, they were able to score themselves, I believe it was about 10, maybe even 12 tries throughout that contest, and that was in rainy conditions. So they've shown even in the rain that they have the potential to score. Maybe it won't be as high scoring because of that rain factor, but that is still something that these two sides definitely will be aware of, but they won't let it hold them back from what they're able to do. Marmite Sandwich, says Bruce there. It rains our summer here in New Zealand, and also if we played against England, it would have been in Mbonambi, says Jack. And also we have got there, what is Rassi eating? They didn't show Rassi, but he is hoping to take his side to another Rugby World Cup title. Of course, 2019, what a season for the South Africans, and what a World Cup They lost their opening contest. They came back and won it. Now, this game, both of these sides have lost at least one game, or in fact, just the one game throughout the World Cup group stages. And they lost to Ireland and to France. So two top sides that were actually expected to go far in this competition. But in the games that it mattered, in the quarterfinals, both sides, that's actually the fact that now I think about it, and I haven't mentioned it as of yet. New Zealand were beaten by Ireland. New Zealand were beaten by France in the group stage. South Africa beaten by Ireland. Ireland beaten by New Zealand in the quarterfinals. South Africa beaten by France. South Africa beat France. So both sides got redemption for their opposition in this final, if that makes sense. Like, both sides lost to one of the two teams, and then the other team from the Southern Hemisphere, the other team in this World Cup final said, hang on, no, you're not going to beat our Southern Hemisphere team. You're going to go out of the competition. And now we find ourselves with this rivalry match once again taking place. And also we've got there, what's your opinion on the coached approach? Says Ronald. I mean, I know that both of these two men are sitting as coach of the year contenders. And whoever wins this World Cup will have a massive chance of being able to get that award. Although I have to say, outside of the World Cup, if we didn't consider the winner of this World Cup, the Fijian head coach has done so much for that team. Like, the fact that they were able to win or lose all their games within that 7 points, make it through to the quarterfinals and almost get themselves that win over the English. They did beat England in the Rugby World Cup warm-up games as well, and then beaten the Australians for the first time in 69 years. So yeah, there's certainly been a lot for the Fijians, but a World Cup title next to your name does look very impressive indeed. I don't think the ABs dropped a catch last game. Says Eric, yeah, they didn't have a huge amount of handling errors, although it was played in, of course, the dry conditions. Although with these games being so late in the evening, you do have to, I guess, consider the dew a little bit more. So maybe they have been playing with a slippery ball, maybe not quite as wet as it's going to be for this game. Keith beat the English. Says Crumpus, I think the English beat themselves by only scoring 3 points in the second half, only getting the drop kick. They scored so many points in the first half, took their foot off the gas, and they paid for it. I think that's the best way of describing it. You need more than 3.5 if you want to walk away with a victory. They are just showing New Zealand pulling up. Ian Foster sitting at the front of that bus, ready to go. What's the weather like tonight? It is raining as we currently sit. Relatively heavy, but not as much wind as first anticipated for this match. And Cheslin can catch in the rain, says Dylan there. And yeah, like I said, he touched the ball once in that last contest up against the English. They need to get the ball to Cheslin Colby a lot more often than we saw there if we want to see a real impact made by that man, because we know that he can. And happy birthday, Cheslin Colby. And Colby will be getting his present tonight. And also we've got the South Africa Make Us Proud, says Thundy. And there, and he runs fast, says Dylan. Yep. So the best chance for Cheslin Colby to score in this match, I believe, is either from a line break or maybe even from one of those flat cross kicks that we saw from Andre Pollard in that last contest. It was all but the ball to Vili Leroux. What time is the match? Says Hasina. So it is starting in 52 minutes time. So we are pretty close to the start of this contest. Have they done the haka already? They have not, no. But we are getting slowly closer towards the national anthems, the haka taking place. And then this Rugby World Cup final, it is here. We have covered all 47 games so far on the channel. This game will be no different. Anyone wondering about the game that has taken place in the URC as well? There is Leinster versus the Sharks currently taking place, or it has actually recently finished, my apologies. The end score in that contest, I believe, ended up being 27 points to 13 in favour of the Irish side, Leinster, and Tamahay has set high as well. One moment, we are going to sneeze once more. We should have a sneeze counter on the We are good. Of course, anyone wondering, hey, we didn't hear him sneeze. I do mute just beforehand so that you don't have to listen to me sneezing my head off. And happy birthday, Chizzy. I hope you get 2 tries, buddy, says Joe. And also Charles, and also 50 minutes, says John. So yeah, as the clock gets a little bit closer towards kickoff, the nerves start to set in just that little bit more for both sides supporters. Also from a neutral perspective, I feel like that is also another thing to think about for this game. Like, who is a neutral hoping to win this game? Do let me know. Well, if you're neutral, you probably don't mind who wins, I should actually say. But everyone watching at the moment, if you aren't from New Zealand and you aren't from South Africa, who are you hoping walks away with the victory here? Would you rather see the Springboks go back-to-back and then they have the chance to create history for 2027, winning 3 World Cups in a row? But if the All Blacks manage to win it, that will be their 4th World Cup title. Alongside that, that will also be Sam Whitelock's 3rd by himself. The fact that Sam Whitelock would win 3 by himself, which is more than any player for a very long time will be able to do. And countdown is open. Everyone get your guys' boxes, says Aaron, as a neutral South Africa, and also the Bok. And South African here, let's go Bok, says Patrick. To be honest, the Rugby World Cup was fast. It was, that's the thing. We have 48 games taking place over 8 weeks, and those 8 weeks have been and gone so quickly. It's been a roller coaster throughout these live streams, and I have to say the reason that it's been so awesome to be able to cover these World Cup games is because of you guys being here in the chat. I don't say it enough, even though you guys are probably sick of hearing me say it, but these live streams aren't the same without you all being here. It is greatly appreciated. This World Cup has been one that we will remember for a very long time. We do have plans of covering the next World Cup on the channel as well in 2027, and we will be doing every match that we can up until that stage. I remember about 1,000 and maybe 1,100 days ago, we were sitting here doing the streams, I think it was for Super Rugby, and we said it is only another 1,000 or over 1,000 days till the Rugby World Cup gets started, and now we're here at the World Cup final. Springboks versus All Blacks. They are sitting 1-1 for 2023. The one for the Springboks, the warm-up game of the Rugby World Cup, the record margin. The one for the All Blacks, part of the Rugby Championship. And I mentioned it after their Rugby World Cup warm-up game. I said, how awesome would it be if the decider is going to end up being the World Cup final? And it is. And someone is going to get their 2nd win here of 2023. And there is so much more that is on the line. Are you covering the 7s in the Olympics? We certainly are. And we are also covering all of the 7 series throughout 2023 and 2024 as well. Cannot wait till it starts, says Tamahay. And it is only around that 45 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen. But if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is greatly appreciated you all being here. Like I mentioned, it is a massive game for a massive occasion. And also Krampus nominated for official sneeze keeper. Count relayed is 6, says Franz. But I do thank you very much for your donation there as well, mate. But now, as we get closer to the kickoff, we will look through at a few of the previous stats for both of these two sides. We will start, of course, with the Springboks in their Rugby World Cup quarterfinal game up against the English. Now, for the team stats, we did see 190 metres carried from the Springboks. That is the lowest number of carry metres we have seen from a South African side in an extremely long time. But in those 190 carried metres, they still managed to beat 15 defenders. So that is something that is of significance. The fact that even with not too many of the Rugby World Cup carry metres for that that semi-final, throughout the rest of the competition, the Springboks have shown they can beat defenders. And they did just that in that contest as well. Also making 109 tackles, missing the 14 for the Springboks. I wish you rich for the stream. Your shout KFC, says Nazi Williams. Perhaps we'll have to treat ourselves after the live stream. Although, of course, first of all, we have the post-match review. And then alongside that, we will also be doing the podcast with Tim for the rugby recap before possibly heading to sleep. And what time does it start? It does start in 45 minutes time. So we are getting nice and close to the start of this fixture. Anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are on the road to 43,000 subscribers. So if you do want to help us get there, it is greatly appreciated. You all being here for this contest. And we are currently sitting only the 300 away from that goal. Looking through at the starting lineups once more, New Zealand. It is Ethan de Groot, Cody Taylor, and Tyrell Lomax as their front row that the ABs have gone with. That is the consistent option that they did want to have. Lomax was injured at the start of the Rugby World Cup. Ethan de Groot got himself a suspension, so it took a while before the All Blacks were actually able to use that combination. But now that they've been able to, it does seem like they are a lot more strong, a lot more stable at line-out and scrum time. Cody Taylor, bang, In the middle, Brodie Retallick into the starting lineup to replace Sam Whitelock, who has been taken out of the starting side and instead will end up finding himself coming off the bench. Shannon Frizzell at number 6, although of course cannot forget Scott Barrett to get himself yellow carded near the end of their last fixture, and also ended up with a red card in the last game up against the South Africans. That was in the Rugby World Cup warm-up game. Did end up getting the yellow for repeat infringements, and then also a yellow card that little bit later for that shot on Malcolm Marx. And unfortunately, we don't get to see that head-to-head due to Malcolm Marx having the injury earlier on in the Rugby World Cup competition. Shannon Frizzell sitting on the 6. They are just showing there the tackle success from Evan Etzebeth, 85% throughout this Rugby World Cup. Turnover tries scored, 9 for the Springboks there as well for Etzebeth. Sam Cane, number 7, huge talking point for the All Blacks in this matchup because he is one of those factors that he will either help them win this game or it could be his work in the breakdown. If it's not quite up to par, that could be somewhere that the All Blacks are lacking for this contest. I believe that is why they've gone with Dalton Papali'i off the bench to really have that option of being able to show exactly what they can do later on. And the contest, Ardie Savia, number 8, he is a Player of the Year nominee, and it is understandable why. He's had multiple turnovers throughout this Rugby World Cup. Also gets himself a lot of defenders beat, a lot of clean breaks for the All Blacks. He will be an attacking threat down the wings. And this matchup, Aaron Smith, number 9, and Richie Mo'unga to slot in at number 10. So no changes there for the All Blacks when it comes to their 9-10 combo. Jordie Barrett and Rieko Ioane, the midfield that has worked for the All Blacks in their last few games. It is the one that they're sticking with here. And I'm very curious to see, with all these players leaving New Zealand Rugby, what will this backline look like over the next couple of years under Scott Robinson? Of course, this is Ian Foster's last game. This could be the last game for a few of these other All Blacks, depending on what they decide to do in the future. But for now, it's looking like a good combo. Mark Talia gets himself the starting spot due to his performance in that game up against the Argentines, rather than Lester Whaananuku, who has been consistent throughout this Rugby World Cup competition. Got himself 5 tries in total. Talia, though, starting the competition with a bang, getting the double over France. But they were the only 2 tries the All Blacks got throughout that game. Will Jordan at number 14, and then Beauden Barrett at 15 to close out the All Blacks lineup. Of course, Will Jordan, a fantastic player. He's currently sitting record, or tied for the record, for most tries in a Rugby World Cup competition. This is the game that could push him that little bit further forward. We have got 91 comments in the chat as well, so I will try my best to be able to read as many as I can. We have got the donation from Kerr with the Steak Dinner Side Fund. So do thank you very much, mate. Usually appreciated for that donation once more. Fuss here looking great, says Jimbo. And also the Qatar Cup. And will you be kicking? Will this be kicking or the front game? I honestly feel like South Africa, for a start anyway, they will play a little bit more of that kicking game. That is why Handré Pollard and Faf de Klerk have been added into that starting side. If they have gone with the Faf de Klerk Mane Libok combo that we saw in the Rugby World Cup warm-up game, I think we would have seen a lot more of a running style being incorporated for the Springboks, but in wet conditions with the wind as well, it seems like the perfect opportunity for the South Africans to really test out their game when it comes to the kicking. And from what we saw in that game between New Zealand and France, with New Zealand not being willing to run that ball back, that was actually keeping them inside of their own half, which then of course can lead to penalties for the Springboks, and then Handré Pollard to tap them over, build scoreboard pressure. That is the way I see this match going relatively early on. Just the South Africans slowly building that pressure, and the All Blacks, the ball will be in their court of deciding, do we want to run this or do we want to instead play that kicking game? My stress levels are through the roof, says Justin Nell. And also we have got there in the chat. Tell you what, it's all going very quickly. I think I missed about 50 messages in a row there. I'm still standing better than ever, says Reggie there. And also, you bring your parents on for the stream. That'd be awesome, says Nazi Williams. I do know that they are going to be watching this game, but I probably will end up with them maybe doing a bit of the post-match review as an option. There we go. I'll fix the tie. It's back a little bit central. In fact, that made it worse, but that is your fault. Whoever asked for that tie to be straight. And we have got there, what a question, says Seno. And also, All Blacks better stay back, says House of Easter. Looking through at the Springboks starting lineup, only minimal changes have been made so far. Stephen Kitsoff, Bongi Manambi, and Franz Malaharba will keep themselves in the starting lineup, in that starting front row. Kitsoff, I'll be honest, he's had one of those weird competitions that at moments he's looked untouchable, and at other moments he has looked a little bit out of form. I think for this game, though, up against the All Blacks, he normally does step up. He enjoys going into that breakdown and trying to get those turnovers. He will have to adapt to the way that Wayne Barnes referees, because I think both of these sides will. At the end of the day, English referee, sometimes in the breakdown, they are very quick to give away those penalties. So you have to make sure that you are 100% getting it right, or else you could end up with your side getting penalised rather than getting the penalty yourself. Bongi Omanambi, he had a bit of a rough start to that game up against England when it came to his line-out throws, but he does look like he will be the consistent option for South Africa throughout this Rugby World Cup when it comes to that starting two, due to that injury of Malcolm Marx. Frans Maharba is there at number 3, a solid individual. He will be replaced by Trevor Nakanye, more than likely, I would say either halftime or 45-minute, because the benefit for the bomb squad in South Africa's case is if they are able to hold off on making those subs for as long as physically possible while also keeping that intensity going, that is where they will have the most success, because I honestly feel the Springboks bench will be the much more effective if they time it right. If they bring them on at around that 50, 55 minutes, and then that last 25 is just all out pace on the game. But with the rainy conditions, is that able to take place? The lock-in duo, Eben Etzebeth, another player who was nominated for Player of the Year, and Franco Mostert there at number 5. I'll be honest, Mostert has been very good throughout this Rugby World Cup competition, and I don't see him having any other performance other than a 9 out of 10 or so for this matchup up against the AB. Sia Khaleesi, the captain, at number 6, looking to get himself, for the second time in a row, a chance to lift their Rugby World Cup trophy. Peter Steph-Toy at 7, who did actually start the Rugby World Cup for the Springboks with that first try up against the Scottish. How poetic would it be for him to score the last in this Rugby World Cup final? And Dwayne Vermeulen keeps a spot at number 8. That is rather than Jasper Visser, who will instead find himself coming off the bench as a part of that 7-1 split here for the Springboks. Once again, Faf de Klerk at number 9 and Andre Pollard to slot in as the 10 option. So the two changes made, rather than Kobus Reinach and Mani Libok, they have opted to instead go back to the de Klerk and Pollard experienced duo, which could be absolutely crucial. And I can't say that enough, and I can't, I guess, voice that enough, that these two are the deciding factor. I'll be honest, the forwards will be massive in this game no matter what. But these two men right here, I'll be honest, the World Cup's on their shoulders. If they can get their kicking right, if they can get that running game when it's needed right, the Springboks will be in the box seat, pun intended. But if they cannot, and something's going wrong in that 9-10, what do? Because they haven't got Mani Libok off the bench. They do not have Kobus Reinach. If Faf de Klerk is having an off day, what is the change? Do you put Cheslin Colby to halfback? I know a lot of people have been talking about that as an option if Faf de Klerk is not going well. Damian Willemse, he'd have to go maybe out to the wing, and that would just cause a whole heap of problems. So de Klerk and Pollard, they are honestly the two biggest keys for South Africa in this game. Pollard, he needs the full 80 minutes. That is something he has not been able to do throughout this Rugby World Cup as of yet. And in a World Cup final, that is when he has been asked to do so. They could switch for Limsa to 10 though if they do need that backup option, but it's going to be intriguing. See how it goes. Damien Delendi and Jesse Krill, the midfield combo, them up against Rico Ioane and Geordie Barrett. It's just a dream matchup, and I know it is going to be very entertaining. Indeed, Cheslin Colby out on the left wing for this contest, only touched the ball once in the last fixture, so I am hoping he gets a lot more of the ball here. That cross kick from Andre Pollard did look effective when given the opportunity. And Kutle Aransa out on the right wing. He actually scored the first cross kick try of the Rugby World Cup. That was in the game up against Scotland, kicked by none other than Mani Libok. And then Damian Willemse at number 15 to close out the Springboks backline. He's been consistently strong, and he has got a lot to offer at fullback for this matchup. But now in the chat, tell you what, there's a lot that's happened since I last read it. We have got the new member on the channel, is Albre. Thank you very much for hitting that membership button. It is greatly appreciated. You now have got access to exclusive emojis on the channel, so be sure to check that out. Libok is a hero, says Lucky Demand, and he's not playing in this game. They decided to completely rest him. I feel like that is something later on in the contest could actually end up hurting them a little bit. We got another donation from France, but people now watching stream exceeds the number of households in Waimate. Yep, time better now. Go Hamish, says Franz. And then who will win the World Cup, says Lloyd. I'll be honest, this is a game that when you think about who you have as the winner, you could think about it 20 minutes later, you could look at one name in the starting lineup and all of a sudden you switch your mind. That is how close I believe this game has got the potential of being. Whether it's split by 1 point or one of these sides do fully find their momentum and perhaps someone can win this game by 10. I had a dream the other night that I woke up and I had missed the last 20 minutes of this game. We were doing the live stream for the first 60. I somehow fell asleep on that live stream. In my dream, I woke up, the score was 46-20 in favour of South Africa. Now, that game would have been played in dry conditions, I believe. I don't think we can see that high of a scoring game in the rain and the wind that is around here. But Springboks by 26 points. That is a margin that I haven't seen too many people predicting, and that is a margin that I don't think we'll see many predictions for. There is a reason that it was a dream. I need to go start the fire now. Says Dylan. We have got 35 minutes till this game kicks off, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Hi all at the pub, and it's pump and go the box, says Ronald. That was a prophetic dream. Amo says Sino T, and that's a nightmare, says the imposter in the chat as well. But yeah, I've mentioned a lot about the 7-1 split. This is one of those games that we will either see it work like it did up against New Zealand in the Rugby World Cup warm-up games, or we will see it maybe backfire like it did up against the Irish. This honestly doesn't feel real, says Anelli. And yeah, it is one of those games that a lot of people wanted to see as the World Cup final. And the fact that it now is, it's a tricky one to call, like I've said. Both sides winning 3 World Cups. Someone will have the 4th, and they have got the bragging rights for the next 4 years. Both of these sides right up the top of the world rankings. Whoever wins this will be #1 ranked for at least the next 3 or so months. And the good Hammy still waiting for the clean-shaven Hammy, says Ronald. And yeah, it's still a little way off, I'd say, the clean-shaven, mainly because I look like I'm about 12 when I properly shave. We have to say again, this is going to be brutal. And also, are they going to show us the game? Says Kiana, sadly we are unable to show the match due to licensing, but I will mention, if you guys do want to be able to watch this game, it is free to air on 9 Now. But to be able to watch 9 Now, more than likely, you will need a VPN to set yourself to Australia. So if you do need a VPN, I mean, we've got a link with an affiliate code if you guys want a little bit more of a discount on one. It's not actually like a promo type thing, but it's just, we've got it there, so you might as well. If you do need a link for a VPN, be sure to check out that one that I have just put in the chat, as you will get a whole heap of extra benefits there. You're looking smart and handsome in your suit, says Hannah. Thank you very much, hugely appreciated. Beard keeps your thighs warm, says Kerr there. And also, this will be the best match ever, the Clash of the Titans, says Lucky Demand. Yeah, hopefully it does live up to the expectations that we are expecting to see here. And that is another new member, Ryan. Thank you very much, mate, for hitting that membership button. Greatly appreciated once again. It's in Virgin Media and RTE, like twins, says Padraig. And can we skip the next half hour and get to the game? Seriously excited, says Username. That's the thing. This build-up, we've already been going for 90 minutes. It feels like it's been maybe about 40 minutes max, to be honest. Like, the fact that this game is so close, like, I know there's a lot of nervous people. I am somehow extremely calm at the moment. Now, throughout those final moments of France versus South Africa, I was sweating buckets. Throughout the final moments of Argentina versus New Zealand, Ireland. We have got there, how much is a standing desk and how much is 100 Great British Pounds in New Zealand dollars, says Curse. So Great British Pounds, I believe it's about double as New Zealand dollars. And then how much is standing desk? It depends on how good the desk is. I got 3 monitors, so I probably need a hefty one. So it's probably like 600 or 700 New Zealand dollars for one that won't fall off the back if I end up trying to lift it up. But of course, that is more of the long-term goal that we have got at the moment for the channel. I'm also extremely calm, says Hannah, and this is anxiety-inducing rugby, says Zion. And I will mention, this will be our first Rugby World Cup final that we have called on the channel. And, you know, it's a big moment, but there is something that I do want to say before we get into this World Cup final, because, to be honest, like, the Rugby World Cup 2019 one of the biggest memories as a YouTuber that you have, of course, is who was calling the games when they were taking place. And of course, since then, we have lost one of those YouTubers. Unfortunately, Gareth Mason passed away throughout this cycle of the Rugby World Cup. He was doing his watch-along live stream for the 2019 one. Pure passion is what that man brought to the game, motivating everyone. And yeah, he's gone far too soon. So I wanted to give the shout out to G-Man on this live stream, because at the end of the day, without guys like him who were paving the way for rugby on YouTube, I would not be in the position that I am here, having so many people in the chat, being able to talk along with you guys. So yeah, big shout out to G-Man. I know he'll be watching this game, and he will be well and truly supporting the Bok for this fixture. And thanks, says Lloyd. And also 30 minutes ago, says CNOT. We are closing in on the last 30 minutes of this contest, ladies and gents. And the G-Man says Ian Foster. And also we have got there 58 million tears. Mate, favourite salty meal. Says, oh, that would be a lot of sodium if that was the case. And no New Zealanders sporting countries, however, got only good at rugby, says Trajan. And also we have got there, I'm getting chills right now, says Julia. And also WG Man. And there says Alzani. And also we have got there, hi, how are you? Says, so I'm doing well. I'm not nervous at all, which feels weird because I should be, because there's a Rugby World Cup final just around the corner. But like I mentioned, I am going to be impartial down the middle for this contest. We're going to try our absolute best to be able to put into words what is happening throughout this game, which can always be a challenge, because when you get into those entertaining and exciting little moments, got another donation from Kerr there as well, and Boot, a long-term goal, standing desk fund, says Kerr. So thank you very much, Kerr. Hugely appreciate it once more for the standing desk fund, of course. And New Zealand is down and South Africa is up. Says Marion, hi, I'm so ready for this game. And also we have got there, let's pray together, South Africa. And these players are going to collide so hard, they're going to fuse, says Gaz. Well, that's the thing. These two sides have had fatiguing World Cups. Now, I want to say straight away, I believe, and I don't think anyone would disagree, South Africa have had the more tough route to this Rugby World Cup final. In terms of the battles that they have had out there on the field, we will look at the start of their Rugby World Cup. They had their game up against Scotland, who did miss out on making it to the quarterfinals. They had their game up against Romania. They had a loss to Ireland in what was a physical 80 minutes of rugby. Tonga were pushing them at times, South Africa, mainly because of that Tongan physicality. The All Blacks need to muscle up here. I think that is something that we have learned from the past games of South Africa. But when South Africa are the team muscling up, they are a very, very hard side to beat. Looking at their quarterfinal, it was up against the French. They did manage to win it 29 points to 28. A lot of points being scored early. In fact, 3 tries throughout the first half for the South Africans in that matchup. And then 16 points to 15. The win for South Africa over the English. And that is another game that they had right down to the wire. But Andre Pollard, the cool, calm, collected customer, gets his side over the line for that one. But these are the two head-to-heads of the quarter and semi-finals. So as you can see, New Zealand, we can't underestimate how taxing that game was on the Kiwis, getting the win over Ireland, 28 points to 24, and what would have been a game that, tell you what, it went down to the wire, 30-plus phases, but it showed New Zealand's discipline can be there when they need it to be. Sometimes they let it throw away a little bit earlier on in the game as they are being a bit reckless, but that was some of the best defending we have seen from the All Blacks, probably, I would say, in this Rugby World Cup cycle, if not even a little bit before. 30-plus phases to then get that turnover at the end for Sam Whitelock. Their game of the semi-final, though, it was one-sided. 44 points to 6. They wouldn't have had anywhere near as much fatigue from that contest as we saw in those two games for South Africa. And that is why I feel New Zealand going into this game could be the fresher side. And that is maybe why South Africa have opted for that 7-1 split off the bench with a chance of being able... Okay, I thought that was another 100 from Kerr, but that is the same one from earlier on. I just about had a heart attack. We have got their warning. Susie being sighted near the kitchen. Who is Susie? Mean-as, I do not know a Susie that I can think of. And also we have got there, they are not going to win. Says good. And also Susie... not taking the Stein, says Mimity. Who is Susie? And also we have got there in the chat. Oh, that was not supposed to pop up on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We have got there South Africa says second the Lord. And Butterflies, guys, and the people of South Africa So loving and wonderful, friendly people, says Pepperstone. And like I've mentioned, the build-up so far throughout this live stream has been absolutely incredible because I haven't really seen too much trash talk. At the end of the day, we've got two sides that utterly just with the utmost respect towards each other, and yeah, it's just absolutely awesome. So far we are at 220, I think 20 memberships. The game hasn't started yet, says Kerr. So your bank account, your accountant's not going to be happy with you, Kerr, by the end of this live stream, by the sounds of it. We have got there, who is Susie? Yes, who is she? And also we have got there, will I be able to watch the game live here, says Susie Daddy. Sadly, due to licensing, if we show any match footage or audio, we do get taken straight off YouTube. But I will mention your best bet to be able to watch this game would be if you are in Australia, you've got 9 now. If you need a VPN to be able to access that, and I will mention this VPN that I've got here has actually got a free trial, so you can actually cancel after a certain amount of time. You can't trash talk either of these teams. Yeah, I feel like there's too much mutual respect, and there's too much of a knowledge of either of these sides can walk away with that victory throughout this matchup. But I should mention, if you guys also want a way of being able to watch these games, maybe in the future, or at least the highlights, behind the scenes action from France, whole heap of information on the ABs, be sure to check out NZR Plus as well. We'll put the link in the chat for that as well. There we go. Be sure to check out NZR Plus. It is a brilliant app. I've recently started watching those full match replays. I've actually got, I believe, the last 5 or so matches between the All Blacks and New Zealand from before 2023. It gets you hyped up. That is, I think, why I am so excited for this game, because I've been watching those ones all throughout the build-up of the match. Malcolm Marks will be highly missed in this final, says Misha. Yeah, he's a player that they certainly would have loved to have in this contest, Malcolm Marks, but with the fact that he is away from this fixture, you know, it opens the door a little bit more for someone else to be able to really step up, I guess is the best way of describing it. I'll crack an egg on my head if we win this World Cup, says Electric Gaming. Can't wait for tomorrow. I meant, so shut up, or so suit up. Sorry, it was from Lloyd. And I should mention the URC. We are going to be covering that tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, between Ulster and the Bulls. So if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are only now 23 minutes away from kickoff, ladies and gentlemen, for this contest of the Rugby World Cup final. Obviously, I'm still tuning into KiwiLab, but if you want to watch live, check SABC live stream page. Yeah, that is another option. If you are in South Africa, it should have the full match there. But yeah, if you do not have that as an option and you do need to set yourself somewhere else in the world for a VPN or the 9Now. 9Now's how I was going to watch this game if it wasn't on Sky, mainly because it is free and you can actually watch the full match. No worries whatsoever. As a Bok fan, we are okay. But if we lose to the All Blacks, heroes of rugby lie on both sides of the coin. And Hamish, how was your cricket? It went pretty well. My body is hurting big time. Like, I'm not going to be able to really walk smoothly tomorrow from the amount of running that I did. But we did film the whole match on a GoPro. So, yeah, you guys will get to see it at some stage in the future. And Hamish, remember, if the Bok win, you have to wear a Bok jersey while playing guitar and singing for us, says Jack. I mean, I don't have a Bok kit, but I do have the guitar next to me. So if South Africa do end up getting themselves to win, I will more than happily play the South African national anthem on the guitar. I bet to my friend that I would get a mohawk if the ABs lost. And I was like, we're going to watch the game at work, so I want to watch the game here with my colleagues, says Your Face Deleted. Whereabouts in the world are you at the moment, Your Face Deleted? Do let me know, and I will tell you your best option. The World Rugby website is a great way of being able to watch these games, or at least being able to see where you can watch it. And no okay for the box. Says Renegade and New Zealand win. Says Mr. Lav. They are just showing the Springboks 2019 World Cup win. Now, that game wasn't very close. It started off close, but the second half, the Boks showed their class, and they showed exactly what they are able to do when they start running that ball hard. The Black War Machine says, "Mean has there. What time is it in New Zealand?" Says Hannah. It is currently 7:40 a.m. So we have been live on this channel for around an hour and 40 minutes, and I have to say, it is greatly appreciated you all being here for the build-up of this match. I wanted to make sure I gave plenty of time for us to be able to talk about the game, mainly because during this live stream, the chat may get pretty hectic and I might not quite be able to read all the messages that are coming through. Today, mate, we appreciate the channel, says Pippa. And it's Pippa, sorry, I should say. I watched 20 games with these two teams, always very good. Remember the fear we have for John Olomu, says Chantal in there. But yeah, if you guys do want a way of being able to watch a few of the replays of these contests. Be sure to check out NZR Plus. They have got the highlights of this game that will be going up on there. The behind the scenes, they've had interviews with Richie McCaw, Springbok greats on there as well. Whole heap of epic content over there, so be sure to check that out. Gifted 5 from Kerr. Thank you very much, mate. Greatly appreciate it once again. That is now 25 from this live stream that you have been gifted. Let's see your guitar says Havoc. It is to the side. It's actually yellow, so it will end up going see-through on the green screen, but it is here. It's really out of tune, though. I should have tuned it before the World Cup final, but yeah, hopefully we don't have to use it, eh? No, we might have to. At the end of the day, this is a 50-50 split. The weather is showers, ladies and gentlemen, now. 14 degrees Celsius, 30 kilometers of wind. So that wind is not as strong as it was first anticipated. And the rain, it is only showery, which means maybe we do see a little bit more of a running game of rugby. But the Springboks currently warming up. The same with the All Blacks. Says here is looking nice. Says Dylan there. And good luck, Hamish. I'm rooting for the All Blacks. Says Philip, and I'm a nervous wreck. I don't think that I'm going to survive for the 80 minutes, says Justin. And tonight is South Africa's night, says Faith. And there as well, do the haka when the ABs win, says William, but we are just seeing there Brian Habana putting that World Cup in the cabinet, getting ready to go for this epic match. He was taking it, tell you what, he's taking it down an escalator. That is a risk. Take one of those. Those things are dodgy. If you get your foot caught in it, you're in trouble. We have got there going to be a slippery, messy game, says Zion. There is a chance of that, but there is also a chance that we see one of the best games of this Rugby World Cup thus far. If the Boks win, we need to get you a green and gold tie, Hamish. And also we have got there Springbok strategy. It's like starting a fight, but from a lying on the ground approach with all these kick in position, hoping All Blacks walk blindly into it. Okay, so you're saying the Springboks are pulling guard, if you're using MMA terminology. They're lying on the ground. They're great with their jiu-jitsu. And they are waiting for the All Blacks to jump in so that they can arm bar them and break their arms straight off. Maybe. Was that the analogy? I might have got that completely wrong, but that's how I read it. Anyway. We have got the All Blacks. Will enjoy the rain. These Renegades. So I do ask the question, ladies and gentlemen, now that we are 19 minutes away from the kickoff, do let me know, who do you see scoring the first try in this contest? It is going to be epic. I think it's the best way of describing this matchup when it does take place. These two juggernauts of the rugby world, both having 3 Rugby World Cups under their sleeve. Who will walk away with the 4th? Is it going to be the Springboks, or is it going to be none other than the AB? Stress, says Hensel, and I don't know why. I'm not nervous either. It's weird. I was a wreck before England, says Gavin. And it's not wet. That's a good day in Wellington with light winds. Says Marik, and it's warm and mild in the middle of the UK. So it must be warm in Paris. Says Flesh, and yeah, I think I saw it was about 15 degrees Celsius for this matchup. So, yeah, the weather in terms of the temperature is actually very nice. It's a great evening for rugby. The slight issue is the showers that they have got currently, but they aren't as heavy as they were anticipated as we currently sit, but it will be wet underfoot. Kerr making it rain, says Dylan. He certainly has been on this live stream. We told him about that standing desk, and now I feel like he's accepted it as a challenge to try and complete that for the end of the live stream. Mark Delia says Tuta, and then Damien Dialendi first try, says Eric. Will Jordan will score first. Mark Talia, the first try in the box, says Daniel. And the chat as well. And hi, Hamish and all. I enjoy your virtual All Blacks vs Springboks match early on YouTube. Great result, 24-21 in favour of the ABs. Will this be the actual scoreline? Will Jordan to score first? Says Stephen, I'll be honest, I had a lot of fun playing that Rugby Challenge matchup, and a lot more fun than I remembered Rugby Challenge being. Colby interception first try, and we need to remember the last game that we saw between the All Blacks and the Springboks, there were a couple interception tries. First of which for Kurtley Arendse. Geordie Barrett throwing the no-look pass, and it went straight into Arendse's hands. So maybe that isn't a likeliness in this contest for an interception chance. And hi, in the chat as well, welcome in. And Fuss wig fell off in the warm-up. Says Jimbo, well, I'm sure underneath it he had his luscious locks. And he'll still be fired up, ready to go. Fuff de Klerk. I mentioned about it, and we will look through at the starting lineups for one last time before we get into this match, ladies and gentlemen. But Fuff de Klerk, for me, is actually the make or break for the Springboks. Their 4-pack, we know it's going to be strong. But if Fuff de Klerk's kicking game is off and his running game is not up to par, that could completely change the momentum for the Springboks in this game. But looking through at New Zealand's starting lineup, Ethan de Groot, Cody Taylor and Tyrell Lomax will be the front row. De Groot and Lomax, they've been working very well together for the last 2 weeks now that both have returned from suspension and injury. And Cody Taylor, that consistent factor in the middle for the All Blacks, also making a lot of tackles in the game against Ireland, sitting 14 from 14. The man doesn't miss too many, and that is what he's going to need for this Rugby World Cup final. Brodie Retallick at number 4 with Scott Barrett slotting in as the number 5. Then Shannon Frizzell at 6, Sam Cane number 7, and Ardie Savia there. And number 8, they are just having the toss now. Sam Cane facing off with Sia Khaleesi. Wayne Barnes will be in charge of this game. The toss has been thrown. Sam Cane won the toss. Can he also win the World Cup? But Frizzell, Sam Cane and Savia, tackling machines. Okay, I believe they just mentioned that the All Blacks will be receiving kickoff, I believe. And Dan Carter about to walk out onto the field to open up the World Cup trophy. Who's that with him? Sophie Turner is with him. Is he dating? No, Dan Carter's got a wife, doesn't he? Why is Sophie Turner with him? Is she a rugby fan? Who's she related to? Aaron Smith and Richie Mo'unga, the 9-10 combination. Geordie Barrett and Rieko Ioane in the midfield for the All Blacks. Mark Talia, Will Jordan and Beauden Barrett will be at the back to close out this All Blacks starting lineup here. In the chat, we have got quite a few more messages, so we will try our absolute best to read them all. 15 go, baby. Sup, bro? And there as well. Welcome in. Hope you're doing extremely well, Dan Carter. And also we have got there in the chat, Go the Bok. And I forgot to eat. And cricket viewers, 50k in a YouTube channel today. But Hamish, I have only 2.5k views for the final, says Master. Although, fun fact, Master, last time we did cricket, we had 13 people watching. That's his new wife, says Bottom Mick. And also, when you're rich and Dan Carter, you can do what you want, says Jordan there. But it looks like the light show is just about to start at the Stade de France to build the momentum. And also, we have got there, great channel, mate. Family watching party happening in Texas and Indiana. Go the Bok. We have got a $20 super sticker from Taraki as well. Thank you very much, mate. Greatly appreciated there. 13 minutes to go, baby, says Lloyd. And also Bok, babe. And also we have got there, Go the Bok. And Kia kahi, New Zealand All Blacks, says Doobie. And there we have also got the £10 donation from Kerr. Thank you very much, mate. Greatly appreciated as well from you. You guys are extremely generous on this Rugby World Cup final live stream. But looking through at the Springboks starting lineup, Stephen Kitsoff, Bongi Omanambi and Franz Malherbe slotting in as the number 3, Eben Etzebeth and Franco Mostert. They will be the locking duo. Now, they both have replacements off the bench for the Springboks, seeing as they have gone with that 7-1 split. It means that RG Snyman and Jean Klein can both make their way off the bench later on in the match if they do need it. Sia Khaleesi, the captain at number 6, he lifted the Rugby World Cup in 2019. He'd love to be able to do it 4 years later. Is it destiny for that man to get himself a second World Cup title? Peter Steph-Toy at 7 and Dwayne Vermeulen slotting in as the number 8. So a lot of these names, if you look through at that Springboks starting lineup up against the English in 2019, one thing is for sure, it is extremely similar to what we do see right here. Faf de Klerk at number 9 with Andre Pollard as the starting number 10. Dialendi at 12 with Jesse Krill at number 13. That is a midfield combination that has been very strong for the Springboks throughout 2023. No Lukanyuan for this game. No Kane and Moody, no Estes, and they have gone with that experience and they decided it is the best bet for this Rugby World Cup final. Cheslin Colby out on the left wing. Kutli Aronsa out on the right. And Damien Valimza for his first Rugby World Cup final, but perhaps not his last with the way that that man has been going so far. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of the starting lineup for the South Africans, of course, they had Beast at number 1 in 2019, but they did have Umbanambi and Franz Malherbe. The loose forward trio is identical. The back line, with a couple exceptions of Mapimpi and also Lukanyuam, Vili the Roo off the bench, pretty similar overall. Lutiacha, also another player who we don't see here for the South Africans compared to 2019. It's South Africa, And also we have got there, why is it only 3,000 watching now, says Matthias. I know that a lot of people will be watching from all around the world, depending on whereabouts they are, of course. But at the end of the day, we always say it, no matter how many people we have got watching, we are going to be covering these games live on the channel. So if you are new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is greatly appreciated you all being here for this matchup. And you called Pollard a few weeks ago, Hamish, says Michael. Yeah, I did say that Pollard would get the nod. Although I did still have Marnie Libok as an option off the bench. And I feel like because there's no Marnie Libok here, there is a chance that if it does go wrong in that 9-10 channel for the South Africans, what do they do from there? Do you try and reshuffle? Is it Faf de Klerk who makes way to the side? I should mention, the rain doesn't look like it's too heavy at the moment at the Stade de France. Just a few drops falling, light showers. Is that going to impact the way that this game is played? Countdown, 10 minutes left, says Nelly there in Kia ora, from Kaitaia, or Kaitaia, I should say. And now from, it was Pan, and also, hey Hamish, joining you from the Scottish Highlands. And also, who's the artist in the closing ceremony? It's, where'd it go? It's cringe like bad, 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 says Marisa. I'm not sure of his name, but I know that he's got a few big songs that he has done in the past in South Africa. Or sorry, it's from Roof. He said nobody can do this commentary like Hamish. Superbly brilliant, says Roof. And yeah, that's greatly appreciated, of course, your support all throughout this Rugby World Cup. Roof, anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are on the road to 43,000 subscribers. So if you do want to help us get there, be sure to hit that button. What channel is the bot playing? So it is going to be on SABC if you are in South Africa, or your other options, depending on where you are in the world. There is the option of 9 Now if you're in Australia. If you do need a VPN to be able to access 9 Now, if you set yourself to Australia, you'll be fine. And then also, yeah, hopefully you are able to find a way of watching the game. But if you check out the Rugby World Cup website, you'll be able to see exactly where the options are for you. The kick's crucial in these finals. Says Chantal, exactly right. Both of these sides know how much it means to them to get these kicks over, to manage to nail it in the early stages and create that scoreboard pressure. At the end of the day, the quarterfinals, it was a tough one. But the final, there is that whole different feel when the kicking department comes to play. We saw the Springboks in their game up against Ireland. There was a few more times that we saw them go for the corner. The same with New Zealand in their game up against the Irish. Going aggressive. You're a great commentator. I shall listen, not watch, says Andres. And also we have got the FVBN sponsors. We're making it out of the hood with this one. And also we're there. Guys are running onto the field now, says Chloe. Yeah, they are in the changing sheds, or they are out of the changing sheds, about to make their way out of the tunnel for what is going to be an epic Rugby World Cup final. Sam Cane leading his men. He's a player that a lot of people have criticised throughout this last couple years. Same with Ian Foster, the head coach for the All Blacks. But there is a chance at the end of this 80 minutes that they could be Rugby World Cup winners. But Sia Khaleesi looking calm. He is singing a song all by himself. Bongi Mbonambi normally joins in, but he is too focused to be able to speak at the moment. Mbonambi. Khaleesi, there's an eerie kind of silence about this tunnel. Neither side wanting to make too much noise, and then there's just Sia Khaleesi singing at the front like nothing's happening. Like it's another Saturday for that man, and at the end of the day, he has been there, done that. When it comes to lifting that Rugby World Cup, this is the last 80 minutes of what has been an intense, emotional competition for these two sides. They've both been in battles. This one's going to be a war, though. And the rain might have an impact on the game. That may back the Boks, retain the World Cup, and bring it home, says Desmond. And thanks once again, Hamish Praham from South Africa. And also go the Boks, says Diego. And also we have got there Sam Cane is the hardest working All Black, says Pan. Yeah, he's made a huge amount of turnovers throughout this Rugby World Cup. Just a light rain falling currently, so not as heavy as first anticipated. But there will still be a slippery ball. Will Jordan gets the handshake from Rico Ioane. Both of those men knowing that this is their moment to cement themselves in history. One of these two sides will be walking away with their 4th ever Rugby World Cup. I need a nervous poo, says girl. Well, you better be quick because we're 6 minutes away from kickoff. Sam Cane looking cool, calm and collected. How's it, Hamish? You're going to try and be unbiased today, pal, says Jerry. We have been on every other live stream throughout this Rugby World Cup, and that is exactly what we're going to be doing throughout this game as well. There's going to be plenty of excitement, though. Anytime someone's scoring, I'm going to be absolutely buzzing. That is for sure. And go the Bok. Thanks, Amish, you're the man, says Norm. And also come on the Bok, says Juice. And there as well. But I should mention once again, anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Once again, greatly appreciate you all being here with the New Zealand national anthem. Now is being sung for New Zealand. Their key players is the 4-pack. They have to muscle up with the Springboks, but we've got to remember that electric backline, if they can get the ball out to them, that is where the All Blacks may be able to find their momentum as well. But those forwards, if they aren't worn down by the 7-1 split, the All Blacks will still be in the full 80 minutes. But if it's similar to what we saw in the Rugby World Cup game in Twickenham, when the Springboks bench were able to really cause that impact, you're going to be biased today? No, unbiased today. I'm going to show the game. Says Thiago, sadly due to licensing, any match footage or audio gets us taken straight off YouTube, but we will be doing the play-by-play commentary. And also, we have got a shout out to our South Africans, says IDK. And yeah, we've had a massive amount of South African support throughout these Rugby World Cup games. We are covering the URC as well in the near future. So if you are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're on the road to 43,000 and we are less than 300 away. So if you want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And also, be sure to check out that pinned comment. It is the merchandise of the Kiwi Lads, exclusive stuff that we have brought out for this Rugby World Cup. It is the second link in that pinned comment, including the quote of the World Cup, which was Chick Chick Bang. It's got its own hoodie now. 4 minutes, says Lloyd, and the national anthem has been sung now for New Zealand. The rain looks like it has got a little bit heavier now with that angle that we just saw, so perhaps it could be quite a wet encounter for the early stages of this contest. I can picture Jonah and Just belting out the national anthems alongside their skippers, says Eric. But now the national anthem of South Africa. This is a familiar feeling for this group of individuals, although there are a few in there who have not experienced what it's like to be a part of a World Cup final. But once you get that taste for it, I'm sure that they will want to put 2027 right in their sights. But first, they have to get through this 80 minutes. Rassie Erasmus, he's known as a mastermind. His plans up against England didn't quite go as they did want them to, but can they get the combination right here? Can they get the tactics correct? And can the Springboks make it back-to-back Rugby World Cup titles? There is only one side that has been able to do that in the past, and they are looking across from them when they are doing the haka. It's taken so long to get 9, says Mumu, and also we've got the ref as an All Blacks fan, says Joe. I disagree. I know that both of these sides are not a fan of Wayne Barnes, and that is why both sides will have to adapt early on in this contest. But the fact that people are already blaming the referee before the match has taken place, I hope that they are definitely wrong. Because at the end of the day, like, this is one of those games, I've talked about it all throughout this Rugby World Cup. If you feel like the referee's against you, you got to do something about it. You got to score tries. You got to get yourself points on the board. I need to keep funding aside for merch, says Kerr there. And also we've got there, show the match, says Gorson. Sadly, we are unable to show match footage or audio, but we will be live on the channel doing the play-by-play commentary. The national anthem has just been sung by the Springboks. And we are here now at the Rugby World Cup final, ladies and gentlemen. The haka about to take place, and then the match will commence. Show the match, sucker, says Major. Maybe you should find somewhere to watch it, sucker. Well, we have got their Bok and they're from Lemez. And also we have got their blaming refs. Always shows how scared they are, says Choke the Woke. And also we have got the South Africa got their tricks and we got ours. And we're ready for history. But this haka, it's going to have that extra intensity compared to those that we have seen so far. And also, can I have funding to start a nuclear problem curse, says George. And there, Whitfield, hope not too many injuries, says Chantel. Yeah, the All Blacks, they were actually the side in the Rugby World Cup warm-up game that did suffer the most in terms of the injury department. But Aaron Smith, for the last time, he will be in an All Blacks kit, and you can tell that the occasion, it is going to be one that he will remember for a long time. The All Blacks looking like they are locked in. Sam Whitelock, he has already got himself 2 World Cups up his sleeve. He would be the first player in history to win 3 if the All Blacks go on to win this game. But like I mentioned, South Africa, if they win this contest, they are then in the position of 2027. If they can win that World Cup, that will be 3 in a row. But they cannot look past this matchup. Of course, I'll probably be 60 seconds behind the chat when I synchronize, no spoilers. And also we've got that Aaron going to bash a man with that stick, says George. And as the match starting at 9, it certainly is. We are 2 minutes away from kickoff now, ladies and gentlemen. Eben Etzebeth, he has faced the haka so much throughout his illustrious career. He is not intimidated. He is excited for the challenge that is just around the corner. And box says Charmaine. And it's showtime, says Krampus. And also we have got there George Fund for worrying activities, says Kerr. And also we need to shout Aaron the Chihuahua, or need to shut Aaron the Chihuahua up. Yeah, I think both nines are going to try and be a little bit scrappy in this game. Faf de Klerk, Aaron Smith. But I mentioned how much of a key Faf de Klerk is in this contest for the All Blacks. Or sorry, for the Springboks. If it's kicking strong, we got the super sticker from George there as well. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. That is a very nice bit of machinery down there. And go the bog, but the haka has been done, ladies and gents. And now the reality is setting in. For the first time and the last time in this Rugby World Cup, the All Blacks go face to face with their biggest rivals, the Springboks. This is going to be a game that has a bit of everything: attack, defence, and a whole heap of intensity as the rain still pours at the Stade de France. We are almost ready for the kickoff. We have got the Halloween emojis there from Eben, and also we have got there Let's Go the Box, says Anna, and also we have got there box by 3 in extra time, says Katama. And that is actually something that some people have predicted. They've said that it could go down to the wire. Maybe even extra time could be a factor. Get the dog, says George Meyer. And there is inside joke. And we have got there, bro. We can see, or where can we see the game? So the best bet to be able to watch the game is if you have got a VPN, you will be able to set yourself to Australia. That is your best bet. And then watch it on 9 Now. We all go like this. We all go like that. That is a link for a VPN if you do want to get one. It is pretty much, you can get a free trial, although you will have to, of course, put in the information to then cancel the free trial. But then from there, you'll be able to watch these games completely fine on 9 Now. That is your best option. Springboks by 1, says Dylan there. But they are showing the starting line. It's Retallick, the only change for the All Blacks in their starting side. Whereas for South Africa, they've made the bold call of switching the 9-10 combo to Faf de Klerk and Andre Pollard. And it could be the key battle out there on the field. Like they've said, 105 matches played between these two sides, and for the 106th time, they are about to get back underway. New Zealand will be kicking this one off from right to left. Beauden Barrett just practicing his kickoff to his brother Geordie. We have got 3 Barretts in a World Cup final. What can they do with that lineup? Morning, mate, says Dawson. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing extremely well. But for the Box, this is all about trying to bring that intensity early on in the fixture, because with the 7-1 split, if they can wear down the All Blacks, if they can take them into deep water, that is when they will be struggling in the later stages, whereas we normally see the last 20 minutes. That is when the All Blacks ramp it up. Well, we've got the countdown on the clock. Wayne Barnes, the English referee in charge of this game, ladies and gentlemen, and the Rugby World Cup 2023 final is underway with Beauden Barrett kicking it off to Damien Willemse, who's inside of the 22, boots it into touch with a huge hoof, and that gets it down towards the halfway. We're about to see the first line out, only about 20 seconds into this fixture. And Wayne Barnes, he will be trying his best to keep this game free-flowing, even with the wet conditions. Cody Taylor into the front, taken by Shannon Brazell-Smith. Goes off to Mwanga. Rush defence from the Springboks, but in behind Mark Dallaire. Goes across to Beauden Barrett. Will Jordan gets his first early touch. Goes for the kick in behind, and it is inside of the 22. Willemse calls for the mark, and we'll kick it back down the field. And once again, we find ourselves on the halfway line again here. So I think we're going to see quite a bit of early kicking throughout this contest, trying to feel out the opposition, although in that case it was a good call from Willemse to take that mark, give himself that little bit of extra time. Cody Taylor now throwing the ball, incontestable, but it's taken by the All Blacks. Mostert got a hand to it. Mwanga looping past him behind. Cheslin Colby tries to grubber it forward. In fact, it was Kutli Arinsa, and the All Blacks have to scramble back from the loose ball. Cody Taylor breaks one tackle. Umbanambi trying to get in the breakdown, unable to do so. You are champions. There's Sandra there, going short side. Artie Savia breaking through the tackle attempt of Eben Etzebeth. Does that give him the edge in the Player of the Year nomination? Umbanambi down in back play. That is massive for the Springboks. I hope he's all right, because if he stays, he looks in a really bad way, Umbanambi. But that could mean that Dion Foree has to put in an 80-minute shift here depending on how Umanambi goes, it's a low one. It looks like it's his ankle or something along those lines. Bowden Barrett tackled in the midfield by Damien Dialendi. The All Blacks still in possession, 40 metres out from their own line. Tyrell Lomax now crashes out of Eben Etzebeth. They're going back for the original knock-on, but they have to check Umanambi here. He has hardly moved, but it looks like it's some sort of, it's the knee for Umanambi by the looks of it. And that is not what he will be wanting on Umanambi. What happens? He just gets bent awkwardly by Shannon Brazil in the breakdown to go for the clean out, and that is a hard one on the knee joint. But now, okay, it seems like it is going to be the scrum for the All Blacks here. Okay, time is off. They might actually check this to see if it was illegal from Shannon Brazil. But already, Dion Fourie might be needed in this game. Is Umanambi going to be able to continue? Wayne Barnes wants to go upstairs to see whether or not it was that illegal clean out from Shannon Brazil. And go back, don't disappoint us. And as we go to South Africa forever, Dion Fourie already standing, ready to go. Whaka Smith. If there's ever a player to give you inspirational words, it is that man, because he is an absolute workhorse. His nose faces sideways and he still runs straight. We've got the other block. Says Martin, but they are now going upstairs for the TMO. Did Shannon Brazil just get himself an early yellow card against them, perhaps? And also, here we go. Says choked the woke, so they're checking to see whether or not it is foul play. Now, I do have to mention the crowd overall did not sound like they booed it a huge amount, which means more than likely it might not be as serious as first anticipated. So, Shannon Brazil pulls him sideways. Okay, drops his weight on to the leg. Minimum yellow card here for Shannon Brazil for dropping his weight onto an exposed leg. That is a big call early on, but it's going to be the yellow card for Shannon Brazil. 2 minutes into this game. Massive, massive call. He's dropped his weight onto the leg, they say. And the sport has gone so weak. And also these stops kill the game. And also the Bocky. And also we go, says demeanor there. But Bongi Umanambi is still down. He is going to get strapped up. And it looks like he will be continuing this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. And also go the box, says Maka. What is it? Or what is he to do? Says a Mountie. So yeah, because the commentators I've heard have said that was just the normal clean-up, but Wayne Barnes saying because he dropped his weight sideways is what has caused Umanambi to be in a compromised position. And if Bongi goes off, this game is over, but Andre Pollard will be lining up the first 3 points of this match, ladies and gents, and now the Springboks have got the man advantage for the first 10 minutes of this matchup. And also we're going to go to the box there, Sade, and yeah, Bongi Umanambi, he's going to be completely fine to continue this match by the looks of it. And also the rest starting already. And also South Africa better not get away with anything like that, says Balamutha. And also yellow card penalty kick, says Jeffrey. So the kick for Andre Pollard now to line up the early points for the Springboks and to give them the lead in this Rugby World Cup final. Pollard has just snuck it over. It's hit the post and narrowly stays in. That was fortunate for Pollard. And we've seen those ones hit the post and come out, but that time gets it over. Pollard scares me. He's a match winner. So, okay. Umanambi seems like he is not going to be able to continue. He is going off the field. So now Dion Fourie will be continuing. Stop talking. If I would stop talking, this would be a very quiet live stream. It would be like this. See, it's not quite as fun, is it? And start engraving New Zealand on the cup now, says Joe, although they are going to be playing with 14 men on the field, perhaps for the rest of this contest, depending on what the ruling is for Shannon Brazil's yellow card. But the New Zealanders kick it deep to Dwayne Vermeulen. Although I should mention, Dion Fourie is no slouch when it comes to hooker. I actually, in one of my original predictions, I thought they would start Dion Fourie because of his jackling ability. So, yeah, we'll see how he goes. I feel like this is a big opportunity, but I think he'll be well and truly up for it. Dion Fourie now, Brodie Retallick on the halfway line, tackled by Franz Malhabro, who's got a brilliant tackle percentage throughout this Rugby World Cup. Artie Savia going off, taking contact from Dwayne Vermeulen. Aaron Smith asking for the penalty, does not receive it. Now Lomax. The All Blacks currently losing 1 or 2 metres along the way. Kits off there, trying to join that breakdown. Great bit of work from Ethan de Groot to keep it on the All Blacks side. Now out wide to Mark Talia. Cut him back inwards, tackled by de Klerk. Does need a massive game here. Bowden Barrett, short ball to Ethan de Groot. All Blacks deciding to play more of that running game here. The early stages, Bowden Barrett again goes back to Brody Retallick. Kits off, looks for the turnover. Good low drive from Scott Barrett in the breakdown. Now de Groot tries to bump off Etzebeth, but he gets him down too. Great ball retention from the ABs. I love your Querido Hamish. And then Gobok tackle taken off the ball, says Elsa. And what time is the match at the moment? It is sitting 4 minutes 38 through this Rugby World Cup final. It is kicked high by Aaron Smith. Pollard taken beautifully. And now Geordie Barrett making the tackle on him. Now 40 metres out from the run line here. The Springboks, do they decide to run it or do they go for the kick? It looks like Faf de Klerk will be looking to put this ball high. Hamish, don't do that. I'm watching the game with your commentary. Go the Bok, says Goldberg. And there as well. Now Faf de Klerk putting up his first box kick of the day. Chased hard by Kutle Arensai. He hasn't quite taken it cleanly. It's bounced back for Cody Taylor now. The All Blacks 40 from their line. De Groot sells the dummy run straight at Vermeulen and Malherbe. Now back into the pocket. This time Bowden Barrett will be the one who goes for the up and under. Will Jordan thought about going for it, but he's made a big shot on Damian Balimza. Box back in position. Now a tackle run from Damian Delendi. Missed tackle from Lomax. Now 40 from their line again. The Springboks, a lot of this game being played in the middle stages. Little chipper behind from Andre Pollard. Will Jordan is back to cover. He's tried to throw the offload to Bowden Barrett, who has to clean that ball up. Good clean out from the All Blacks. Geordie Barrett with the sniping run. The Springboks ruthless in the breakdown, but they've lost their footing. So Forey is unable to contest for it. Now Aaron Smith back across to Sam Cane. Kits off. Tackle well. 6 minutes in and still 6 minutes remaining of this Shannon Brazil yellow card, or at least at this stage, we believe it will be a yellow, but there is a chance that it does change to a red card depending on the ruling. I wonder if because Umbanambi has not been able to continue this match will affect the decision that is made by the TMO. Damian Willem's a short side. Now, Peter Steftatoyi was the first try scorer of this Rugby World Cup for the Springboks. Damian Willem's a nice sniping run from him. Good ball retention from both of these sides thus far. Now Pollard, flat pass off to Eben. Etzebeth gets the forearm into the head of Sam Cane. Now Faf de Klerk goes to Pollard. Damian Delendi, space opening up on the outside for Cheslin Colby. In fact, it's going to be Andre Estes, and good tackle from Mark Talia. Defensively going to be tested throughout this game. Now Kits off again. Hits it up. Big Brody Retallick. Unable to get that turnover. Pollard going for the up and under. Moonga's got time. He's got a man running out of the ball. Bounces out for Barrett, who gets the kick away. And 10 metres out from the line. Pollard creating that pressure. And hang on. Wayne Barnes, why has he got a finger in the air? Okay. He was a bit confused, but it is going to now be the line out for the Springboks. This will be the first tester for Dion Forey, but Colby went up for it alongside Moonga. Oh. Okay, they might argue that Cheslin Colby's got a hand to that, and it might be a knock-on against Colby. Yeah, it is. Knock-on from Cheslin Colby, and it will now be the scrum feed for the All Blacks, but Colby staying down with a bit of an injury. Looks like he's probably winded after the landing that he had on Richie Moonga. And also, my brother from another mother, the best commentator in the world, Go the Bok, says Ash there. And also we have got there, James O'Connor said, is this a horse race or a rugby match? Unfortunately, with the tempo of the game that's been played so far, it is more like a horse race. We've got the Melbourne Cup coming early for this World Cup final, and God is with the Boks, whatever they can try. And also we're going to bring the cup home, the All Blacks. And also the Bok medic is a smoke show. Says Rugby, yeah, looks like there's an injury now to Peter Steftatoyi, so that will mean that we do have another stoppage here while the time is off. Does mean that Shannon Brazil patiently has to wait for another 5 minutes before making his way back out onto the field. But I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are only 200 away from the 43,000. So if you do want to help us get there, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, if you want a way of watching the full match replays that are taking place around the world of rugby, they are normally a little bit later that they go up on there, but also highlights of these games, behind the scenes of France and everything along those lines. Be sure to check out NZR Plus. The link is in that. The link is in the chat, I should say. Have just put it in there, so be sure to give that a look if you want the exclusive behind the scenes stuff from the ABs. They've had interviews with Richie McCaw, ex-Springboks as well on there. Some brilliant content over on there, and it's completely free. So if you want a way of watching more rugby, if you want more of that kind of behind the scenes action, be sure to check that out. 924 is the pack weight for the Springboks. For the All Blacks, 906, and they've actually got Geordie Barrett packing on the side of the scrum. They know how crucial this one is to try and win, so that is why they have packed with the 8 rather than the 7 in the absence of Shannon Frizzell. Aaron Smith now to feed this ball in the box, looking for that big push. It's available, though, for Ardie Savia. Ball knocked out of his hands. Aaron Smith able to clean it up to Clerk, being a nuisance at the scrum as he knows best how to. Okay, the ball is available now for the All Blacks. 10 outside of their own goal line here. And it looks like Aaron Smith will be setting up for either a kick or they will be going with the man in the pocket. Looks like Aaron Smith will be the man to go for this kick up high and has done just that, looking for the touchline and does get it into touch. Zealand Colby, considering the quick throw, decides against it in the end. Thought about the option, though, for Zealand Colby. And I'm watching on TV and a phone says Roxy, the Springboks going short there, taking a quick line out. Very nicely done by the Boks and very tactical. Seeing as Dion Forêt, they wanted to relieve some of that pressure. Ardie Savia almost suplexing Damien Deolenda, counter ruck there. Eben Edsmith setting up for a classic maul there from the box. That is something you don't see in general play too often, but a different tactic there. Now the kicker behind the All Blacks, looking to line up this one. Mo'unga takes the mark, tackled hard by Peter Steptotoy after calling for it. And it will now be the kicking option for New Zealand inside of their 22. We've got the hey, says Elizabeth. And is the SABC app working? Says Snake. If it is not, and you do need a way of watching, I know that on 9 Now, it is free to wear, but you do need to set yourself to Australia using a VPN. So if you do want an option for that, be sure to click that link. Nicely taken by Mong. Another big shot from Peter Steptotoy. He's put in 2 massive hits already throughout this Rugby World Cup final. Counter ruck there from the Springboks, not working out for them. Eben Etzebeth makes another tackle on Lomax. Been an intense start for the first 10 minutes. Remove that hit of your, says Hoza, I think it is. And also got the Bok. Bring that cup home and Wong is being targeted. He is. They are going for those kicks to behind. Zealand Colby taking this one now on the halfway line. But a space opening up. He's been slammed to the turf. But cross kick goes straight to Damian Valimza, who went for the kick. But he did end up messing it up there. I believe it is going to be a line out for the Springboks once more. Kieran is a new member on the channel. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated. But Zealand Colby, the cross kick, lined up by Scott Barrett, who dropped him, but it went straight to Damian Valimza out wide. And then, just got that kick away in time. Beauden Barrett, no option but to put that ball into touch. He had very limited space to work with. Andre Este isn't playing. He is not. They have gone with Damien Deolenda as that starting number 12. Nicely taken by Etzebeth. And the rolling maul starts now for the Springboks. They have committed about 8 men to this maul. They will be told to use it once very soon. And now it's starting to march here for the Springboks, but they're almost driven into touch from the ABs. Peter Steptotoy tackled low by Mark Talia. Bringing the intensity so far throughout this first 11 minutes, both sides, although the Bok have looked the more physical throughout this first stage of the final. Franz Malherbe running it at the line again. Stephen Kitsoff now tackled low. Sam Kane looking for the turnover, unable to do so. Andre Pollard, flat run from him. That is something we don't see too often from him. Now sticking it out wide. Damian Valimza finds the pass away to Zealand Colby, who cuts back on the inside. Tackled again by Scott Barrett. And he gets back to his feet 5 metres from the line now to Clerk. Goes off to Franz Malherbe. Faf de Klerk trying to milk that penalty, and he has done just that. And it's against Ethan de Groot in this case. In fact, they might be penalising Cody Taylor instead, rather than de Klerk's antics. And Box have bribed the ref again for the last minute penalty, says Eric J. It'll remain as a yellow card as well as the information we have just been given, which means Shannon Frizzell will be back out onto the field in the next 12 minutes. Or sorry, in the next 12 seconds, I should say. Okay, Sia Khaleesi saying he did it on purpose for Shannon Frizzell. And Wayne Barnes says he fell onto the leg, which is why it is just the yellow card. We have got there go Messi and Inter. And I'll say yes, man. And also we've got there up the Queensland Springboks. Says Vinny. And I should mention at the start of this match, New Zealand came in as favourites. Now South Africa, the $1.70 favourites in this game. They've been going in the early stages. We have got there, you won't win on penalty, South Africa, although this time Andre Pollard is going to be lining up the 3 points once more. He has got a very good kicking accuracy throughout this Rugby World Cup. And that is now going to be sitting at 12 points to nil. Who did what on purpose? Shannon Frizzell taking out Bongi Manambi from the breakdown. But he is now about to make his way back out onto the field. He is rearing to go, Frizzell. And also we have got, and it shouldn't have been a yellow card in the first place, says Stanley. And also, come on, Pollard. And also, yes, he says we are coming, says Tuta. And no more penalties, few. Says it was there from Ruth. And come on, the All Blacks, AB's hanging on, says Jimbo. Yeah, they haven't had a lot of attack throughout the early stages of this contest. It has been all Springboks in terms of territory. But Beauden Barrett kicks it off long again. Down into the 22. Dwayne Vermeulen runs hard. But that is just outside of the 22, so it would be taken back. Inside is the call from Wayne Barnes. So he is able to look for the touchline here. That is a massive blessing for Faf de Klerk, although it doesn't look like he's actually tried to find touch. Instead, kicking it down the middle. Mo'unga targeted again in the up and under. Mark Talia taking it quickly, and they have been allowed to do so here for the ABs. Now Geordie Barrett thought about the kick him behind for the 50-22, but well covered by the Springboks, so instead has to run it from the halfway line. Cody Taylor, quick hands to Richie Mo'unga. Space opening up now. Lomax, the ball on the outside. Faf de Klerk tackling Mark Talia without the ball. Yep, so it is going to be the advantage now, and they're going back for the penalty in favour of the All Blacks. Tackled off the ball. It was Mark Talia. Update the score, says Judo. This is currently the correct score. 6 points to nil after 13 minutes. And let's go, says Jumbo. And also bring it home, boys, says Opala. And also Bongi not substituted, says Jimbo. He did get taken off the field. So now currently it is instead going to be Dion Fourie, who is out there on the park. But the All Blacks, they kick for the corner here. Now, they will be about 22 metres out from the line, but they have decided that they are down by too many to be taken on the 3 points. Yeah, de Klerk, he had Mark Talia brilliantly lined up. The problem was Mark Talia did not end up with that ball. So that is why de Klerk has given away that penalty. But we have got the 5 gifted memberships from Robert as well. Thank you very much, mate. Greatly appreciated. Now, Cody Taylor. Get ready to go for this throw. The All Blacks opting to go to the middle, and Etzebeth unable to claim it. Instead, Barrett gets it. Sam Cane to Cody Taylor. Flat run from Geordie, who's almost broken in half with that challenge. Round the side there, Mark Talia, but it was Peter Steph-Datoy again putting in the big hit. Counter ruck from the Springboks from Malhalba. Does not work out. Retallick now. Round the side of the breakdown. Tackled by Mostert. Now Lomax has to drive Kits off. Trying to get his hands on the ball. Round the side of the breakdown. Penalty advantage in favour of the All Blacks. Sia trying to get in there and keep that ball in the breakdown. Frizzell with the pick and go. Now Smith. This is where the All Blacks are looking to turn this into a try rather than the 3 points, because I believe they will go for the 3 if it is on offer. Once they do have the penalty advantage over quick hands from Mo'unga. Silky skills there from the AB. Scott Barrett cleans the ball up. Still available for the All Blacks after 9 phases. Ethan de Groot charges at the line, tackled by Vermeulen. Smith cross to Frizzell. Peter Steph-Datoy, he's a workhorse in this game so far. Now Barrett goes for the chip in behind. Savia waits for the bounce. It doesn't sit up for him though. And it will go back to Damian Valimza. Back for the penalty for the Springboks. Almost a bit of brilliance from Geordie Barrett, but brilliant positioning from Damian Valimza to stop that chance of the chip and chase. But a different bounce of the ball Could have been a whole different story there. Okay. Ethan de Groot currently down with some sort of injury for the All Blacks. Doesn't look too serious. Just has taken the knee. Okay. Sam Cane. They've got a decision to make. Do they go for the corner once more? Or do you instead go... Okay. Time off. There is a glancing contact to the head, says the TMO. The player is bent at the hips, so there's no foul play. And Ethan de Groot sitting there going, my nose is bleeding, mate. Can we at least have another look? But they will go for goal here, the All Blacks, to get their first points of the second half. Where's Ethan de Groot? Turns that contact that he takes, but Moonga, it was quick hands, little flick pass from him. The Barrett's linking up nicely as well with Richie. Good defense from the Springboks. You can do a block, says Alicia. Okay, the watch is now on, or the time is on, says Wayne Barnes. Please share the link, somebody. Depending on whereabouts you are in the world will depend on your options. If you do need a VPN to be able to watch the games, because it is free to air on 9 Now, so all you got to do is sign up for 9 Now. How can you tell what the players and ref are saying? Because I can hear them. Fun fact. And that kick has gone over, and that will now make the score 3 points to 6 in favour of South Africa. Yeah, I don't just make it up. I can hear Wayne Barnes. Oh, we have got their 7-man, says Jordan. I think Grant Nisbet on commentary's just said he's seen worse than that, penalised for the knock on Ethan de Groot's nose, but now into the 22. Rico Ioane trying to pierce his way through. Peter Steph Toya unable to get the turnover in the breakdown. And both teams getting away with some stuff. No, South Africa just got away with that tackle. Now Aaron Smith, I should say, going to be putting the ball high, not looking for the touchline yet. Will Jordan trying to chase after it once again, taken beautifully. But, Damian Valimza, he was down on his knees. He was asking for the penalty as he was dropping to the ground, and the referee was having none of it. Said, play on. And now, Adi Savia, no clear release. Penalty given by the All Blacks. And Savia is the man who's penalised there. Looks like Pollard, this will be within his kicking distance. 18 minutes into the contest, that would give the Springboks their lead of 6 back. And they will be going for it here. I told you, score climbing for the Black Blood team. And also Damian Valimza is having a great game. Says the rugby, we need a public holiday, please. I hope we win. Says Sasha and Hamish, I think you're going to need a lot to drink today. Yeah, I think the voice is definitely going to be struggling throughout it. And also, whether anybody who doesn't know how to watch the game is not worth explaining it to, says TB. Although, to be fair, some people around the world just don't know their best options. But the Rugby World Cup website does have your best bet in terms of where you can watch these games. Should mention, if you haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button, ladies and gents. We are on the road now to 45,000 subscribers. How's the birthday boy doing? He hasn't been too bad so far. Chislin Colby got a cross kick to Damian Valimza. And then also had a bit of a break as well. Wayne Barnes just making small talk with Sia Khaleesi. He was going, are you glad the rain stopped? But that kick has gone over from Pollard. And that is now making it 9 points to 3 in favour of South Africa. Go Box, South Africa's behind you. I'm watching it for free, says Jade. And also Pollard kicks are shaking today, says Rugby. Yeah, he hasn't been striking them as well as he normally would. But saying that, it is a World Cup final. Of course, the pressure is going to be on that little bit more. But now Bowden Barrett to kick it off long. Mark Talia chasing after this one. Vim Mullen able to line it up again. Tackled by Cody Taylor. That's inside, says Wayne Barnes once more, saying that the ball hasn't exited that 22. So de Klerk is able to kick it into touch on the full. Stood his ground, says Barnes, and that kick does go out. All Blacks saying, was it taken back? The referee says no. Will be the line out from about 35 metres out. Now Cody Taylor, if the line out would like the towel. Ball boy under a bit of pressure there. Possession currently 61% in favour of New Zealand, but it's been the Springboks with the territory advantage 69%. I've got there is a way to watch the game for free in South Africa. And this says a burn nerd. So SABC has got it if you are in South Africa, ladies and gentlemen. Now Cody Taylor to line up this throw. Going to the front, nicely worked by the All Blacks. Ebenetzebeth not running forward now. Aaron Smith goes off to Geordie Barrett. Flat ball to Rico Ioane. It's another tackle made by Peter Steph Toy. Dion Foree looking at Jacko, unable to do so. Now Moonga slinging pass. It bounces up. Will Jordan with the handling error. And it will now be the scrum feed for the Springboks. A rare mistake from Will Jordan. Springboks flying up in defence, trying to shut down that All Blacks backline as quickly as physically possible. They've been able to do just that. And go to the box, says Pamela there. And come on, public holiday. And also we're there, Bocky. I will make a mistake. Can't handle the pressure of the All Blacks. Says Samuel, though it was the All Blacks in that case that did end up with the handling error and the mistake. And also we've got there you go on, Bob, bring it home. And go to the All Blacks. And the chat as well. Now scrum feed for the Springboks. Their first scrum feed of this World Cup final. Colby making Jordan look scared. Says Hanoi. And I mean, experience-wise, we have seen Shislin Colby, of course, be in a final before. Whereas for Will Jordan, he is the leading try scorer in this competition. Show us the screen. Says Aiden, if we show the screen, we would get taken straight off YouTube within about 3 seconds. But your best bet to be able to watch these games, it will be on SABC. If you do need a VPN to set yourself to an Australian location to watch on 9 Now, where it is completely free, all you need to do is sign up for their website. Then here is a link to a VPN if you do want one to be able to use. Dan Bockies says Kush Planet and show us the ball, says Rachel. And also start, stops. And to be fair, it was expected in the rainy conditions that we would have quite a few stoppages. We haven't had too many scrums so far throughout this game. It's been more the penalties that have been added up throughout the early stages. I need to go watch the game, says Elston. So yeah, SABC is one of your best options. Now Faf de Klerk feeding the ball in. Solid scrum from both teams. They've been told to use it. Now de Klerk, oh, did he knock that on? At the back, they say it's gone backwards. Cross kick from Pollard, too much juice on it. And it will now be the line out for the All Blacks from about 40 metres out. And first half's going so fast, it certainly is. But de Klerk, clear knock on. Oh no, they say it's not a knock on because it needs to go forward. So it is instead going to be the line out here for the All Blacks. Peter Steph waiting at the front now. He's ready to jump up for this one when needed. Savia in the middle. Slap to the All Black side. Smith slinging across to Richie Moonga. They have been putting on immense pressure throughout this first 20 minutes. Now Smith goes back to Frizzell. Rushing up early was Peter Steph really walking the line here at the moment, the box. But they want to be able to shut down the All Blacks as soon as possible to make them lose those meters. Dion Foree waiting for that one. Barrett kicks off now. Thought about Jacqueline for it, but doesn't get it now. Moonga with the up and under. Change of tactics for the All Blacks. Geordie Barrett trying to slap that ball back. Bounces out the side. Damien Valimza lined up by Lomax. In fact, it's Taylor who, with the driving tackle, puts them into touch. And now the All Blacks with the line out. 22 metres out from the Springbok line. But just that change of tactic. No one secure under that high ball for South Africa. I believe it was Kutli Arnsa. Looked very nervous under that one. Wasn't able to line it up. And now the All Blacks have got themselves another attacking opportunity 24 minutes into this contest. We have got there, we are talking about this World Cup, says King. We certainly are, and it has been a largely talked about one. A lot of people anticipating a close final. Ebenetzebeth gets the line out still for the Springboks. Beautifully read there. Barrett rolls away from that breakdown, and now South Africa will have the opportunity to clear their lines once more inside of their 22. We have got there, where is the VPN, says Lara. I will put that link again. There you go. So if you get that VPN, you can cancel during the 30-day free trial as well, and then that means you'll be able to watch this game theoretically for free if you watch it on 9 Now. New Zealand getting the ball back, 45 metres out from the line. De Groot runs it straight at Stephen Kitsoff, his opposite number. Smith goes to Moonga. Talia shut down early by Faf de Klerk. Bit of a mistake there. Dion Foree losing his footing, but the referee says play on, and he has got himself the clean turnover. Now Pollard looking for the kick of behind, but Will Jordan is back there to cover. Now going for the kick of his own. Looking for that 50-22. Valimza inside of his 22 will now kick this one for the touchline. Does get it out and once again finds it down towards the halfway line. He's having a great game so far. Novak Djokovic with, I think that's Rita Ora, if I'm not wrong there, watching for this contest. And also we've got that Dion Free off his feet again. Says Leon in there as well. And also the box rugby is boring and slow, says George. And also South is winning now. And also go the box now, line out throw for Cody Taylor. The All Blacks need to make sure that they are clinical at line out time here, as they have been struggling a little bit to be able to find that line out accuracy, mainly because of Evan Etzebeth missed, but it's a knock on from Frans Malherbe. In fact, it's going to be the penalty to New Zealand on the halfway line. Like seriously, a holiday, says Deffy Queen and go the box. And also we've got there, this game is making me very nervous. And we got 9. Certainly do, but 26 minutes through this first half now. Hey, cutie, missed you for the last game, says Rin there. Curling a little bit for the ABs. Of course, we are wearing the suit once again, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the last time we wear the suit for quite some time on the channel. We are covering the URC tomorrow between Ulster and the Bulls. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We're on the road to 44,000 subscribers. If you do want to help us get there, it is greatly appreciated. All the support you guys have been showing. Cody Taylor now to line up this kick. To line up this line out, I should say. Going over the top, wonky from the All Blacks. And because of it, Damien de Allende goes back across to Jesse Creel, trying to find a gap, and Sam Cane smacks him around the chest. Now the clerk off to Dwayne Vermeulen, but the line out time so far for New Zealand has been the talking point, just not quite as accurate as it normally would be, but that is because of the steals that we see from the Springboks. They are one of the best at getting those line-out turnovers. Is it still raining in the game? I believe it's actually stopped at the moment. The advantage is over from the knock-on. Will Jordan takes it now, going across to Bowden Barrett. He wants to relive that 2015 final where the commentators were shouting, "Go Bowden." Mark Delia now hitting it up 45 metres from their own line here. Lomax crashing into Evan Etzebeth, one of the players who were nominated for Player of the Year alongside Savia, who is also playing in this game. Lots of handling here, says Balamuth, although it was to be expected in this contest. Pollard waiting, has taken it well. Great two-man tackle from Will Jordan and Bowden Barrett. The All Blacks, they did end up just losing their feet in the last moment. Now Mostert crashes it forward, knocks the ball on. Wayne Barnes sees it, and now the All Blacks from 25 metres out from the line, they are going to have another option for the scrum feed. But Mostert, he's been brilliant throughout this Rugby World Cup, but just a loose carry there. What happens if the game is a tie? Then it would go to golden point time. Similar to what we saw the last time that these two sides went head-to-head in 1995. That is how long it's been since a World Cup final between these two sides. And now the All Blacks, it looks like there might be a bit of an injury here for Jesse Creel, but we've seen 4 handling errors so far from the Springboks. All foul play from New Zealand, 7. So they are checking for that one that I mentioned about Sam Cane hitting him on the chest. They want to go upstairs to see whether or not Sam Cane hitting that little bit higher. If it is going to be the case, it will be a penalty to the Springboks, and that one will be cancelled out once again for the All Blacks on attack. I did mention I thought it was that little bit high. I want to show the game because we will get taken down straight away off YouTube. That's on the head of Jesse Creel. And it's going to be a yellow card for Sam Cane. The All Blacks discipline is going to be letting him down once more. Number 7, 2 of the loose forwards for the ABs. This is a trend that they haven't been able to break up against the Springboks. The All Blacks losing another player. Now has to walk over to the referees. Barnes finally saw one. And also leave a public holiday. I hope they drop the fuel price in South Africa. We need that more. And also we need to try to get this game going and Brian go the block. And there as well. So that one will be under review, but there is a chance that that could be upgraded to a red card. And if that is the case, then Sam Cane will be missing for the rest of this contest. They are saying maybe because Jesse Creel is dropping, it will stay as a yellow card, but we will have to wait and see. But Sam Cane, I mentioned how he was going to be the make or break for the All Blacks. Didn't Brazil get hit in the head? How come they didn't get yellow carded, says Fronique? Although Ethan de Groot got hit in the nose, but it wasn't given as a penalty for that one. But that is, yeah, they said that it was because he was arching at the hip was the reason that it wasn't a yellow, or yeah, it wasn't a yellow card. Now Pollard, that is another time where the All Blacks, they've now created pressure just to leave it and then have it completely dampen away. Are there 2 All Blacks off? There is now only one. That is Sam Cane. We saw Shannon Frizzell a little bit earlier on get taken off the field. We've got there, if the All Blacks go down and man down, it's game over. And also we have got there, you got a comment on the Fury fights there, Snake? We are not. We'll probably end up watching it though, see how it goes. The Onfori now lining up this one. Retallick steals clean as a whistle as well for the All Blacks. Mark Talia decides to run straight at Pollard, who has taken a knee to the head, but it looks like he's going to get back up to his feet, although he might have just busted his eyebrow open, Andre Pollard. Now Aaron Smith passes back across to Brodie Retallick. Geordie Barrett goes to Bowden, who puts the kick in behind, looking for the 50-22, although he might have got a bit too much juice on that one for Bowden. And it does just roll dead. Another mistake from the All Blacks. They'll go right back to where it was kicked from. And also just started. Says and also we have got there, what's the VPN address? Says Adrian. So if you do need a VPN, be sure to check out this one. We have got an affiliate link, so it just makes sense to put it in there. I wouldn't say Wayne Barnes is looking for a reason to penalise the ABs, but I agree he is missing a lot of South African infringements, says Kerr there. And also go, boys, go show a Kiwi what a bot can do, says Warren. And then now we can win with 14 players. That was half a chance for the All Blacks. And then from there, they made the mistake of kicking that ball dead from Bowden Barrett, just getting a little bit too much juice on that. But so far throughout this first half, it has certainly been the Springboks game. The All Blacks down a man. They have to try and fight back from the little bit of a deficit. No ref blaming, says Tuxter and Pollard. You're a lifesaver legend. When's halftime? Still 10 minutes away from the halftime whistle in this match. And also we have got there, refresh the scoreboard, you full, says Aditya. Bit aggressive, wasn't it? And also, when is the halftime break? Says hello. Yeah, 10 minutes away now. Faf de Klerk looping back to Pollard. Numbers on the outside here for the Springboks. Here comes Zealand Colby. Puts the grubber in mind for Aronsa, who does kick it dead. And now the All Blacks will have themselves the scrum fee. We have got there shooter outs the thirst. And also got the Bok. And also we have got there South Africa Gun Bok. Winners for life. And also, when De Groots get hit in the head, it's not even a penalty, says JM. Yeah. Now 5 metres out from the line. The score is a 9-3. It certainly is. Please add 15 points on the South African side. Help my heart a bit, please, says James. This is an important line out here for New Zealand to win. Looks like Retallick. Do they go to the front? It's a 3-man line out, so they kind of have to. In fact, they're going to go to the middle. One of the jumpers has fallen over for South Africa, so that will certainly not help with their chance of being able to contest for that one. Savia crashes up to 10 metres out from the line. And Sikamin now Moong deep inside of his own 22. Good clearing kick. Kurtley Aronsa takes it quickly. Now Damian Valenza with the drop kick. He's got plenty of distance on it, but it is not going to make it to the line. Now Bowden Barrett will kick this one into touch. No, in fact, he hasn't found it. Now Valimza, the crowd were edging him on to try and have another crack. Zealand Colby this time, going for the kick behind, playing the territory game, although the ball does sit up. But Will Jordan, he smashed from Peter Steph de Toy. Was there a swinging arm in that one? Now Aaron Smith back across, Kolisi up extremely quick on Artie Savia, but the box able to shut down the ABs once more. Now Lomax going forward. If the Springboks got the turnover, they certainly do. And they win the penalty. Khaleesi fired up there. It also seems like we're going to witness fights between New Zealand and South Africa players at the Cricket World Cup too, says Aditya. And also we've got there go the box, says Coco, and also free flow and old school rugby the best. When regard to any of these hits, it's penalties, let alone cards and Simbins, says Brett. Decision. I believe they'll go for the 3 here. Or do they? Yes, they do. They will take on the posts for this one. And also New Zealand look bad. And my anxiety can't take this. And I cannot understand this word. Or a word this man is saying. And 2 yellow cards and still no tries. All Blacks got this, says Pan. The yellow card is upgraded to a red card. Sam Cane will not return for the rest of this Rugby World Cup final, ladies and gentlemen. So that means the All Blacks now, they have to play against a 15-man Springbok with a 14-man All Blacks. Ardie Savea was surprised, but that is now going to be a massive dampener for the All Blacks. Sam Cane is gutted. He was a man who needed a massive game here, and he has just blown his load on the sideline. That sounds dodgy. And also winners. Oh, we have got there that game. Says Lord Inquisitor and South Africa is losing. They aren't at the moment. They are up by 9, they are about to be up by 9, and they have got a man advantage now for the rest of this contest. Not looking good for New Zealand. And also we have got their time for the Bockies to go full destruction mode. And also we have got their game over, says Krampus. Now Pollard to line up this kick. The crowd are not happy about the decision, but Sam Cane took that risk by tackling so high. We have got a new channel member as well. Thank you very much for becoming a member, mate. Springbok, you got this. Red card, game over. Now this is rigged. Says Tutu, and also we have got there the bomb squad. Says Ray and New Zealand get ripped off. And also we have got there Bokyao Lekading. Says Fatima. And there as well. And not even 30 minutes in, Barnes has already destroyed this contest, says Ryan. Although Sam Cane, he knew going into that challenge that he needed to duck more. Unfortunately, going into a challenge, head in the air. Oh, bit of a rough kick from Faf de Klerk, but it's actually made some decent meters. Is this the motivating factor that New Zealand need to get them fired up enough to go on and win this game? That is the big question. But who do they replace? Do they want to bring on an extra forward? No, man, that's not a red card. And also we get this over ABs in their cards. Says Paul Henry. So just like the Rugby World Cup warm-up game, the All Blacks have had 1 yellow, 1 red. Our line out. Cody Taylor, 35 metres out from the line now. There's a chance. Carl Dixon still chatting to Cody Taylor there. Thrown in. Taken nicely by Brodie Retallick. Now the rolling maul starts for the All Blacks. This is actually the first time we've seen them attempt that throughout this match. Evan Etzebeth asked the question of whether or not he is allowed to go for the ball. Wayne Barnes just ignoring him by the looks of it. He just wasn't going to tell him. Now Geordie Barrett. Ball off to Mark Talia. Tackled by Sia Khaleesi. Now to the right-hand side. Shannon Frizzell charges at Andre Pollard. He is not happy. He sends more men out to the right-hand side. Savea driving his legs. But it's tackled once more by Peter Steph-Totoy, who at the moment I feel is a man-of-the-match contender for what he's been able to do throughout the first 35 minutes of this game. Now Richie Mo'unga offloading to Rico Ioane. 2-man tackle from Mostert and Kitsoff. Smith goes back across to Scott Barrett. Tackled by Van Meulen. The All Blacks, they do have to try and break through. Shannon Frizzell. Great tackle in by Dion Fourie. Now to the left-hand side, Mo'unga rush defence from de Klerk. Shuts down the back line of the All Blacks. Smith back across to Scott Barrett. 10 phases back-to-back at the moment for the All Blacks as they start to build phases. Lomax for the ABs. We are yet to see a try in this contest. Mark Talia finds the offload to Smith, and they are 10 metres from the try line now. Bowden Barrett, that's straight into Etzebeth in an offside position. That could be dangerous for the Springboks, as there was about a 4-on-1 overlap there. But Mark Talia's sniping run. 10 metres from the line again. Savea finds his offload. Bowden Barrett. Lobby pass out to Rico Ioane, who's been put into touch. And they'll go back for the original penalty. How cynical will they determine this offside from Eben Etzebeth to be? I think it was just unlucky that he was running back at the wrong time. But they might look at that in the same way they look at a deliberate knockdown and say if he wasn't there, the All Blacks had about a 4-on-1. Wayne Barnes says it's your fault because you tried to go to the right where Eben Etzebeth was retreating. That's a big call. South Africa will be world champions. The All Blacks will be going for the 3 points here now, though. And your commentary is good. But Bowden Barrett, Etzebeth, it was Valimza versus 3 All Blacks. But just remains as the penalty. We have got there, what's the score? It says Leon Fish. Currently it is sitting 3 points to 12. And also, what's wrong with this ref? How long do you play the penalty? Says Albert, although to be fair, it was the penalty advantage from only a few metres out from the Springboks line. So the All Blacks didn't actually make that many meters in there, so only a couple phases were put together. I love your commentary. Keep it up. We love you from South Africa. And also we've got there Peter Stiftatoy. Well, yeah, he's had a very good game so far. Peter Stiftatoy Moonga. This will be an easy 3 points to be able to line up. Kutli Wada tackle. Yeah, making a brilliant one-on-one tackle up against Rito Ioane. Needed to be made. And blown his load, says hello. And also we've got there at least a yellow against South Africa. And also we've got there, that's where the space was. It wasn't a tax favour, says Tuta. And that one has gone over now. And that now makes the score 6 points to 12. Dan Carter looking nervous at the moment. I don't think he wanted to be on screen there. Oh, yeah, I've got there. Please send us Livestream Live. Says Comfort. So your best way of being able to find the game. I mean, 9 now I know is showing it for free in Australia. So if you need a VPN to be able to set yourself to Australia, there is the link that you will be able to use. We have got there. We're taking this one Bok every day. Now kick downfield once more. Go the Bok. And also gain Bok. That is a big boot. And Valimza decides against the quick throw. No matter where you are in the world, the Bok are our hope. I should mention also anyone who wants to see the behind the scenes kind of stuff from this Rugby World Cup. There is plenty of it. Interviews, everything along those lines. Highlights of games. Be sure to check out NZR Plus. I saw someone was mentioning about, is there a free way of watching? They don't have the full match, but they will have the highlights. They will have a whole heap of stuff all about France. So be sure to check that out as well. But Dion Forey now thrown in. Retallick steals it for the All Blacks again at line-out time. Will Jordan hardly had the ball throughout this half. Big shot from Peter Stiftatoy on Geordie Barrett. Gets the knock on. And now the All Blacks again. The ball is out. Pollard slinging pass out to Damien Dealindi. Goes for the chip in behind. The advantage is over because the ball was kicked away and the mark is taken from Beauden Barrett inside of the 22. No cards for the Bockies. And when the holiday guys go South Africa, Monday is a holiday. And also we have there go the box, says Abdul, and also go the box, says Haroon. And there as well, but massive shot from Peter Stiftatoy. And I think he is the player at the moment who is absolutely dominating throughout the early stages of this match. You wonder whether or not the 6 or the 7-1 split, will they even need to replace 2 players? I guess Kwaka Smith might go to 6, in fact. And also we have got there New Zealand. We'll get the game next half, says Vanessa. And please say my name, says Wakivi. Hopefully I said that correctly. And also no rush, let's go New Zealand, says Percy Samu. Now 6 seconds remaining in this first half, ladies and gentlemen, before we go into halftime. New Zealand still in the lineup, but this time it's knocked on by Tyrell Lomax. And that will be halftime, ladies and gentlemen. 6 points to 12 as the score. That's probably not a bad end to the half for the Kiwis. To be fair, the fact that there was the knock-on, it could have been another attacking chance for the Springboks, but because it was after the time, it does mean now that we go into the halftime break 12 points to 6. So an intense first half, a tryless first half between these two sides. That the ABs get a red? They did indeed. So Sam Cane getting himself red carded for the All Blacks. Shannon Brazil getting the yellow card, but he has made his way back out onto the field. What an interesting game. The All Blacks are not as good as what... Where did that go? As what they talked themselves up to be, says Jeffrey Thomas. I mean, it's just, I guess you could call it an off game for the All Blacks. That could be down to the pressure that the Springboks are putting on them, but also discipline. That is something that the All Blacks have been working on throughout their last few games, but it started going downhill throughout that match. And that we did see throughout the first half. But ladies and gentlemen, here is some information from that first half. We will look through at the stats. Of course, I mentioned about that red card to Sam Cane, the yellow card to Shannon Brazil. So far, the All Blacks, they will be playing the rest of this game with 14 men out there on the field. And I guess a slight credit to the All Blacks defence is the fact they haven't conceded even while playing with only 14 men out there on the park. They have made 105 tackles, or in fact, no, sorry, that's the Springboks have made 105 tackles so far throughout that first half. 5 penalties against the All Blacks, 4 penalties against the Springboks, and we're seeing 2 line-out steals from the ABs throughout the early stages of this Rugby World Cup final. Attacking-wise, 130 metres made by the New Zealanders and 111 made by the Springboks. 10 defenders beaten by New Zealand, 8 defenders beaten by the Boks as well. We have got there, what did you think of the Springbok wing half? Says Peter. Even if I'm tired, I'm not falling for that one. Peter, and also get the fake Hawaiians. And also we've got there, go South Africa, go. And also nice red card. Can't wait for the helmets, knee, and elbow pads to be implemented. And also bra And also we have got there typical Wayne Barnes, says Cleo. But discipline, once again, geez, that's a lot of water. Says Isaac, it certainly is. And if you guys want something to be able to drink water out of, be sure to check out the Kiwi Lads merch store that we recently launched. We have got mugs there with the Kiwi Lads logo on it. Also, the Chick Chick Bang merchandise link is in the comments that I have just put, and also in the pinned comment. So be sure to give that a look. See if there's anything that tickles your fancy. All go straight back into the channel. And also we have got there Sam Kane, you dirty fellow. That's for kicking. Says it was John. Oh, for kicking the Argentine shot. Geez, that's a little throwback, isn't it, John? I thought everyone had forgotten about that. Obviously, some people are a little bit more caught up on it than others. New Zealand is the worst, and South Africa is the best, says Fiona there. And also Reset New Zealand, and also Peter Steff has made like 50 tackles. What a beast. Yeah, he's had a sensational first half of rugby, Peter Steff the toy. I'll mention he's made 14 tackles already, so he has been given the incentive to go out there and make a whole heap of tackles, and I assume that's because he was supposed to be replaced by Quaha Smith near half-time for that 7-1 split, but I honestly feel with the way that Peter Steff du Toit is playing, the dominant tackles he's made as well, I don't think you can afford to take him off the field. So it might be Sia Khaleesi and Dwayne Vermeulen who both make way. Smooth play, Gamish, says Isaac. And there's, oh, you gave me the alley-oop, so I had to make the most of it. The ref was not harsh. If it was not a final and just a game, would have been a red, says Tokolo. I think I guess consistency is something people were looking at because of that Ethan de Groot head knock that he did take early on. But overall, like at the end of the day, the All Blacks have been dealt this hand. Now they have to try and get through it, and they have to try and find a way of being able to fight against what is now a 15-man powerful looking box side. We can't take away from what South Africa were able to do in that first half. 14 tackles, like I mentioned, from Peter Steff du Toit, 47 running meters for Damian Willemse, and also the 8 carry meters or 8 carries over the gain line that we saw from Mark Talia. How do we feel about this point gap at halftime? Still anyone's game, I would say. Even with that red card, it just shows how evenly matched these two sides can be. The fact that no one has scored a try yet. If we start seeing try scoring in the second half, this game could be cut wide open and anything could happen. Bring the cup home, says Marietta. And also that short South Africa guy can kick. Says Yusuf, I assume you're talking Chisel and Colby in that case. And I wish Sam Kane hadn't gotten that yellow upgraded to the red. We didn't want excuses in this game to be able to be made. Now the red gives an excuse, says C-No-T. And also we've got there, guys, is wishing he was there, says Ephraim. And also get Kiwi Lads merch, says Trio. So yeah, anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button as well. If you do want to check out the merch that we launched, we actually launched it this week of the Rugby World Cup, but we've got plenty more designs on the way as well. So if you want any other possible designs, do let us know. Our ref is rigged, says Stackstep, but the problem that Sam Kane had in that case, like, you can't tackle that upright. Because if you do, you leave it down to interpretation. You leave it down to how the referees will be going with it. So, you know, it's one of those ones that, yes, Sam Kane, maybe some would debate, could it have just been a yellow? Should it have been a red? Either way, it was at least a yellow card, though. But the thing that hurt Sam Kane is the fact that he gave away that yellow in the first place in a position that they didn't need to. At the end of the day, you tackle him around the bootlaces there, you got a chance of a possible turnover, and the All Blacks actually did end up with that ball. And Bondscore, come on, I want to see something quick, says Dominique. And also we have got the reference bias. He likes ballet more, says Jack Reynolds. Although the penalty count at this stage, 5 against the All Blacks, 4 against the Springboks, so relatively even in terms of that penalty count. Although, of course, for the All Blacks, they've had 1 red card and 1 yellow card from Frizzell and Sam Kane in a game as big as this. The ref will always be blamed by both sides, says Mustafa. And also we have got there, Bray shouldered him in the head. Break a man's neck, says Fury. And also show us the match, says Mason. Well, we're currently at halftime, but if you want a way of being able to watch this game, be sure to check out 9 Now in Australia. That is actually your best bet to be able to watch this game for free. Although to be able to do that, you of course will need yourself a VPN. So if you do need one, link in the comments that I have just put for a little bit of a helping factor there. You're weird, says Zara. That is why I do YouTube. At the end of the day, if I was just too straightforward, like, I don't think you guys would stick around, to be honest. I feel like you get sick of me, but you never know what's going to happen. I might not have any pants on. I haven't told you that, but you don't know. Maybe I'm weird enough to be sitting here with my nuts out. We have got there Go the Bok, and also Let's Go Bok says Alex there, and also All Blacks on a tier says Peter. Once again, not going to get me with that one. And also me, as I said, imagine seeing or beating South Africa in a World Cup final with 14. It would be a massive, massive one indeed. Watching 9 now, listening to Hamish, says Shine Kelly. And I was like, I have no pants on, says Marcelo. And also Go the Bok. And also I thought Shannon Frizzell was lucky to only get a yellow, says Charles in there. Although I think that his one was probably, like, it was a penalty, but I don't think it would have been much more than the yellow card threshold. You talk too much, show us the match, says Mason. It's half time, mate. Look, can you read? You may, actually, no, maybe you can't. But yeah, half time at the moment. Either you can find a VPN so you can watch the game, or you find somewhere else. And also, we have got their Discipline All Blacks. And also, we're going to show the match. Says Judith once again. If you do need an option for being able to watch it, here's a link for the VPN. Says Army Cruise. There we go. That link that I've just put in the chat there. And so, yeah, if you sign up for the trial and you feel like you don't want the VPN to continue after this World Cup, you can cancel it. You get all your money back for it. And then alongside that, you also get to watch on 9 Now. They also have a few other games taking place. The Cricket World Cup, if that's something they want to watch. Can they take Etzebeth off? Yeah, he's been struggling at line-out time, Eben Etzebeth, which that's actually been 2 weeks in a row that we have seen that be the case. So hopefully he is going to be all right. Whether or not they go with Jean Klein in the early stages of the second half might be an option, although the lineup for New Zealand has also been struggling a little bit. It's clear that the Boks will not be getting the recognition they deserve anytime soon. Says Sino T. And also we've got there, love the commentary, Kiwi lads. Says Dominic, thank you very much, usually appreciate it. And also Boca is going to win in a game as big as this, surely. It should have been allocated a stadium with a closed roof to protect it from the elements. Says Alan King. And New Zealand has stolen 2 of our lineouts. Crazy, says Sino T. And I think that the Springboks, I believe they've stolen 1 lineout so far, although New Zealand also having a couple slightly wonky ones. And there as well, and Boca just built different shout out from South Africa, says Sele there. And also nuts and all, says Dominique in the chat as well. But anyone who hasn't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. People are celebrating too early. There's the ABs we're talking about. And currently in the TAB odds, New Zealand are seen as $5 underdogs in this matchup, ladies and gents, which does mean that for them to be able to pull off a comeback here would be absolutely massive for them. That is a bigger underdog than we saw Argentina in their game up against Wales. That is a bigger underdog than Fiji were in their record win over the Australians. First time in 69 years as a Kiwi. Used to being offended, but we'll leave the field gameplay on. Says Atchin, also overconfidence is dangerous, says Aditya. And also ref no yellow card for the Boks, but one yellow card for us. He's bending a knee, says Shane. And there as well. A lot of rich people with the ABs win, $5 underdogs, but 60% of the World Cup predictor game predicted an ABs win tonight, says Sino T. And to be fair, on our win predictor, I think we've got South Africa as the leading. Yeah, 80% predict South Africa to win on ours for the overall odds, but it'll be interesting to see how it goes. But you can understand why, because New Zealand did come in as favourites at the start of this game, but as it sits currently, they are not going to flash. So that is why the Springboks now become the favourite. And someone get me a free ticket to South Africa so I can watch the game. And also, we all know for the second half, for the All Blacks all the way, and the red card was a scandalous goal. And what's the score? Currently sitting 12 points to 6 as we get closer to the second half of this contest and go Umbanambi, although Umbanambi taken off in the first few minutes with an injury, and we cannot afford any yellow or red cards. And I think that that's the same for the Boks as well here. They do not want to take away from that advantage that they currently have. They have to be disciplined. Hopefully me wearing my All Blacks undies will change the momentum, and also if the ABs win and then the Boks take the ABs title as a hopeless team. Says Steph, although like both of these sides to be here in this Rugby World Cup, the challenges that they've had to face, the close quarterfinals, de Klerk announced on Instagram that he's pregnant, says Rugby. And well, he probably shouldn't be playing out there on the field then if that's the case. But he's had a very good first half. Let's go, Bok. Lovely start. Keep it up, says Caitlin. And there as well, it is good to see you once again, Caitlin. Hope you are keeping well. Terrible game management by the ref, in my opinion. The red has killed the game before it started. Also, Faf is carrying, says EC. And then Faf, Eben, Colby, and Pollard is our four-way force in this game, says Adrian, and the bomb squad domination, although they have already had to make one of those changes. So really they are working with a 6-1 now off their bench with our early Dion Foree made his way onto the change. Not Eben, it's a hooker change that's the line-out problem, says Gavin. And also we have got there, we're almost there, says the Bulgar, and also we have got South Africa from South Africa Lifestyle. So looking through at the benches for this contest, ladies and gentlemen, for South Africa, already making the change of Dion Fourie, Oxnechet, Trevor Kanye, and also they are the front row replacements, Jean Klein and RG Snayman. Perhaps we see them relatively early throughout the second half. Quacha Smith will be a big decision to decide where to put him onto the field, seeing as Peter Steph-Toy is playing maybe his best game of rugby we have ever seen from the bloke. Jasper Vesa and Willie Larue, the one-back replacement in this contest for South Africa. For New Zealand, Simasoni Takiaho, Tamaiti Williams, and Nepo Lolala. They will be the front row replacements. Sam Whitelock, with that experience later on in the contest. Dalton Papali'i at number 20. Then Finley Christie, Damian McKenzie, and Anton Leonard-Brown, the back replacements for New Zealand. Bring on Whitelock, says Pan. And also we've got there, come on Artie, seal off his second half, tighten up this game like you did against Ireland, says Daniel. And looking sharp, mate. Come on the All Blacks, dig deep. Jam the bloody red, says James. And also don't underestimate New Zealand with 14 players. And also what's your plans for the channel after World Cup? Going to continue with rugby commentary. We have been doing rugby commentary ever since about 4 or so months after the last Rugby World Cup. So we have no intentions of slowing down. We've got the URC, which is going to be multiple weekends each and every week. Multiple games each and every weekend. Then alongside that, we've got the 7th Circuit. We've got then the Six Nations Super Rugby. There's a game between the Barbarians and Wales next week that we are covering on the channel. And also we've got the South Africa will be world champion. And also, yes, go the Box. Oh, was that Sia Khaleesi given handshakes because he's making his way off the field? Or was that because they have just made their way back out for the second half of the New Zealand? They are up against it here. Why are the Kiwis bemoaning the red card? We're all watching the same game. We all know it was a 100% correct call. Says Paul there. And also win or lose up the All Blacks, says Deva. So now South Africa, they will be kicking off. 40 minutes left or another 4 years. This is big, says Nazi Williams. So the Springboks to try and become the second side in history to be able to get 2 World Cup wins back to back. You should really be a pro. You're better than most commentators I've heard, says Jones. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. But anyone who wants to watch this game, of course, depending on whereabouts you are in the world, will depend on your options. If you need a VPN to be able to set yourself to Australia to watch on 9 Now, be sure to check out that link that I have just put in the chat, as it will give you a much bigger discount for that VPN so that you do get it cheaper, so you are able to watch for a better price. And you've also got the money back guarantee, so you can actually cancel if you don't want to watch any more games outside of the one. We have got a new member, Gareth. Thank you very much, mate, for hitting that button. Damien Valimza, also a stand-up performer in that first half, I should mention. For the All Blacks, we have got down scared. This is unreal. 14 or not, New Zealand can explode. And yet, no tries being scored as of yet for this matchup. I feel like it's only a matter of time till the pressure cooker breaks and someone gets themselves the first try. Will it be South Africa? Or can New Zealand start their comeback? Second half underway, though. Honore Pola kicking off to Rico Ioane. Tackle well low by Dion Fourie. And lineouts aside, he has had a good game since making his way onto the field to replace Bongio Manambi. Now, Aaron Smith to roll this ball back. New Zealand is going to lose as South African. Really appreciate your commentary, says Sean. It's going to be touched by Etzebeth, partially charged. Valimza gets onto that one. He's tackled by Will Jordan, who drives in towards the touchline there. Little bit of a counter ruck there from the All Blacks, but they are unable to get the turnover. Now Kitsoff tackled on the halfway line. Not many turnovers coming. That's got to be Tyrell. No, he didn't have it. Just a little bit out of his reach. Now Pollard going for the kick high again here. Talil trying to line it up. Barrett knocks it on. Khaleesi with the counter-attack here. Sells the dummy. Tries to go himself. Goes off to Lindy, who's 1 metre short. And in fact, he's now over the line. It's held up and it's a goal line dropout. But the mistake under the high ball again from Beauden Barrett nearly led to Sia Khaleesi getting the try. But he blew the opportunity. Unfortunately, Khaleesi got greedy. Thought he wanted to go himself and get the glory. And it's just cost the Box their try. Jordy Barrett now going to have the goal line dropout to do for New Zealand after they were able to hold him up. And also, let's go. And also, the Boki says Fiona in there as well. Maybe he's going to lose. If they win, talk about they played their best game ever. Support Kiwi lad. I'll tie, but I want to see the Bok win. Big kick. Now Damien Valimza going to have a crack at the drop kick. He has shanked that one badly. And that one will go dead. And now it will be the 22 dropout. Wasted by South Africa there. And also Khaleesi with the butterfingers, or it wasn't even the fact that he dropped the ball, it was just the fact that he didn't want to pass it. Instead, deciding to run at the line himself rather than getting that pass away. Now, Jordie Barrett, massive drop kick down towards the 22. Line up, here comes Dwayne Vermeulen, steamrolling towards Ethan Agru, who has tackled him well. Now Cody Taylor, has he got his hands on that ball for the All Blacks? No. They say from Wayne Barnes. Now Franz Malharba goes off to Damian Valimza, off to Jesse Creel on the short side. Great low tackle made by Brodie Retallick. The Boks having partially more possession throughout the second half thus far. De Klerk again, back into the pocket to Andre Pollard, the up and under. It has been an effective tool for the Springboks. Beauden Barrett knocks it on again under the high ball. And now Pieter-Steph du Toit. He is in touch. Is it going back for the scrum? Yes, it is. And go the Boks says luxurious living. And come on, South Africa says Lenneth. But South Africa, they have used that cross kick massively to their advantage. The All Blacks have not looked safe under the high ball. I believe they've only caught one thus far throughout the game. And also AB's least favourite cocktails, says Alan. And also we have got there, where can I watch it live? So 9 Now in Australia does have a great option of being able to watch it, although you will need a VPN to set yourself to Australia to be able to watch the contest. So if you need a link for a VPN, we have just put it in the chat there. Fantastic commentary energy, bro. Thank you so much, says JP. Tackles made so far, 109 made by the Springboks. And Valimza is using his chances to drop kick, but damn, says Burn Nerd there. And also, who was cancelled? Says Lenneth. Who is cancelled? Now, fourth scrum in this matchup. In the Bok pack, Jordie Barrett having to pack on the side due to the Sam Cane yellow card. Solid push there from the All Blacks. In fact, almost a little bit of shakiness. Oh, tell you what, Faf de Klerk, that was an interesting one, because I think Pieter-Steph du Toit actually grabbed the leg of Aaron Smith in the scrum. Cheslin Colby passes out wide to Damon Valimza. Another kick from behind. Beauden Barrett. Oh, as a runser. Did he get it? They might have to check this one. He doesn't look confident. But Beauden Barrett leaving that ball at the back, and it almost ends up with the try. Oh, he's dropped it. He almost had it, though. For Arendse, a brilliant bit of work from him. 5 metre scrum now, or the line out. I believe they are going to be taking the scrum. We're like 5 minutes into the second half. Says Lord Inquisitor, we are indeed currently sitting 45 minutes through this contest. And I was like, bruh. And I was like, let's go to Springboks, says Charlene. So that is 2 massive opportunities for South Africa in the early stages of the second 40 minutes. But they have still not been able to cross the try line as of yet throughout this fixture. They will get it next time, and the All Blacks need to realise that. Dwayne Vermeulen thrown over the top. Oh, Ardie Savia hit high by Khaleesi. Now, they may have to have a look at that one. If it is similar to that Sam Cane scenario, Aaron Smith firing it back into the pocket. Mo'unga gets the kick away. Did Khaleesi get him high? That's the question. We're going to see the replay here. In fact, no, we're not. We're going to see a different replay. We'll go there. Let's take the South Africa. The kicker behind. They are showing it once more again. Oh. Wayne Barnes has said time off. They will check the Sia Khaleesi one by the looks of it. They are checking the shot on Ardie Savia. I mentioned about it that Sia Khaleesi may have tackled him a little bit high, and this might be costly. Oh no, they're just... Okay, Ardie Savia looks like he's getting his nose fixed. They aren't checking what damaged his nose, though. Okay, here we go. Head-on-head contact. They have spotted it. And someone said the Boks paid a referee. Don't worry, we can't afford that anyways, says Lynn. So yeah, Sia Khaleesi tackled too high on Ardie Savia, and he is now going to be in trouble possibly in this case. Checking for foul play. Massive moment in this game, though, if it is a yellow. He's got him, I believe, on the shoulder, has he? Oh, no, his head connects with the... Sorry, hits him on the... Yep. But Khaleesi's ducked, so I think this is going to be a yellow. I don't see it getting upgraded to a red, as I feel that Sam Cane's was worse. But I think Khaleesi's going to the bin. Yes, he is. Yellow card. And he's on report, Khaleesi. Making the mistake, that is something that the Boks could not afford to do in a scenario where they had all of the eggs in their basket. All they had to do was just play this one out. They had a line out from 15 metres out and they had the All Blacks under pressure. But Khaleesi making the head-on-head contact, I think that's just going to stay as a yellow card. But that is still 10 minutes that the All Blacks are playing up against a 14-man side. And it is going to be reviewed now. Jordie Barrett has got the opportunity to cut this one, or kick this one down outside of the 22. At long last, Barnes gets correct by another official, says Leon. And also bad yellow card, says Dirk there. Yeah, Khaleesi, second half has not been ideal for him. Blew a try opportunity and now has got himself yellow carded. I wouldn't be surprised that after that 10 minutes, if he does make his way back out onto the field, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets taken straight back off. If not red, then Sam Cane should come back on. Although, looking at the comparison of the two, Sam Cane's was much worse than Khaleesi's. It's just whether or not they determine that it still meets the threshold of a red card or not. But I think it will stay as a yellow. Here comes Ardie Savia. The All Blacks know that this next 10 minutes is their best chance of scoring a lot of points in a hurry. Aaron Smith going for the box kick in behind. Mark Talia trying to go through, and he has been able to strip that ball away from Kutle Arunsa. Now moving to only a few metres out from the 22. Smith going to the left-hand side. Here comes Ardie Savia. Quick hands. Mo'unga's dropped the ball cold though again. Looking up where he wanted to kick it rather than hanging on to it. Now to Clerk. Going off to the short side. Ibn Etzebeth close to the touchline. Tries to get back up to his feet. He was in touch and they will go back for the original scrum. But that was the chance for the All Blacks that they needed. We have got there. Well done the box, says Vusi. And also we're going to bring it home. We want it home. Also, we have got the SF, so everything's getting away with everything, although they've been penalised for that one from Sia Khaleesi. How many minutes left? Still another 32 minutes remaining. Just looked up. It was the chance. Foster frustrated. Jason Ryan feeling it as well. This game is an anticlimax, says Mark Wood. It's certainly a close game. No tries being scored as of yet. Has got a lot in common with how how England versus South Africa did end up going. I think we're finished. Says Palwasha there. Right, I'm just looking through at the scrum. Dwayne Van Meulen. Okay, Damien De Lindy has come into the scrum here for the South Africans. So similar to what we saw with Jordie Barrett. That ball looking super slippery. Everyone dropping it. Says Nix. And thanks for your good work, Hamish. Kiwi lad. Says at Frio there. Not a match, it's a fight. Glad C is off. Now for a try block. Hooked back by Dion Forey. Told to stay square. Faf de Klerk off to Damian Balimza. Tackled by Richie Mo'unga. Now Savia has not been able to get any turnovers in the breakdown as of yet. Barrett tackles low. Klerk will roll it back once more. We need Ox, says the Mina. Of course, he will be making his way off the bench as a part of that 7-1 split. Kicked high. This is where the All Blacks have struggled throughout this game, but Jordie Barrett taking it well that time. The ABs. Now on the halfway line, right-hand side, Scott Barrett goes back to Bowden. All three Barretts involved. Will Jordan now, a little bit hesitant to be able to take that ball as it was behind him. But Lindy makes the tackle. Now Mo'unga going for the kick in behind, looking for the 50-22. Valimza is back, but he has fumbled it. Has it been taken back into the 22? No, it has not. So now it will be the kick downfield. A great one from Damien Valimza, and 45 metres out from the line. The All Blacks have now once again... Oh no, it's gone up to halfway. How many minutes is left? Still another 30 minutes remaining in this contest. And next half time, says Renardi in there as well. But I should mention anyone who wants to be able to watch highlights of these contests for completely free. Also, if you want behind the scenes action from the Rugby World Cup, be sure to check out NZR Plus. The link that I have just put in the chat is a very useful one, completely free to watch. Be sure to give it a look. It's kicked in behind by Aaron Smith now. Will Jordan chasing after it, gliding after that ball. Colby doesn't take the mark, and now he's nailed in the tackle by Brodie Retallick, slightly isolating himself. Now Mostert running at the line once more. Springboks crawling up to the 40 metres out from their line, and de Klerk will once again go for another kick up high. Brody Retallick deciding not to contest for that one, and the Springboks not really chasing that kick. So Beauden Barrett now looks like he's going to be running this ball back. Etzebeth tries to shut him down, and de Klerk finishes the job. Dion Foree, he's lost his footing. That was very close to the turnover though. Geordie Barrett, short ball to Will Jordan, quick hands, out to Cody Taylor who steps well. He's got Jordan with him, but he doesn't use him as of yet. Now Smith, the All Blacks have about 7 members on the outside. Barrett tackled off the ball by Peter Steph-Toy. Penalty. And it's going to be now possibly the chance to close the gap here for the All Blacks. Do they go for the corner here though? Or do you go for the 3 points? This is their best chance to score up against a 14-man Springbok. I honestly wonder whether or not the 7 is the better option. We have got to send the link again, please. So this is the NZR Plus link that you can find all of the highlights behind the scenes. See the likes of Richie McCord, Dan Carter, some Springbok greats over on there as well. Big statement. They are kicking for the corner. The All Blacks know they need points. And that is the kick out 5 metres from the line. In fact, it might be a bit more. Samasoni Taukei'aho, he's looking fired up on the sideline. We are yet to have a try in this contest. And here come the super subs for the Boks. Oxnishare, RG Snyman. That is for Kitsoff and for Mostert. What impact can they bring to the later stages of this match? So it stays as a yellow for Sia Khaleesi in this case, ladies and gents. So Khaleesi will return back out onto the field in the near future. The New Zealand commentators are not happy, but I did say it was not as bad as Sam Kane's one, and that is how it's going to remain. So that is why the All Blacks also have decided this rolling ball is the best chance. Ardie Savia breaking off the back, 5 metres from the line. De Klerk trying to strip the ball out of his hands. Now Smith going to the left-hand side for what could be the first and maybe even only try of this Rugby World Cup. Moonga to the short side. Barrett tried to get it to Jordan, and the opportunity has gone again. Etzebeth knocks the ball on, but it was the first knock on from the All Blacks. Jordan has not been able to hang on to that. I'm not sure why they went short side when they had so many options across to the other side, but Barrett tried to be too flashy with it, and it cost them another chance on attack there, the ABs. Here it is. Zaz Zane. Now Oxnishare. We're about to see his first impact in the game, although Franz Mahaba has stayed down for a little bit longer with some sort of injury here, taking a knee. And also that is complete BS. Says Paul Henry. And also should have been red bias, says Paul. Although, for me, personally, looking at it from an unbiased point of view, I feel like there was enough ducking from Sia Khaleesi. Like they've said, the mitigation because he's come in a little bit lower. And also need Roygaard, not Christie, says Kerr there. There's going to be the scrum feed now. That's my Muliaina saying straight to the head in that case. And Barrett is playing to the Springboks today. Barrett is playing for the Springboks today. I assume that is from Thabang in there as well. I think that's Roger Federer watching on for this game with a Springboks flag around his neck, or at least a Springboks scarf anyway, for this contest. And also, he didn't show the match because he would get banned. That is true. Any match footage or audio gets us taken straight off YouTube, but if you are new to the channel, be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are on the road to 44,000 subscribers. We are getting very close. So if you do want to help us out, be sure to do so. Big scrum from the All Blacks. That almost, they have to use it. And Dwayne Vermeulen does just do it in time. Might have been a knock-on there in the breakdown from Faf de Klerk, but he's been able to clean it up. They are saying maybe not off the hand now. Pollard looking for distance, gets it out, and now again about 30 metres out the line. Looks like Sam Whitelock isn't too far from making his way onto the field. I believe that will be for probably Brody Retallick. Or would you, you'd probably take Barrett off actually in the last stages just because you worry Barrett's a penalty magnet. So they might actually go Retallick and Whitelock as the combo, seeing as Retallick has done very well in the lineouts. Cody Taylor, nicely taken by the All Blacks. Another knock on there in the breakdown, I believe. No, they say it went backwards. So it is going to be play on for the ABs. No knock on as the call from Wayne Barnes. Now Adi Snyman trying to get the turnover. He's lost his footing though, so he has to get out of that breakdown. Smith looking to the right-hand side. Big Brodie Retallick. Another crash. Oxness trying to get that turnover. Moonga. Quick hands from Geordie Barrett. He's been brilliant throughout this Rugby World Cup, although this is the game that he has struggled with the most. Savia now off the Brodie Barrett in behind. Richie Moonga breaks through the tackle. Now got pace on the outside. Talia's with him. Selling a dummy. Moonga. Pass on the inside to Smith, and the All Blacks score the first try in the Rugby World Cup final. All right, where'd that come from? We haven't had anything that has looked remotely like the All Blacks scoring throughout the first 53 minutes, but Smith, the halfback, Moonga, just breaking, chiseling. Oh, in fact, it was Kutli Arinsa who missed the tackle. Moonga, great pass on the inside to Smith, who scores it in the 53rd, and the All Blacks now have the opportunity to take the lead in this contest. They made the most of the man versus man in the 14 department, and if you have 14 men, and also you got they show us the game, we won't want to watch your mouth says on as well. You can watch it on either SABC as an option alongside they are showing the knock-on in that breakdown, the original knock-on from Adi Savia. They will go right back for it. This is going to be disallowed, I believe. Yeah, they're going back for the original rolling maul knock-on. I will take the try away now. Wayne Barnes initially said there was no knock-on, but there was one from Adi Savia. We'll go there, let me sleep. And also we'll go there, this one is going to be close, says Verna, although now they will still find themselves a little bit further behind. Adi Savia, it is the clear knock-on. And Wayne Barnes will have to disallow that try. Oh, actually, this is still going to be a penalty to New Zealand though, because Eben Etzebeth has played the arm of Brodie Retallick, which has initially knocked the ball out of his hands. So it will be a penalty for the All Blacks, but no try for them in this case. And with that, Sia Khaleesi will make his way back out onto the field, ladies and gentlemen. Adi Savia looks gutted. And there, he said no knock on, but the TMO, at the end of the day, it does seem like they are the ones who get the big decision to be made. You know what's going on, Springboks? They are just working out exactly where it was. I would say even hit the ball, not the arm penalty in yellow. Says it was there from Kerr. So he's probably been lucky, Etzebeth, in this case, because that is the second time he's done something relatively, I don't want to say it's cynical, but it's just sneaky. But now kicking for the corner again, the All Blacks, they know that they need points and that they need a try. It was almost one for Aaron Smith. We will take this one away. Yeah, playing the man in the air. It's all the officials, not Barnes, says Mimania. And also the decision is correct. Yeah, it was a knock on at the end of the day. And I think what made it worse was Wayne Barnes was constantly saying no knock on, no knock on. So I'm not sure who he heard that from. Probably his assistant referee on this near side. It might have been. Now Cody Taylor. I'd like to see the All Blacks try a rolling maul here. Now, thrown in, Scott Barrett takes it. So they've actually transitioned Barrett to 6. That actually makes sense because at the end of the day, it now means that Shannon Brazel, the other man who's had a yellow card, is not going to still be out there. Savia still driving his legs. Almost got called as a maul around the side. The ball's popped out for de Klerk, although right on the ball was Cody Taylor. Knock on from the All Blacks again. Look at there what is happening now. Wayne Barnes says it was stripped and Sia Khaleesi will now make his way out onto the field. I wouldn't even put Khaleesi back out there. I would get Kwaka Smith onto the field ASAP. You do not want to take that risk. They call it, oh, that's stripped on the ground from Dion Foree there. That should be a penalty. Yeah, it is, I believe. Or is it? They have to check that because Dion Foree, there was a grounded opponent and then he's ripped the ball out of Adi Savia's hand. That will end up being a penalty for New Zealand, playing the ball on the ground. It's a penalty now for New Zealand. 5 metres out from the line. They are checking absolutely everything in this contest. And now the All Blacks, they have been poor throughout this game. They are probably lucky to only be down by 6, but now they've got another rolling maul opportunity. I don't believe that is not fair. And also we get that up to the scores on the screen. Well, currently it is still sitting 12 points to 6 for the All Blacks. And also Dirty Ass Box says food tube there. And also BS says Robert, although that one, that's a clear penalty. At the end of the day, grounded opposition, you're not allowed to rip the ball away from them. Dion Fourie probably knew that, but it was worth the risk for the chance of stopping the chance for the All Blacks. Going to the front, nicely claimed by Brodie Retallick. And now the All Blacks start their rolling maul once more. Taylor has got it available at the back, waiting for his opportunity to bust off and have the chance at the line. Brodie Retallick now getting through. R.G. Snyman trying to get his hands onto the ball. The All Blacks looking to get it out. It's a penalty advantage. This could be dangerous because that is just out from the try line. Luckily, that is the first infringements from the Springboks in that regard. Short ball to Rieko Ioane. 2 metres out from the line for Mullen. Hands straight down over the breakdown. But using up that little bit more time to get the defence set. Retallick tackled by Snyman. 2 brilliant locks playing in this World Cup final. Smith goes across to Lomax again. Now Ioane. In fact, it's going to be Savia. Tries the piercing round the side of the breakdown. Doesn't make any metres. Smith goes back across to Mo'unga. Geordie Barrett. Wide slam pass to Mark Delia. Breaks through 3 tackles. Now 2 metres out. And Beauden Barrett, they'll check that for a knock on. It's called as the try and Beauden Barrett will score it. I'm hesitant to put him on the list because they will check to see if this ball's gone backwards or not. But if it hasn't, Beauden Barrett has just scored that try. Or sorry, if it has, rather than if it hasn't. They will check it though. We know that with the way that the TMO has been throughout this game. They are saying it's gone backwards. So Mark Delia breaking through 3 tackles. Gets that pass off. That does look like it went backwards. Fair play to Mark Delia. If he's got, right, we've got the aerial camera. This will show us anyway. But from that angle, it looked all right. What we got here. Ball has gone backwards. Bounce forward is the call from the commentators. But do they go upstairs to check it here? Timo, get in the bin. The try stands, ladies and gentlemen. The All Blacks now sitting at 11 points to 12. It is a tough kick for Richie Mo'unga near the touchline. And go the block. And got it third right. In Zimbabwe, we here for South Africa, says Norman. Now Mo'unga, though, to line up this kick. And he's left it away to the right-hand side. But the All Blacks now back inside of that 5-point margin. Big slinging pass from Geordie Barrett, though. Nicely done all the way. Bok. And also we have that Bok. We need a try, says Michelle. And also the woo. And they're from Richard. Fife de Klerk. He did the forward roly-poly. That would have been an awesome camera angle. Pollard, he's got a really nasty cut under the eye. Kick downfield. Rieko Ioane decides to have that run himself. 22 metres out from the line. Inside is the call from Wayne Barnes, so they will be able to kick this ball out into touch. New Zealand have advantage, says the New Age. And in terms of the betting odds, I should mention New Zealand, they are still $2.60 underdogs, but they are within 1 point. So that just tells you how close this game will be as we go into those final moments. But I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are on the road to 44,000 subscribers. So if you do want to help us get there, it is greatly appreciated. If you do hit that subscribe button. If you also want a way of being able to watch this game, 9 Now in Australia has got it as a big option, but you will need a VPN to be able to access it if you are outside of Australia. So be sure to check out that link that I've just put in the chat. That will show you how to get that game. Now Dion Fourie stolen again by the All Blacks, and it's tapped back Smith. It's been tackled early by de Klerk, but he's put the pressure on, and it now means that it will be the line out for South Africa. But Brodie Retallick and line out time has been immense. I believe that's now 3 or 4 that they have stolen. Smith just running out of space on the short side, but now Fourie needs this one to go straight. Retallick ready though. They're asking them to throw it. Barrett steals it. Line out time, dangerous. Will Jordan goes off to Barrett. Ioane's knocked it on, or has he regathered? No, it has gone down in the breakdown once more. Another knock on from the All Blacks. And scrum feed now for South Africa. We've seen a lot more running game, though, from the All Blacks over the last 10 minutes or so. Passing off to Ioane. He was wanting it earlier there, Ioane, and then it was too far behind him. Wasn't able to regather it. And also, can someone tell me what the proper score is? It is 12 points to 11. Tana Umaga face palming. He would have taken that one at number 13 for the All Blacks. But 18 minutes remaining in this game. I want to see the game, not his face. So yeah, if you need a VPN to be able to watch the contest, which if you set yourself to watch to 9 now in Australia, you'll be good to go. But yeah, there is the link they have just put in the chat once more. Also, who wins? Win this? Oh, where'd that go? Good on them. Yeah, at the end of the day, this has been a final that has been close. We knew these two sides would be hard to split, and that is exactly what we've seen here. New Zealand still playing with 14, scrums big. The ball pops out on the side of the All Blacks, though. Now Ioane, tackled by de Klerk and Damian Valimza. Mistake at scrum time now from the box. It's starting to come a little bit looser by the end of this contest. Now to the left-hand side. Adi Savia dropping the head. Big shot coming in from Jean Klein. Trying to roll out of the way in the breakdown. He has done very well there. Ball is slow. Smith gets his hands on it now. Going off to Ethan de Groot. Now, if they end up giving away a penalty here, the Springboks, this is a kickable 3 for the All Blacks if they want it, but they will be going for the 7. Mark Talia trying to step through. Great tackle on him by Jean Klein again. Now, Barrett looks to accelerate. Tackled by Kolisi. A bit of a counter-up coming there. Smith thought about deciding to join the breakdown. He is really propelling the charge now. I think Retallick's ass was out. Sorry, that's pretty vulgar, isn't it? But it was true, yeah. I think the cheeks of Retallick were on display for the world to see. Now Smith goes to Barrett again. Good work so far from the big AB's forwards, keeping the ball retention in their favour. And the box still yet to give away the penalty advantage. Looks like they're going off to the left-hand side. De Groot winding around. Kolisi makes the tackle. Up to 10 phases as the All Blacks chant goes around the Stade de Francais. Nice bit of work again from Dion Forey. Back to Moonga. Trying the switch. Waikato pass to Will Jordan. One-on-one with Cheslin Colby. Oh, he's been picked up and stripped by Quaha Smith. Yeah, Colby taking Will Jordan on a roundabout ride. Oxnish hanging onto that ball over his head. Brilliantly done from the big man. And South Africa back in possession. Now 64 minutes gone in this contest. Has been told to use it once again. Kicked high from Faf de Klerk. Not a huge amount of distance on this. This is one of those kicks that you don't really want to have to take, but brilliantly done by Geordie Barrett. Now the ball is popped out because of a loose bit of work in the breakdown. Counter-attack here for South Africa. They've got numbers, but Damian Valimza opts for the kick in behind. Going for distance there. Mark Talia passes across to Bowden Barrett, who will run it up to the 22 and look for a bit of time to reset. Great spiral kick. Cheslin Colby takes it on the 22 for South Africa. Here comes Colby. This is what he did in 2019. He's straight through. He's bumped into Aaron Smith, but Aaron Smith back to his feet almost gets that turnover. Now de Klerk having to dodge the referee. Dion Forey, tackled by de Groot, gets back up to his feet, still crawling forward while Taylor held him. Now Valimza kicks it into touch, and that will be a line out now for New Zealand. 15 minutes remaining. They are 22 metres out from their line, and that looks like it will be another change being made. That is Lomax coming off the field for Nepololala. And also the Kiwis are coming for us, says Rodvin. And also how much left of the game. Still another 15 minutes remaining. Tamaiti Williams now onto the field as well. And Simasuni Tokiaho. So both sides starting to empty their benches. New Zealand trying to manage this game so that they don't allow the Springboks the benefit of being the fresher with their 7-1 split. Okay, nothing wrong in a tackle. The TMO did just look upstairs for something. But still changes being made. So I should mention anyone who does absolutely love their rugby. If you want behind-the-scenes action, if you want to see old full match replays, highlights of current games, they've got a lot of behind-the-scenes of the Rugby World Cup. Be sure to check out NZR Plus. I have put the link once again in the chat, but it is an absolutely awesome app, and it is also free. So if you do want to check it out, see more behind-the-scenes action of the All Blacks, the Black Ferns, international rugby in general, that is the place to be. And I'm sure, depending on the result of this game, either way, we're going to see massive amounts of content on there. So be sure to once again check out NZR Plus. The link that I have just put in the chat is the one to be able to check it out. Or just Google NZR Plus or check it out on the App Store, the Play Store, wherever you get your apps. NZR Plus is the way to go. But Cheslin Kolbe looks like he's getting some heavy strapping here on the hamstring at the moment, so hopefully nothing too serious for him, but they are just checking that tackle that he made on Will Jordan when he did pick him up. I think he might have hurt himself actually lifting Will Jordan in that case, Cheslin Kolbe, which is, I mean, it's not ideal, because at the end of the day, like, he put the dominant tackle in. We have got there, South Africa have won this already, says Joe, although only 1 points difference between these two sides. Of course, 15 minutes is a long time, and both of these sides looking for that late momentum. South Africa yet to score themselves a try in this match. Refresh the page. Currently, we are sitting 66 minutes through, though. And let the game end, please, says Salevi. And also 15 minutes, says Chen. Yeah, 15 minutes are hard in rugby. Retallick takes it now. Smith goes back to Moonga, who will look for the clearing kick downfield. Will not find touch, so once again it gives Cheslin Kolbe that opportunity, although Damien Valimza this time going for the chip in behind, not going for the massive distance on it. Will Jordan cleans it up. In fact, it's Bowden Barrett now with the ball, chipping in behind for Rico Ioane to chase on to. It's curling towards the touchline, almost a 50-22, but it rolls out 25 metres from the Springbok line. Pollard is looking sliced and diced just like he's ready for Halloween with that cut under the left eye. Aaron Smith now, though, makes his way from the field, his final test match, and straight away, we have to applaud that man's career for the ABs. What he's been able to do in that black jersey, over 100 test matches. He is heading to Japan, but he's done what he's needed to in this first half. It's just those backs on his outside haven't quite been able to hang on to that ball the way that it's needed. And shout out to you. You're doing a marvellous commentary job, my friend, says Rodwin. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciate it. And come on, close enough for a drop kick. You wonder at what stage they would consider it. But now, Peter Steph de Toy still has that one. Gets it off to Dion Foree. South Africa inside of their 22 now, working their way out with Damien Dearlendi. And it looks like they do want to run this one a little bit here. The Springboks, Oxnishe driving his legs. 30 metres from the line, Faf de Klerk will once again put the ball high, and it does seem like there's been less handling errors over the last maybe 10 or so minutes. Can someone ask this guy to move away? We have got there, he looks weird and boring, says Prince. Well, you don't have to be here. That's the fun fact. Like, we're not holding you hostage. And if we were, I don't think we'd pick you. But it is going to be a loose ball, knock on from the All Blacks first, and then the Springboks. Cheslin Kolbe thinks he's still in the field of play for a chance. Billy LaRue picked it up. That was as close as the Springboks have been to scoring a try. The players are still going. It would have been held up. Umbanami yelling at them saying, good job, but then he's realised that the penalty, the scrum has been given. Come on, Pollard, says the Bogo. So first knock on from New Zealand. Then it was a knock on from the Springboks, hence why they weren't able to play under the penalty advantage. And also we've got their fixture tights off centre. Says Renard, just because I know it will annoy you, I'm going to leave it where it is. And also, boy, oh boy. And also, we've got there, go the Bok, says Sisona. And there as well, and that hostage comment says Banksy. Now, I believe both sides have made a majority of their changes. I think Jasper Fisa might be the only one for the box that hasn't been changed. I see that Villy LaRue is now out there. I'm looking around for Dwayne Vermeulen. Is he there? No, I'm not too sure if he is. Still out there on the park. 23 minutes and a tie will be off, says Kerr. Intense at the moment between these two sides. 1 point difference. And we have got their score. So currently 12 points to 11. If you want a way of being able to watch this game, I do recommend 9 Now in Australia. It is a free option, although you will need a VPN to be able to access it. And even with that VPN, it is still probably the cheapest option around for being able to watch it if you aren't in the right place. So be sure to check out that link that I've just put in the comments, as that will give you a VPN for a very good price that you can then use. Set yourself to Australia to see the final 13 minutes. Another big scrum. It's gone down the front row, so no advantage coming there. Damien De Lindy goes off to Willie LaRue. He's got the man on his outside, but instead will kick that one into touch. South Africa now starting to play the territory game, trying to force the All Blacks deep into their own half. But then being a loser, sending horrible messages on YouTube on a Saturday night. And I was like, here we go, Bok, here we go, says Johan. Zealand Colby's confused at why it's not his line-out, but it's because Willie LaRue kicked it into touch. Come on, Bok, says Dylan, and we really need this. Come on, Bok, says our planet. 12 and a half left on the clock now. Retallick again claims that line-out. Taukei'aho doing well. Christie now gives it off to Ardie Savia. Now, someone who has been questioned throughout this whole Rugby World Cup competition. That ball's come out the back. Penalty to the All Blacks. Sia Khaleesi getting a little bit too handsy in the breakdown. And I think Peter Steph-Totoi's got a bit of a stinger on that right arm as well. Khaleesi certainly not having the second half that he would have liked. He's had a yellow card. He's blown a try opportunity for the Springboks. And now he's given away a penalty in the breakdown as well. And Barnes is waking up, says Leon. And also we've got the Evan will give it to us. Oh, he's got one hand in there. Khaleesi. Also close game time, please. At the moment, we are sitting 12 minutes remaining. So 68 minutes through this contest. Still only 1 point in it. I mentioned at the start of this live stream, there's a chance that either of these sides could win by 1. But then there's also a chance that someone, at the start of the game, I thought there was a chance that if either side played the better rugby, they could have run away with it a little bit. But both sides having some pretty rough moments throughout this game. Nicely claimed by the line-out of New Zealand. Geordie Barrett now runs it straight at the line, decides to hang on to it. Now, the Springboks haven't got a huge amount of turnovers in the breakdown, so I believe that they are better off taking contact here in New Zealand rather than taking the risk of the offload. Looks like Finlay Christie will now have to roll this ball back, and this will be his first kick of the day. Wants to make sure it's just outside of that 22 of the Springboks to put them under pressure. Perfect kick from Finlay Christie. Cheslin Colby lined up by Will Jordan. Looks for the counter ruck. New Zealand do get out of the way now. They weren't able to drive over the top. Now 22 metres out. Faf de Klerk having a bit of a yelling fit at one of the men on his outside. I think it was Oxnechet. Ardie Savia unable to get the turnover. And now the Boks will once again go for this kick. This has given me vibes of what happened on, I think it was actually, was it Gold Coast? That game between the All Blacks and also South Africa, how it was the lead changes right at the end of the game. Running forward, no one taking that one. Beauden Barrett not lining that ball up. Jean Klein. It's a knock on off the forearm of Beauden Barrett. Another scrum feed here for the Springboks. Fabulous commentator from me in South Africa. And also game please says, Robinson, if you do want to watch the game, I do recommend using a VPN and sending yourself to Australia so that you can then watch it on 9 Now. So here is the link to the VPN to be able to watch. It looks like Anton Lienert-Brown has now made his way onto the field. I believe that will be for, that looks like it's for Will Jordan, who hasn't had the same superstar performance that he's had in the past. So yeah, it's hit the elbow of Beauden Barrett, so they call it as that knock on. Come on. And the chat as well, how many minutes left? Still 10 minutes. Yo, where's the scrum? Which side of the field? So still about 40 metres out from the Springboks line. So a wee way to go before they get to the try line at this stage. We've got their 10 minutes. I'm breathing through an airbag. And come on, the box says our planet. Go the Kiwis. And there's also currently in the betting odds. New Zealand sit as $3.70 underdogs here. South Africa the favourites at $1.27. How cheap NZTV? NZR Plus is completely free, but that does not have the full match on there. They will just have the highlights available on there. A big push from the All Blacks at scrum time, staying solid. In fact, it's a great push. I think South Africa struggled on that far side again. De Klerk goes off to Damien De Lindy. Pollard now to Willie LaRue. Kutli Arnse, first chance for him. Good tackle from Mark DeLeo. I think he's made all of the ones that he's had to. Faf de Klerk with a sniper run on the short side. Kicks it straight into the hands of Richie Moong. And now Beauden Barrett looking to run. He waited a bit too long to kick that one, but he has got it away. Now Cheslin Colby, space opening up Drop kick attempt from 50 metres out. Nah, he shanked that one badly. Mo'unga, though, I don't know if he's touched that ball. Wayne Barnes says no, and Talia will kick that ball into touch, but I am sure they will check that for Richie Mo'unga. Nah, didn't touch it. Close, but didn't quite. I think he actually pulled out of that. Richie Mo'unga, the pull-out game strong. I turn the screen we want to see. Says Space. Well, if you want to watch SABC, a good option for if you are in South Africa. 9 Now, a good option if you're in Australia, like I mentioned. So if you need a link for a VPN to be able to set yourself to Australia, be sure to check out that link that I have just put there. Also, keep it going, Box, says Jane. And New Zealand is going to win. Shame. And also, we have got there. A point is not enough, guys. Let's have a try. Schmidt looking on for this game. Line out throw from Dion Foree. The All Blacks actually not contesting for that one, and that might have been a winnable one, but they knew that the Springboks would look for that rolling maul. They need to not give away the advantage here, although now the Boks starting to get that momentum rolling forward. Barrett is allowed to stay where he is as he is staying engaged now. De Klerk to the short side, goes off to Dion Foree, who's tackled hard. The ball bounces out. Finley Christie goes to Geordie Barrett. Cut out pass there. The space zone out. Here comes Anton Leonard-Brown, pinning his ears back, tries to find the pass. It's flicked off Jesselyn Colby's hand, so it's the advantage to the All Blacks. Now Geordie is his name. They might have to check that one as well for Jesselyn Colby. Offload from Whitelock. Goes across to Mark Talia. Carves up the middle. Tackled on the 22-metre line. The All Blacks on hot attack with 6 minutes or 8 minutes remaining. Barrett hangs on to that ball. Couldn't quite get it away. Jesselyn Colby, he was put into the breakdown by Finley Christie, so no penalty there. Now Barrett still with the advantage here for the All Blacks. Christie, Mo'unga goes across to Nepololala, the Blues replacement, who hasn't had a chance in a while. Dion Foree gives away the penalty. And they are checking this for Jesselyn Colby with the deliberate knockdown. This could end up as a yellow card. They're going upstairs. How cynical. Well, I thought Jesselyn Colby, to be honest, I thought he was quite close to the body. So that might be the thing that saves him. But with the overlap on the outside, this could be a massive moment in this game again, ladies and gentlemen. It will not be a penalty try, I can tell you that. But, oh, no, the arm is out. That is bad from Jesselyn Colby. That is at least the yellow card. There was cover, so he will not end up with anything more than that. But it is a yellow card offence from Jesselyn Colby. And he will now be off the field for the final remaining moments of this Rugby World Cup game. It's 14 on 14. Jesselyn Colby now. He was just looking dangerous too with the way he's been running. And that gives the All Blacks a kick at the post for a chance at the lead in this match. Brilliant commentator. He must also hold the Webb Ellis Cup. I honestly thought there was a lot closer to Jesselyn Colby's body when he made that tackle, but it wasn't. It was actually the outstretched starfish slapping that ball away, stopping the momentum. And at this moment, I don't care who wins this game. It is really a struggling game. To be honest, this is probably one of the most scrappy games we've seen between these two sides. And I don't even know if it's just the final. I think it's just the conditions that have made this game not quite as free-flowing as we would have loved to see. Who takes the kick, though, for the All Blacks? That's the question. Jesselyn Colby, hands are in the hands, or head is in the hands, sorry. Geordie Barrett, first kick of the day from 50 out. And 7 minutes to go. Get this game in now, please, says Abu Kicker there. And up the ABs, let's go, says Makiari. Although I should mention, even if this kick goes over from Geordie Barrett, this game is far from done. There are still 7 minutes remaining, 50 metres on the angle for Geordie Barrett. It's his first kick of the day, and he's missed it away to the left-hand side, drifts off, and it will now be the 22 dropout for South Africa. Still 7 minutes remaining, but that missed kick could be crucial. And this contest, we have got that 50 metres out, easy for the bro, says McCarty. He has missed it. We have got there what, says Lord Inquisitor, but Jesselyn Colby still weeping in the hands. He knows that this is a game that you do not want to make it 15 on 15. Visa now on the field. That is for Sia Khaleesi, but it's a 22 dropout New Zealand. I can tell you right now, they will not be going for that drop kick from the reset. Big bump off from Mark Delia on Oxnishe. Finley Christie going to the right-hand side to Nepololala. Numbers are there for the Boks. Visa making his first tackle. Since making his way onto the field. Moonga going to Barrett. That is a forward pass out wide. And it is going to go back. Now chance for the Springboks. The All Blacks may come to regret missing that kick at the post. Drifting forward. Water 2 says the ball going, come on boys. Says F the real. Yeah, for anyone who wants to watch the closing moments, the game is available on 9 now in Australia, completely free. If you need a VPN to be able to watch it, of course, we have got that link that we will put in the chat now so that you can see exactly where you can find it. And the best thing about that is there's a free trial, so you can watch the World Cup, you can cancel after that, and then you end up in that scenario of being able to watch it for free for pass. Says Mustafa. We have got there, and the chat, let's go the Boks, says Rachel. So Moonga going off, McKenzie going on. And D-Mac to win it. He's going to have to for the ABs. He has got the magic able to create it for the Chiefs there as well. And go to the Bok. How many minutes left? Still 5 minutes remaining on the clock. If the Springboks get themselves a penalty here, it would mean that the All Blacks would need a try in this case. And not another game ending with 1 point between both sides, says Sean. And go to the Bocky, says Clara. And Rennis with the happy faces in there. And how many minutes left? Still the 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Big push now. The clerk. Been told to use it. He will use it to the right-hand side now. Pollard goes off to Jesse Krill. Tackled by Rico Ioane. And the one-on-one, he almost was able to get that turnover. The clerk going off to Jean Klein. This is starting to get into drop kick territory here for the Springboks if they do want it. But Oxnishe tackled by Nepololala. Did he use his arms? I believe so. Now the clerk into the pocket for Pollard. And it's partially charged down. The All Blacks now on attack. Bowden Barrett goes off to Geordie. Another massive shot coming in from Peter Stephtatoy. He is definitely a man of the match contender here, if not the man of the match for this Rugby World Cup final. Now Christie goes off to McKenzie, passes to Mighty Williams, tries to snipe away from Fuff the Clerk. The All Blacks cannot afford to kick this ball back to the Springboks. They almost have to go absolutely everything into it. Another big run from Geordie Barrett. RG Snyman looking for the turnover, doesn't get it. Christie back, and now Bowden Barrett will kick this ball downfield. Doesn't find touch though. That is the mistake from the ABs. Pollard running onto this one. Tackle. Finds the offload up to Peter Stephtatoy, who now throws it back. It's going to be accidental offside, I think, or at least it is a knock-on from Jesper Visa. 3.5 minutes remaining. Still 1 point difference between these two sides. Colby has lost his head on the sideline. He has put his head into the collar just like he's getting ready for Halloween too. Massive tackle from Scott Barrett needed to be made and did just that. Currently in the odds, New Zealand are sitting $4.50 underdogs. South Africa to win this game, $1.16. But the hand on the drop kick, McKenzie was calling for it. Barrett, though, lined up by Peter Stephtatoy, who single-handedly, I want to say, has almost kept the Springboks at times in this contest. So he's put in about maybe 20 tackles throughout this World Cup final. I think the next highest is probably around maybe 12 or 10, somewhere around there. Big scrum here for the All Blacks, and if there was ever a time to win it, but a good early shove there from the Springboks in the scrum. Looks like it's relatively solid. Now Rico Ioane trying to pierce his way through. Huaka Smith makes the penalty. Gets it hard by Anton Leonard-Brown. Now Christie, his kick is charged down by Fuff the Clerk. Not quite quick enough. And now the line out for New Zealand inside of their 22 again. 3 minutes, you can do it. And at the moment, this is brilliant work from the Springboks as they are just keeping New Zealand inside of their 22. Not allowing the ABs to make that territory, because as soon as they do, of course, if they get that advantage, there is that chance that we see a possible penalty. And now Taokiaho, important line out, goes straight into the hands that it was meant to have Whitelock. Now McKenzie passes across, quick hands. Rico Ioane not willing to go for that offload. Ideally, the All Blacks will want to win this penalty advantage. McKenzie sniping, throws the offload to Samisoni Taukei'aho. Good wherewithal to know where his teammates were. Dion Forri losing his feet. Is not able to get that turnover, but he was extremely close. Now Savia, tackled by Oxnishe and Jasper Visa. Christie, back across to Barrett. Here comes McKenzie, passing out wide to Dalton. Papali gets ankle tap, moves up to the halfway line. Talia, back across to Geordie Barrett. Goes to Bowden, Scott. The three Barretts all want to walk home with a title. To do so, the All Blacks need 1 point at least. Now Mark Talia isolate. Oh, the ball wasn't there though for the Springboks. It would have been a turnover. Now short side. Bit of isolation for Anton Lienert-Brown, so he does cut back inwards. 50 metres out from the line now, the All Blacks putting together phase after phase. McKenzie goes to Lulala. Tackled on the halfway line by Damien Dialendi. 1 minute left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Ioane trying to snipe his way through. But Quaka Smith, oh, that was illegal, was it? No, they've said yes, it's all right. And the turnover is legit for the Springboks. Now Jesse Creel kicks it down the middle of the field, did not want to play with it, and now it's given another chance for the All Blacks. Damian McKenzie will not go for the drop kick from halfway, beating Kurtley Arendse on the outside. Now Adi Savia running that ball up to the 22, look for the miracle offload. Lienert-Brown knocks the ball on. And now, 30 seconds remaining. The Springboks need this scrum and then they will walk away with the Rugby World Cup, but I'm not sure why okay, the clock is stopped. I'm not sure why they risked their last offload. They didn't need to. All they needed to do was take that contact. There was no one contesting, but Savia went for it. And then Anton Lienert-Brown just having that little half mistake. Great ankle tap on Dalton Papali there, the Springboks. They will have time just for the scrum. 23 seconds remaining. It's coming home. And also there we won, says Eddie. And also coming New Zealand, says Dylan. And we won, says Rixie there, I'm dying. Can the game end already? Go the Bok, says Nonzuzu. And also the slowest minute ever. And also we're going to hurry up in time, please. Says hello. But Dwayne Vimiola watching on eagerly. Same with Franz Malharba. Okay. Savia just making sure that the scrum will not start. There are tears in the eyes of Box supporters in the stands. Oxnishe, Trevor Nakanye, Dion Forri. Three men who need to get this scrum right. The All Blacks, they will have to put absolutely everything into the scrum if they can get the penalty advantage. Could go in their favour. But Peter Steph-Tatoy, he looks like he's been through a battle out there on the field. Same with Andre Pollard. Wounds on the faces. Rassi Erasmus about to get himself 2 World Cups in a row. Unless something drastic happens. 1 minute left on the clock. In fact, less than that. 23 seconds. After the scrum is done, the Boks will walk away as champions if they are able to retain the ball. Sean Klein, man who transferred over to the South African team for this Rugby World Cup, now could be walking away as a champion. Go the Bok, says Jabet. And also go the Bok, says Malepi. 23 seconds, the clock is back on. Cheslin Gobi has still got his head inside of his shirt. Scrum is solid. Springbok hand down there. Big push. The Springboks didn't want to put the ball in. And the Springboks dodged one there. The All Blacks had the momentum at that scrum. Carl Dixon watching very closely, but Fuff did not want to put that ball into that scrum. Thank you very much for becoming a member, Remo. It is hugely appreciated. And there. And congrats to the Boks. And there. And longest 60 seconds ever. And there as well. Trevor Nakanye, deep breaths once more. 7 seconds now. Wait for the push, they say. Wayne Barnes. Springboks now with the chance. But the scrum, it has felt like an eternity for this one to take place. The All Blacks, they've got Tamaiti Williams. They've got Nepal Lulala, two men who are known for their scrummaging butts. Up against them is the Ox. And now the ball has been fed in. Is it available? Oh, Christie shut him down. The Boks trying to run this one into touch. But the All Blacks, they hold it up. They need to rip this ball away though. And in fact, it's on the All Blacks side. The Boks don't want to give it up. Who's got it? It's held. And it will be the end of the game. The Springboks are world champions for 2 years or 2 series in a row. Better Steph Toy, man of the match by far. Sam Cane, hand in their head, knowing that their red card was absolutely crucial in the outcome of this contest. Barrett's exhausted, but the Springboks and Peter Steph Toy get over the line for the win. 12 points to 11. 1 try throughout this Rugby World Cup final. It was scrappy. It was at times ugly, but the Springboks, they do become the world champions for a 4th time. They are now history makers for multiple reasons. Colby's in tears as he knows that his yellow card near the end of the game almost cost the Boks. Roger Federer has got his Springbok kit on. He is loving it. And also well done South Africa, says Marceline. And there, as well, hands down, what a game, says the chicken. Also, we're going to come on, and well done the All Blacks. I almost gave their heart, and also we have got the Tanya has got the emojis in there. Oh, Evan Smith throwing, I'm not sure who that was he threw up in the air like it was the Lion King. Might have been Cheslin Colby. At the same time needs to be stripped, or sometime needs to be stripped off. And also we've got there, I told you so. And also we have got there, bring the cup home, boys, says Mohammed. And also go Bok and unlucky New Zealand, says the Devil. And also we have got there, yes, says Candace, and also the Bok. And there, well done the Bok. And the chat as well, but the Springboks, they walk away with the Rugby World Cup. They will go 2-1 up in the 2023 calendar year. And I wish you deserve your flowers, man. Thank you so much for the commentary. Now it's time to celebrate. An awesome evening with you again, maybe. I thank you very much. And being the better team lost. And we did it again, says Emmanuel. And also, yes, and let's go Bok. And also the cup is coming back home and totally wrong. 2 best teams were cheated. Ireland and France, says Karma Pitch. And also go the Bok. And also, we have got their victory, well done the Springboks. And also back-to-back, a big congrats. They are now the 2nd team in history to be able to do so. Of course, the last team being New Zealand. The Springboks, that is their 4th Rugby World Cup. They do take out the title. Well played, says Carmen. Thanks so much, Lord. You have us proud, says Sylvia. And also, what do you think of Sam Cane? I think that he's had a brilliant Rugby World Cup, but he blew it in this game, unfortunately, for the All Blacks. Even with 14, though. Extremely valiant effort from the ABs. I think they dominated most of the stats in the end. And in the end, it just wasn't enough, though. The Springboks, they got their kicks over. Hondre, Pollard, the match changer. Your commentary was well on point. And also pouring rain. And also the Bok. And also we are happy as a country, says Miranda. Also well done the Bok. And thank you so much for the commentary. Amateur star, says Jacqueline. And also that first yellow should have been a red. And also we have got there, he did not blow it, refs blew it, says Kerman. And there as well, and what a heart pounder, says Regine. And also we have got there, Hara, says Bully. And also that first, oh no, that one went to, oh, it should have been a red, says Dark Scar Flame. And also we have got their Boks are very lucky. I mean, I think both sides will admit that this game, it could have gone either way at multiple times throughout the match. And I feel like that is why this rivalry is so special to so many rugby supporters, because these two sides, they are so evenly matched when they take to the field. The conditions were dire, but they both tried to make the most of what they were allowed in this matchup. And also, thanks for keeping us updated. Good commentary. And also, we have got there, well done, Hamish, on the cup coverage, says Ryan. And there as well. Okay, I think they were just saying about that Sia Khaleesi one. John Kerwin felt that that should have been a red card as well. And our God is alive in South Africa. And also Springbok says Penelope. And also go the Bok, go super proud. And Monday is a holiday. And also nice job the Bok. And the ABs almost deserved it more with only 14 men, says Paul Spacey. And also the emojis from Rudy in the chat. I will mention anyone who does want to check out our merchandise that we brought out, especially for this Rugby World Cup. We launched the shop earlier on in the week. If you want to get yourself any Kiwi Lads merch, there is the link in the chat. And also it is in the pinned comment. But anyone who is new Also, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Of course, we've got plenty more rugby coming up in the near future. Even though the Rugby World Cup is over, the rugby is not going anywhere. URC, we are covering on the channel. And also, we have got their pathetic box rigged. The group got head high, says Matt G. And also, we have got their wild on, but it hurts. Someone from New Zealand says Tenley. And also, is there any way they will look at it? Where'd that go? Look at it and award ABs a few points. Says Sullivan, no. Unfortunately, the All Blacks, they had their chance to win this game, but the missed kicks did cost them. There were 2. And Hamish, you were talking about merchandise when we just did back-to-back as champions, says C-No-T. I mean, we have mentioned that quite a bit on this one as well, of course, but got to put in the plug as well. Kiwi's merch, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to check it out. And what about the penalty? They knew I was not a penalty. Where'd that go? Before Pollard kicked it, says Chad the Cat. And also enjoy the bribe. TFMO says Pat, and also well done the box. We are proud of you, well done. And also credit to the boys for not giving up, and thanks for the commentary. And we were lucky South Africans, says Utamaling. Yeah, what a game. At the end of the day, it was a lot more low scoring than some would have anticipated, but it's one of those games that could have gone either direction. The Springboks, they had to dig deep. Guitar solo. We're not quite doing the solo, but we will be playing the South African national anthem on the guitar in a near future. We have also got the donation in the chat as well from Babuk, so thank you very much, and thank you for your professional commentaries throughout the World Cup. I enjoyed every moment of them, said Babuk there as well. So yeah, greatly appreciated, mate, for that support. And the tornado on the streets of South Africa as I speak. These shots I see are missiles buzzing, and we are the world champion, says Cube. Hey, hay fever didn't kick us in the face throughout most of that game, I don't think. And oh my God, you called my name. And also, we've got there, New Zealand must not win. 7 minutes should give us 1 try, says Duncan. Although, yeah, it's currently finished. The Springboks did win. 12 points. And no chat, no time to chat today, says Rudy. And one good thing New Zealand can take from it is that it's 2 in a row, says Jimmy James. And there, and if only, where'd that go? If only you could hear the noise in South Africans right now. There's so much joy in the air. And also, we've got there 3 nail-biting messages from the box. This one was the worst, says the Bung. Yeah, 3 games back to back to back that they've only been split by 1 point. They were able to beat France by 1 point. They were able to beat England by 1 point. And now they've beaten New Zealand by just that 1 point margin as well. Okay, there you're a good guy, Hamish. I can see you are hurting and yet you still carry on. Thanks for the Rugby World Cup's experience you gave us. I mean, I've always been impartial throughout this World Cup, though. So I've gotten used to calling games straight down the middle. I think, like, at the end of the day, the All Blacks will be disappointed with their performance. But in a Rugby World Cup final, it's one of those ones that you have to be the better team on the day, and at times the All Blacks were, but the Springboks, overall, Peter Steph for me is man of the match by far. Looking at some of his stats that he had throughout this contest, he made 28 tackles. I've just seen the number, 28 tackles, about 7 or 8 of those dominant tackles as well, so that was driving the All Blacks back. He was a sensational talent throughout this game, Peter Steph. I would say his best game we have ever seen from him throughout his illustrious career. Damien Valimza, he had a solid game at 15, had the most running meters out of any player. We have got there the Springboks, and also we had the Hoot and Toot and all tears, and yeah, we won. And also the Bok, and also let's go, says Francisco, and Springboks got the rub. But it's one of those ones that there was still enough opportunity in this game. You know, like I think credit needs to go to both teams for what they were able to do throughout this game. Like, All Blacks bet 36 defenders, but only scored that 1 try of Beauden Barrett. So it's one of those ones, you know, if that last kick from Geordie Barrett went over, the All Blacks would have taken the lead. If Mwonga had got that kick from the sideline, the All Blacks would have taken the lead. It was one of those games that, yes, the refereeing at times did seem a little bit, I guess, rattled is probably the best way of describing it. In terms of the TMO and the ref, they seemed like they were panicking a little bit to try and find the result. But at the end of the day, there were still moments for both of the sides, and I think that the Springboks still need a lot of credit for what they were able to do when they were able to get themselves the victory. It was pretty obvious that South Africa was destined. And also, we have got their 3 matches won by 1. Says Uzi, I don't think many teams have been doing that. And yes, the Bok Fuff carrying the last few minutes, says Caitlin. And also, my brother from another mother. You're the man, your commentary is timeless and on point. I'm so chuffed to be a subscriber for life, says Ash. And there, and also, we have got another donation from Franz Smith and big viewers, 14.5Ks. Expect your biltong. New Zealand beef, not biltong on Wednesday. Man of the match, Hamish, bro, thanks. Job well done, says Franz. And thank you very much, mate, once again, for your continued support on the channel. Anyone who does want to catch I guess, the highlights of this game, as well as a heap of Rugby World Cup information, videos, series, everything along those lines. I do recommend checking out NZR Plus. Have just put the link into the chat, you guys, to be able to check out. It's completely free. It's on the App Store, it's on the Play Store, or it's just on the website. You can check out plenty of action. I'm sure there will be plenty to look through for this game. The documentary series for the All Blacks that they've been doing, I'm sure will involve this World Cup. We almost butchered it for you. And also, just going to check if you're all right, bro. Sorry for the lost cheer from Amsterdam, says Luca. And also, we have got there that killed me and brought me back and go the box. And also, we have got there, can we talk about the penalty that Barnes said he made a mistake on? Still gave the 3 points that won them the game, says the Jacob. And yeah, I think it was like there were a lot of moments where the referees were under immense pressure throughout this game. It's like he missed a clear knock on when Adi Savia dropped the ball. They did eventually go back for it, but it shouldn't have taken that long for them to realise that there was that knock on in that case. But yeah, at the end of the day, like I said, there were little moments in this game that both sides had opportunities to win. So, you know, those handling errors of the All Blacks, that will be something that they really were hurting by. The handling error of Anton Lienert-Brown at the end of the game to not be able to quite get that one away. And we have got their Springboks win. We went here to have the cup. It just went our way, says Dwayne. And also we have got their congratulations box, says Mars C. And also well done the box. And also, yeah, that's box for you. And also we won in there as well. For their chat. And New Zealand supporters, can you can go cry. We will give 1 ply tissue. Geez, 1 ply is not very generous, is it? You need at least 2 or 3 plies normally the way to go. And we have got there, was a red card fair? I believe Sam Kane's red card was fair. I believe that Sia Khaleesi's yellow, to be honest, I think it should have stayed as a yellow. But there were moments in this game that maybe could have gone either way in terms of whether there was a card or wasn't a card. We have got their crap game. Rugby rules ruined this game. Says, boys, yeah, it wasn't very free-flowing at time, unfortunately, but, you know, the Springboks, they knew that going into this game, they had to play a gritty, grindy game of rugby. That's why they went with that 7-1 split, to have a few extra men off the bench to really drive it home in the final moments. And I'll be honest, I don't think the bench were as effective as they would have liked them to be. Quagga Smith, we didn't see too much of. I think out of the bench players, the one who really stepped up, Archie Snyman made like 3 tackles. I don't think any of the bench players, like Ox, he did his job. He got the scrums and whatnot, but I don't think any of the Springbok bench stood up in the way that they have in past games, I would say. Hey, you are awesome tonight. Thank you, much appreciated. We'll stay tuned. I think the better team won. The better team lost tonight, but as a block, I'll take the win. Much respect to the All Blacks, says Jack. There we have got a donation from Sonny as well, because you have been amazing. From Sonny and Judith. I'm terminally ill. My last World Cup. Stay safe, all, says Sonny. Sorry to hear that, Sonny. Or Judith, one of the two. But yeah, sorry to hear that. Honest opinion. Do you think Cam Roygaard might have made the difference? I mean, he might have been a useful option at the end. I honestly feel like Finlay Christie off the bench didn't actually go terribly, though. For the All Blacks, like, he didn't really do too much wrong, but maybe, you know, there's little things that the All Blacks will look at for this game of what they could have done better, what they should have done in terms of the decision-making. We've got to remember the All Blacks turned down a lot of 3-pointers throughout this game to go for the corner, to take that risk, and that risk didn't pay off. You're a great commentator, says Yolanda, and also this is why I like your channel. You're honest and never biased no matter what team. You see the beauty of the game for what it is. Much respect, mate. Yeah, and also we have got there what the All Blacks going to say now, says Yolanda. Probably fair play South Africa. At the end of the day, they have more points on the board at the end of this final, and they will be in the history books now. The 4th win for the Rugby World Cup. I don't think Chrissy was bad at all, but totally opposite style of rugby from Cam Roygaard. That is true. They just couldn't find that last pass. Do you see after the game, South African players look in the eyes? You can see they did not deserve the win. Oh, it might have just been also just the emotion as well, just kicking in for the players, because at the end of the day, this is a hard-fought win for South Africa, and this is a hard-fought tournament. We need to remember they have had 3 times in their last 3 games that have been that down to the wire. They could have gone either way, but every single time South Africa have managed to pull through and just get themselves that victory. And points are less, more or less the same, no real winner, says David Williams. Of course, one team gets their name etched into the history books and into the trophy. Sam Cane. He's just got an interview. He's gutted. You can tell on his face, like he said, the fact that they had to play with 14 and he was the reason that they went off. And thanks, sir, for being a top bloke, Judith. I will carry on watching. And yeah, and also that's what makes you awesome, Hamish, such a good person. And also we have got there, that all moved very quickly. South Africa, my great country, says Mickey. And also two great teams, says Teresa. And there as well, while Rugby World Cup is over, I'll be unsubscribing all of my Rugby Rugby World Cup channel accounts. About 10. I'll be my sub, Hamish, says Mark. Well, thank you very much, Mark. Hugely appreciate it. We are back for the URC each and every weekend. So even if you guys aren't interested in the World Cup, interested in the URC in terms of the games that are taking place, like they're just casual chats. On the weekend, there are a lot less people on them than the Rugby World Cup stream. So we just get to chat all about rugby, all about whatever's happening in the world. So, yeah, be sure to check that out. But the South African name is etched in the cup. It did take a little bit longer for them to get the ceremony ready because someone was sitting there with the pen going, right, am I writing SA or am I writing NZ? And go the Bok, make us proud. And also, we've got there, well done, Hamish. And also, love South Africa. And also, Bok also had 14 players, says Jinx. Yeah, they did have Sia Khaleesi go off the field. He honestly had a terrible second half. And I know that sounds harsh, but yeah, giving away the yellow card, blowing the opportunity for the lone try that the Springboks could have scored, and then also giving away that penalty a little bit later on as well. All Blacks could have won. I would taking a simple kick, says David Williams. And thank you, Hamish. It was a pleasure to meet you. Hey, you are the champions, boys. You did us, Fred, says Granny. And also, Hamish, bro, sad feeling for you. You're such a nice guy, brave boy, says Michelle. I'll be honest, I think I'm smiling a lot more than most Kiwis at the moment. I know that there will be a lot of hurt in the soul because with it being so close as well, you know that there's those little moments that could have got the All Blacks over the line. But at the end of the day, like, we've been blessed for the rugby that we've seen throughout this Rugby World Cup. Like 48 matches. We've covered every single one of them on the channel. We've met a lot of awesome people along the way throughout this last 12 months or so. So, you know, there's not much that I can not smile about from what we've seen. And not the ref's fault they didn't convert the try. As not his fault they missed the pen. Yeah, like I said earlier on, chances. Cam Roigard, they're showing him there, not given a chance throughout these the last 3 games of the Rugby World Cup competition. We all fought hard, both teams trained and performed the best love of all of them, says Kai, but Aaron Smith got his son with him. Almost had the try. It was disallowed from that knock on. Brave and courage, Hamish, bro. Really proud of you. And thanks, both, for bringing it home. We are waiting for you. And also we have got there Box. Yes, love the ABs through. Though hell of a game, says Zaid. And also we did it again, says Ollie. And also we've got there pretty piss poor to have no tries with 60 minutes versus 14. Well, that's the thing. The All Blacks, they do need some credit in terms of their defence throughout this game. They did not concede a single try up against the South African side that definitely were up for the challenge. And the All Blacks, they made 91 tackles. The Springboks, though, to their credit, 209 tackles made throughout this game. It was not from a lack of trying. The All Blacks not giving away a single penalty in that second half. The Springboks giving away 6, including those 2 yellow cards, one for Cheslin Colby and one for Sia Khaleesi. In 60 minutes with 14 men, no tries conceded up the ABs, says Tuxter. And also there was no bad refereeing. Every reply was fair. You can watch it 1,000 times. It was correct, says Red. And also we have got there now, I take my kids to get the ice cream and listen to some lame knock-knock jokes from these kids to cheer me up, says Audio. Jason Ryan, you can see how gutted he is as well. There are tears in his eyes as he knew that it was so close. Fatherman, good on you, mate. Quote of the Rugby World Cup for me. Been blessed for the rugby we've seen, says John there. And thanks, Hamish, in the chat as well. And I mentioned it earlier on, but I am going to make another mention here. The rugby community, before or after that last Rugby World Cup, in the cycle of this one, someone who called a game in 2019, just like I did here, was Gareth Mason. He was a South African YouTuber, a rugby lover, a passionate South African fan, and I'm sure he would have loved this game. And he was gone far too soon. So, yeah, big shout out to G-Man for what he was able to do. Like I said earlier on, without him paving the way for us guys on YouTube, we wouldn't be able to do what we do here. No excuses, Kiwis. We lost. We're proud of our team and did really well. And also, we've got that Hamish, bro, brave and nice guy, that coverage to be clapping. And Springboks on top. And congrats, Bok, you made us proud. And also, watch how the Kiwis turn into English whiners, says Shaheem. And also he would have loved this, says Wise One. He certainly would have indeed. He would have been smiling ear to ear watching on for this game. And also All Blacks are the way better side, says David Williams, although they needed to prove it throughout this 80 minutes. And at the end of the day, like, they'll be gutted. They'll be impressed with what they were able to do throughout this Rugby World Cup, but there was still improvements that needed to be made. I think this one's going to weigh extremely heavy on Sam Cane, mainly because he was the player who got red carded, put his team under pressure, take the points, put it in my gravestone, says Ralph. And also we have got there Mbok and proud, I say out loud, go the All Blacks, says it was there from Seda. But now the referees are going to be awarded their Rugby World Cup medals. Wayne Barnes was the head referee in charge of this one. Also alongside him in the refereeing department for this game, Carl Dixon, Matthew Carley, and then Tom Foley, the TMO for this one. It was a tough match between two greats, says Pepper Stone. I will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Like I mentioned, we have got plenty more rugby coming up, whether that's the URC or whether it is going to be the Gallagher Premiership, the Champions Cup, which is coming up in the near future, the Rugby Sevens. Then we're back into the Six Nations. And apologies, Hamish, I'm stoned, says Vitamin Green. And congratulations to South Africa, but the ABs was a better team. They should have won. Unlucky for that free penalty for South Africa. And also, congratulations, SA, and ref should have been awarded pay off money. Discussing ref choices, says George. Although, yes, there could have been some decisions that were controversial, but with 1 point's difference, the All Blacks, they missed, I believe it was 2 kicks at the post throughout this game. That's an extra 5 points. That's a win if they were able to get either of those two. So I believe that even though the All Blacks, some will feel hard done by, like, they still had chances to win this game. And I always say it, you've got 80 minutes out on the field. Couple poor decisions from players did cost the All Blacks here. Sam Cane, there was no need for him to tackle around the head of Jesse Creel. He was just asking to get himself penalised, but the All Blacks now are getting themselves awarded the silver medal in this Rugby World Cup. TMO issued the red, not the ref, says Jimbo. That is true. Referee just went with the yellow, and then it was the TMO's decision to make the decision of if it was going to be upgraded. We have there. Congratulations to South Africa and the TMO and the ref. We went well together, says to Riwa. And also Rugby sucks, football rocks, says Christopher. And also we have got their should-haves and if statements are over, says Theppo. Exactly right. The end of the day in the World Cup history books does say the Springboks. And now the New Zealanders, this is going to be interesting to see how they progress from here, because, of course, a lot of these players going overseas, whether it is Bowden Barrett, Aaron Smith, also in there Richie Mo'unga, he will be leaving. Retallick, I think, is going overseas as well. So there is going to be a lot of change that does come up for the All Blacks. But I have to say right now, a silver medal is a lot further than a lot of people anticipated under the helm of Ian Foster. So I think for that, the All Blacks still do need a bunch of credit for what they've been able to do throughout this Rugby World Cup campaign. And we talked about the Springboks and what they have been able to do. 3 games in a row, split by only the 1 point. This game was no different. They've had to fight hard. But once again, they lost a game in the group stage and they go on to win the whole thing. We have got their ABs deserve that win all day long, says George. Yeah, they just didn't take their chances when they needed to. Geordie Barrett missing that kick, that could have been the difference maker. We see Faina Nuku there being awarded his silver medal. Another man who didn't get that opportunity. Who was your man of the match? Peter Stephtatoy. He was my man of the match at halftime. And then he went on to make another 14 tackles. He had 28 in total. So, massive from them. And also we've got there Stephen, who said New Zealand spineless losers. This is coming from you, Stephen, who was complaining that they had to play a third place playoff game for the English. So, you know, what goes around comes around. But, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we have got the guitar. We made a promise at the start of this Rugby World Cup, and we are going to be sticking to it, which means when the South Africans are being awarded the trophy, we are going to be playing the South African national anthem on guitar. I do apologise in advance because this might be really bad. And if it's really bad, please don't get angry at me. I will try my absolute best to get it right, but there's a lot of pressure on at the moment. My hands are still a little bit shaky from that game. We have got there the Springboks 1, says Wani. And then why can't the commentators shut up and let us watch the awards without you running your mouth constantly? It's annoying. No one cares about you, says LMM. Is that the commentators on the screen or me? Because like I sadly can't show any footage of the game. Although if you want to be able to watch it, NZR Plus, we have the highlights of this contest. They are just all being awarded their medals here, the All Blacks. Just warming up. You always have to admire the Springbok tenacity. And also we've got there, and at the chat, thank you for this World Cup commentary, Amy. She made it come true for a lot of us, says Stoll. And I should mention, we are, of course, going to be back for the URC. We're back each and every weekend. So, yeah, if you do want to hit that subscribe button, it is greatly appreciated. I should mention this is on an electric guitar as well, so it might not be that loud, so I might have to really, really whack those strings. And also we have got there, Kira, respect and love, says Herman. And also we have got there, this ref is bad, New Zealand. Yeah, but New Zealand, they still had their chances. That's why, like, if the split was about 10 points, and that was the reason New Zealand weren't going too well, was because of some of the decisions, I'd say, yep, but in this case, you know, they missed 2 kicks. They could have taken the lead with either of them, from that try of Bowden Barrett or from that last kick from Geordie Barrett that did miss. The little moments is what cost the All Blacks in this game, and their handling, the 15 handling errors. It's very tricky to win a game when you have that many drop balls. But the Springboks now about to make their way onto the podium, which means we are about to hopefully not embarrass ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you can hear it. If you can't, I do apologise. But a promise is a promise. Let's see how it goes. That wasn't the best. I panicked a bit halfway through and I was like, wait, I don't know how it ends. But here we go. Big congratulations to South Africa for this Rugby World Cup. The rain is starting to pour again. But I don't know how much the rain actually affected this game throughout the early stages of the match. Anyway, wow, says Collins, a fantastic and super amazing win. Brilliant, says Gaming Life. And ABC Legend, says Ken there. Well done, South Africa, to be proud of your 15 players. Good try, New Zealand, maybe. We play with 15 next time, says David Vickers, and the Kiwis play well, and Hamish Hidden Talents. Accurate tune, cool bananas, says Franz Smith. And also we did it for Bongi, and also we won. Just joined the tournament, thanks for your commentary, says Jeanette. No worries at all. And also we have got there go the Springboks. And also want me to shout out, buddy, says Bros Division, and also, yeah, that's good guitar playing. I think it could have been better, to be honest. Like, I started panicking. Yeah, now the rain's really getting heavy now. So they probably chose a good time to end this match. But nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning in to this live stream, ladies and gentlemen. We will have the post-match review that will be coming out on the channel in a very short moment. And then alongside that, we have got the URC tomorrow morning that we are covering between the Bulls and Ulster. So even if you just want to come onto that live stream to have a chat about the World Cup, the chat will be a lot slower, so I'll be able to read every single message. But it will be kicking off at 7 p.m. South African time on this channel. But anyone who is new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. If you do want to help support us and you do like a bit of merchandise, be sure to check out that pinned comment link. Has got the merchandise as the second one. You are epic, Hamish, says Tanya. Thank you very much. Hamish, we need more music. Well, that's one of the only things I can play. But we were working on it. To be honest, if New Zealand had won, I wouldn't have been able to play their national anthem. It's actually a lot harder than the South African one. Moati loves Hamish. Says Bros Division. All 5 people from here, of course. And also we have got there, those must be AB supporters sending you those dodgy messages, says Craig. I mean, we've had our fair share of abuse sent at us throughout this Rugby World Cup, I'll be honest. Probably more than the average person will experience in a lifetime. But the fact that we've got to the end of the competition and we're still smiling, I feel like that's a good thing, you know. Mental health, luckily, is still intact for me. But yeah, the Kiwi Lads merch link is just there in the chat. If you want a way of being able to watch some of the games that are taking place around the world, ladies and gents, if you want to be able to watch the URC as well, you can set yourself to Ireland with a VPN. So the link for that, I have just put in the chat. I've got like 5 links. If you want to become a channel member for the Kiwi lads. It is in the pinned comment or the link that I've just put in the chat. If you want to check out NZR Plus, you can check that out. It's got the highlights of this game and a whole heap of documentary series all about the All Blacks, all about the Black Ferns, and all about the Rugby World Cup. That link is in the comments as well. I think that's all the links that I have, ladies and gents. But it is going to be the end of the live stream. I do thank you all very much. 48 games ticked off for this Rugby World Cup competition, all at terrible hours of the morning, some of which 1 a.m. games, 3 a.m. games, 5 a.m. games, but we've been here throughout. Every single game has been covered, and it's been all down to you guys being here in the chat as well. It is greatly appreciated you all being here. Hopefully some of you do stick around after the World Cup, but we will hopefully be here for 2027 as well. You're doing the Black Cap, says Mega Big. Hopefully, we might be doing it on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel, though, as the option there. And thank you, Hamish, says Jimbo. And also, All Blacks have matched France. Now they both have 2 silver World Cup medals, says Mario. And also, we have that. Thanks, Hamish, great commentary. And of course, we should mention that the Springboks are now sitting 4 from 4 for Rugby World Cup finals. They are yet to have a defeat there. And the best of the best. It was amazing, or wow, amazing box. And also we have got their boring Springbok rugby, says Zugi. Some people call it boring, but Springboks call themselves champions. And that's what happened here. They may not have made it pretty, but they got the win. And they have now got their name on the trophy once more. And Godspeed Hamish, great commentary, says Vitamin Green. And also we have got there, man, I see so much pain for the All Blacks that are leaving, and I see revenge in the eyes of the young enough to be at the next one, says David Vickers, and also joined the club. And also the greatest nation of all time, says Kingsley. And well done, South Africa, says Praise. And there as well. But thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Like I mentioned, be sure to check out those links that I did put there, including the Kiwi Lads merch, where we might have to do some sort of special thing with the Springboks being the world champs. But that is the link there. Also, it is in the pinned comment to be able to check it out as well. But we now see Sia Khaleesi lifting the trophy in the very near future. Where is Khaleesi? He was supposed to be at the front, but I think he's hiding, is he? Where's he gone? Oh, there he is. He's up off to the side. But the trophy, just like 2019, the Springboks lift it high. 2 years in a row, the second team to be able to do so, but the first in history to lift a World Cup 4 times in a row. Show the ceremony. It will be up on YouTube. There will be a lot of options for being able to watch it, I would assume. But nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I will see you all for the next one.